folks. I'm WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan from the golden age of wrestling. But I hope all you folks know that. Anyway, I just want to welcome everybody to Major Wrestling Figure Podcast. I like that. Major Wrestling Figure Podcast. You're watching the complete history of the WWF Hasbro figures. I like the Hasbro figures. They're the cool ones. And, of course, I think there's a few of them of Hacksaw out there. Anyway, if you get a chance, check it out, like I said. Major Wrestling Figure Podcast. And ask for Matt, tough guy. So, podcast, this hoe's for you. Ho! Hasbro figures, cool.
It's the Major Wrestling Figure Podcast, time to start the show. Talking figs and collectibles, here we are, let's go. Cardone is here to buy everything, bare minimum. Brian's thinking what to say, Smart Mark is ready up the show. It's time to talk, let's go!
Welcome everyone to the Major Wrestling Figure Podcast YouTube channel. Welcome everyone to the complete history of WWF Hasbro wrestling figures. I am your host, Matt Cardona, aka the $1,000 Broski, aka the Michael Jordan of wrestling figure collecting.
And I am your host, the Prince of Queens, Brian Myers, aka the Scottie Pippen of wrestling figure collecting.
And I'm also here, Dr. Silver Balls, producer of the show, the Phil Jackson of wrestling figure collecting.
There you go.
Got it.
We have been talking about doing a video version of this show for years, literally, since the beginning of the show. So here we are. I'm excited. Hopefully you guys are excited.
Yeah. I mean, the main objective of this whole show is like to get it so close to the real thing that it's like being in the ring.
I was going to say, guys, I know you guys are excited. I'm excited. The fans at home are excited watching live on YouTube right now. Use the hashtag Major Hasbro right now. But guys, I have some instant regret taking apart my displays, getting all the mint on card figures out, the prototypes.
Yeah.
I would say my anxiety / OCD was at like a 5 just thinking about this the past week. Doing it, woo! We're at 9 status, I'd say.
I have been nervous
9.
all day long. I've been researching, reading books.
I do not, like, my room, my playroom, as the fans of our show know, is pristine, OCD'd out at all times. Like, you know, you can eat off the floor, and there's nothing out of place right now. I'm just surrounded by rare vintage figures worth hundreds of dollars, and I'm ridiculously uncomfortable.
Yeah, my office where I am right now is a mess. My toy room is a mess. My garage is a mess. My storage closet is a mess. There are Hasbro figures everywhere.
I was like, what's that? That's your day-to-day life. There's no difference there.
Oh, shut up.
There was a week period in this quarantine that he had everything clean, but
yeah, he cleaned out like a corner of his garage. And he wanted a Nobel Peace Prize over it. Like, relax.
Well, I mean, I'm just looking around this room right now. Literally, you said hundreds of dollars. I have thousands of dollars on the floor right now.
Hey, man, those green cards right now are astronomical on eBay.
Sky high.
Maybe we all are surrounded by thousands of dollars of toys, technically.
So what we're going to do here, we're going to go through the main line of figures, series by series. We will cover the ring as well, but things like the kids' title, stuff like that, the Royal Rumble mini ring, we'll save that maybe for a part 2, but this is just the core line, and we're using right here, I'll give it a cheap plug, the Hasbro Maniacs Guide to WWF Hasbro. Of course, we know what we're talking about, but this is our little cheat sheet, so I recommend, I'm going to give this guy a plug, because this is a great book.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's impressive, man. It is. And it's not just like, series 1, 2, 3. It's extensive and cool as hell with some really awesome rare photos and stuff. I highly recommend it.
The other thing that I wanted to make note is we did this as an audio podcast in 2018, Christmas of 2018. It was our first big bonus episode that we did. I listened to it today. You guys went in depth about this in audio. So
can I tell a funny story about that?
Yeah.
That was coming off of like a European tour, maybe like a 2-week European tour, and then I'll never forget it. We flew for some reason to like maybe LA and then drove to San Diego for TV, and we had like just that afternoon, that's like Sunday afternoon bleeding into Monday, and like we had to get that episode recorded because we were red-eyeing out, and that was it. Like we had to do it. And I don't know what we were thinking, but we split a room with Dolph Ziggler.
Oh yeah, I heard him laughing in the background.
So all three of us are in this room, which is so bizarre because like we never ever did that. And then we're like delirious on sleep and time zone and jet lagged. And I remember we did it, and I was feeling really good about it. took a nap. We all took a nap and then woke up to like get dinner, and then we recorded the real the regular weekly podcast after. Bro, she's like, I know he's saying to you in our group chat, and he's saying it out loud like crazy. He's like, we have to delete it. That wasn't any good. We have to delete it. Never airing that. Blah, blah. It doesn't represent the Hasbro's good enough. Blah, blah, blah. So to hear you say that you listened to it and it was great, I'm like, okay.
It was great. And I'm glad I listened to it because I took some notes because there were definitely some things that I forgot. And as I was getting things out of my toy room, my office, my garage, I have this like horrible feeling right now that something is missing. There's one thing I know for sure is missing, so we'll have to add that in. Luckily, this isn't really live. It's live to tape, and we can edit it in, and you won't even know the difference.
Right. But, there's a lot of detail in that one, so you can still listen to that, and I think it holds up. But a lot has changed in your collecting lives since that episode. We've added more things.
The show in general.
Yeah,
you know?
so I think this is going to be a great update. We're going to talk about a lot of the same things, but it's going to be a great update of the topic.
And I think what's so special about this episode, and I don't want to, Barry Horowitz ourselves, but we're not just taking pictures off the internet. We're not just doing a Google search. Everything you see in this video is in our collection. It's ours. If it's a picture, it's ours. If it's a video, it's ours. If it's in our hands, it's ours. So I think we deserve some credit for that.
Sure.
Before we get into it, I wanted everyone to kind of just say, obviously, it doesn't need to be said. When we were kids, we all cherished and loved and collected these and bought them in stores and stuff. But as adult collectors, let's give a brief history of how each of us have our current day Hasbro collections.
Well, why don't you start?
Sure, I can start if you want me to. I think at some point in developmental, I want to say when we lived in Louisville, I was inspired maybe by a purchase you made, maybe when you bought that LJ. I know when you bought that loose LJN collection, something went off my head where I was like, oh my God, I need to do this. But LJNs I didn't have as a kid, so they have never been as sentimental to me as Hasbro's are. And I think I just started trying to piece together a loose collection at that time, so like maybe 2007, I want to say. But I wasn't like Matt Cardona, do it now, like balls to the wall, like no patience. I was just like casually buying lots and taking the guys I wanted and flipping the other ones and just kind of like really brought it out to the point where like I kind of even stopped and I just had like a bunch. And then I picked it up again when I moved to Queens. And I know for sure I wrapped it up in like 2013 or 14 because I was like walking past the wrestling universe and popped in to hang out and talk to Jack, and he just got a loose set of the green cards, which I never owned in my entire life. And I was just like, okay, it's time to make a big boy purchase and kind of, pull the trigger on this.
Okay, so for me, of course, I had them as a kid, and I'll credit you a little bit. When we met, I saw how pristine your figures were, and mine were my childhood ones, kind of all beat up and scratched up. So I got a whole lot and won them all, and then I pieced together some of the harder ones like the green cards. But most recently, I tracked somebody down who had the entire set mint on card. And I live in Orlando. He was on vacation at Disney World with his family. He drove down. He brought the entire collection with him. We met at a gas station outside the Magic Kingdom, and the rest is history.
That was like less than a year ago, correct?
Yeah, less than a year ago. There's actually a video on the pod YouTube channel when I go and do it.
But considering the like current craziness of the green cards, especially, I feel like you've already kind of made out, right?
I don't know about that. This is a big boy purchase.
I know, but still.
More than $1,000 broski purchase.
I just think you got to feel a little better about it now than you probably did then, right?
At the time, I didn't feel like I got a steal, but I didn't feel like I got ripped off. So at the end of the day, I was happy with it.
All right.
And I was going to make note that, and while listening to the other episode, My story with these figures is very different from you guys. Without going into too much detail, I wasn't sort of allowed to watch wrestling when I was very little. So, I didn't watch wrestling. I had these figures, but I didn't really collect them. I didn't even have a ring, and I had to buy them myself. Like, it was a sort of a taboo thing. So I didn't start collecting these to play with until I was a little older, like 1997. And I was getting them at comic book shops for $5 loose.
Oh my God! Wow.
And that was me and my friend who would have a fig. We had a fig fed together. So that's how I got them originally. I sold those.
Steve Negron.
Steve Negron, yes.
Give him a little shout out.
So the recollection, I sold all those. The recollection started when I started training, really. Actually, to be honest, when I heard about the retros. I saw the pictures of the retro figures coming out, and I said, I can continue that collection that I had with new guys. Well, I have to get the old guys too. So that's when I started to get the mint, loose collections, Zombie Sailor, Hassle Toy, eBay, you guys. So that's all.
That story alone, I mean, not that we all don't already think it, but just let's all reflect on how badly Mattel dropped the ball with that retro line.
Oh, insane.
Leave the memories alone.
Holy smokes. Just that
guys,
story alone.
They're not dead. They're on ice, right?
Ice. We know. They're out back.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
yeah, like
They're out
Long
back
Island
on
Ice.
ice.
All right, guys. Enough reminiscing.
Yeah.
Let's start.
I feel like Bill McKenna is the dad from Angels in the Outfield, and we're like, Bill, when are the retros going to be a thing again? He's like, when the Angels win the pennant, kid. And he just walked off, never to be seen again.
Oh, that's sad. Too soon.
All right, guys. Let's go. Let's go to Series 1.
Hey guys, what's up? TTD Wrestling here. Hope you're enjoying the Hasbro episode so far. I'm sure that many of you have already got TTD Wrestling Major WF Pod prints in your collection somewhere. Well, I'm here to tell you that you can get a new one right now, limited to 100. Just head on over to majorwfpod.bigcartel.com. What are you waiting for?
Okay, so imagine you're a kid and you're playing with your LJN figures, and then all of a sudden, they stop making them. But you're a kid. You don't realize they lost the license. And all of a sudden, you go to Toys R Us, no LJN figures. But luckily, Hasbro came in and just picked up where LJN left off. But if LJN dropped the ball, Hasbro picked it up and they ran with it.
Yeah.
I just think the difference, is like, LJNs are great and sentimental and very special for a lot of people and kids that grew up with them, but they aren't action figures.
Right.
If you really want to be a snob about it, they're not action figures. There's no action to them. They don't even bend, so these are truly action figures. The first wrestling figures that had an action feature, where the figure itself is doing something besides moving its arms and legs like any other doll would,
Right.
Series 1, 1990, we have the immortal Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, Macho Man, Randy Savage, Ravishing Rick Rude, Andre the Giant, Axe of Demolition, Smash of Demolition, Jake the Snake Roberts, Big Boss Man, Akeem, and Brutus. Mark, you ready? Mm-hmm. The
Beeping.
Barber Beefcake.
All right, so who do you want to start with right now?
Let's go with the Hall of Famer himself, Major WF Pod Hall of Famer, Macho Man Randy Savage.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, so you don't have your Lucy's, huh?
No, I just got them. I have them, but they're on display. Listen, I wasn't taking apart my loose collection and my Min on Card collection.
All right. Well, here's a little game that Mark and I are going to play with every time we do a figure.
The click, click, click game?
Yep. Let's see.
Oh, someone's going to...
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Macho
Mine's
Man, I love this figure. Obviously, I mean, the elbow drop is pretty spot on. Like, how much more could you really ask for? The way his arms are bent, the way that action works.
Hey, awesome. I'm reading it right now. Hold figure in position and pull right back arm. Pull right arm back to overhead position and hold it in place to activate release arm.
The tan unbelievable on this figure.
Tights.
I think he almost looks like he's naked. The tan is so badass because the orange on orange. But I think the only blaring problem.
Let me say it because it pisses me off.
I've always had this issue with this, and it's unfortunate.
The wrist tape and the hand tape, similar to what Matt Cardona, Zack Ryder wears in the ring, is unpainted.
Yeah.
It's molded. They molded it, but didn't paint it.
It's
weird.
just a forgotten little thing, and I feel like, man, what if this, in the history of time, this figure had that? It would be that much more, iconic.
The question that I always had is, it's Series 1. So if this was like Series 3 and it was a repaint of another guy, they used a different body, right? Then it would sort of make sense if it was a guy who had gloves or something like that.
Later on, we'll get to Shawn Michaels.
And it works.
Boy toy, and it looks great.
Right,
Gloves,
but this was essentially they created this mold for Macho Man Randy Savage, but it just doesn't make any sense. But regardless,
that should be said about Series 1. You kind of alluded to it there. Everybody, this is the first. These bodies were reused so many times, but technically, the guys that these guys are in Series 1 is who they were, supposed to be.
right?
So that's something to always think about when you look on the future lines,
For sure.
That's
Right,
pretty-
and just looking at a mid-on card figure, we're not going to get into all the weird variants, like the age 5 and up, there's something without it. We're not going to get into that. But the best part about the figures, in my opinion, we're cutting out the little bio card on the back, the clip and save, if you will.
Yeah.
6'2", 248. The Macho King has held both the WWF Championship and WWF Intercontinental Championships. I think there might be 2 different bio cards. I'm not quite sure about that. Also, the wrestling points. Save for World Wrestling Premiums. You saved it up for years, and it didn't get you jack.
Nothing, never,
Nothing.
ever. Right?
Wow,
Even
that's-
went a couple, and they had mailaways, but no dice. I as a kid, obviously you cut those out and saved them because I did.
Oh, yeah, the bio cards were awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad, part of the reason I got the Min-On card collection is because I wanted to have the bio cards because they're just so iconic. I think the whole package is just so iconic. I mean, so much so that we have kind of, I don't want to say ripped off, but spoofed them for some of our Zombie Sailor Toys pins.
I'd
And
say
8x10s.
Yeah, everything. I'd say hands down, there's no other packaging in pro wrestling action figure history that has the same history as that. Like, even the most nonchalant collector or wrestling fans, like, oh my god, it's just something about that.
And
for
I
sure.
think what's so special is that the carding and the packaging and the look was uniform throughout the entire line, which is very
Also pretty
important.
cool. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this: this series, did you what are your memories of sort of getting these figures or first seeing them, or this was before the internet, so you didn't sort of know it was happening?
I can tell my story. I'll do it briefly because I feel like I've told this so many times. But my mom came home from some store. I don't know because I wasn't there. Because if I would remember seeing them on the shelves. So I wasn't there. She came home and she had Jake the Snake, Rick Rude, DiBiase, and Axe. And she said they're for me and my brother. We were co-owners of it. And that just you guys know me. I was even then, even at 5 years old, that did not sit right with me. And it just ate me up. And I did not like that they were ours, not mine. So finally I challenged my brother to a game of horse in our driveway.
I never heard this part.
Oh my god!
I feel like I've told this a million times.
Oh no!
And I don't know. He's 5 years older than me. Whether he let me just win because I was being so annoying, I don't know. But I beat him in this game of horse for sole ownership of these Hasbros. And I mean, he had basically grown out of wrestling at this point. So.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's just being a good older brother and just let me have him and move on. And I was absolutely obsessed. That just made it even crazier. And then I remember getting everything else in the ring that Christmas coming.
Right.
So in one shot.
Yeah, my story is I was at a KB. I remember vividly being at a KB in a mall, but it wasn't a local mall. And I feel like I got maybe Jake and some of the Demolition, maybe $1 Million Man, and then I tracked down the rest. But I don't remember them. Obviously the commercials are so iconic, right?
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
Hasbro commercials on TV or on the VHS. But I don't remember seeing the commercials before the figures. Because if I would have saw those commercials, I would definitely have, went to Toys R Us after Toys R Us looking for them. But these kind of came out of the blue for me, and then I needed them. But it was so odd for me at the time, having those LJNs for 6 years, and now these figures are so much shorter, and you had to rebuild your fig fed.
Right.
You know what? It's funny you said that when I restarted the collection in like 07, for some reason I have this memory of when I got my first package of like whatever lot of Lucy's, and it just felt like so small in my hand because like my adult hand hadn't held a Hasbro. It was just like this weird disconnect, and I was just like, whoa. It was like all these like childhood memories flooding back, and then just feeling like it was just a weird moment because I was little.
So these figures came out in 1990, but obviously, if you look at the looks of the figures, it's based off the 1989 roster,
Right.
And I have some proof of that right here. It is the original drawing, the original sketch of the Macho Man Randy Savage. It shows everything. It was drawn on May 2nd, 1989 by Laurie Dahlberg. Such an incredible piece. I love it. Sequined headband, grits teeth, makes tendons and neck pop out. Everything was so detailed because...
I mean, that's all there if you look at it.
Right.
Even the headband has like the indents that would... Obviously, it's not shiny, but it would be what that's supposed to be.
Yeah.
They did Macho wrong here. Thin, scraggly hair. You can't say that about Macho Man's hair.
Are those Makina's notes about your elite that never came out?
Let's see. Right arm in elbow drop position. So if you look at the Macho Man figure, the right arm has a slight bend for the elbow drop.
That's pretty cool, actually. Compared to the
And this is actually called the clubber mechanism. And what's so cool is like now we're spoiled. We see the renders. At Comic-Con we see the renders. There were no renders. This is the render.
Right.
This
Hand drawing.
A hand-drawn drawing. And then the back of the box, that line art, the drawings of the figures, that line art was used for 2-ups. And we'll talk about 2-ups in a little bit. But 2-ups were a figure that were two 2-ups. It was a double the size figure. And that is what is scaled down for the actual figure. I wish I had an original Macho Man 2-up. But it's cool to have the original drawing. It says scale 2-to-1. Maybe this is a 2-up size. I don't think so. A real 2-up seems a little bigger.
Has a 2-up Macho of any Hasbro been discovered or no?
Of this Macho or of any Macho?
Any Macho. Oh, the Macho King one, right? Macho Man, Macho King.
Stay tuned.
Because just quick, we'll get into it. I'm saying there's only been like 20-something 2-ups even that people know of, right?
Right. So in theory, every wrestler should have a 2-up. There's been talk that. They're not meant to be kept. They're meant to be destroyed.
Yeah.
So about 20 or so have popped up. There have been rumors that the green cards only the heads were made, and there are rumors that certain guys only the heads were made because they didn't need to get the mechanisms down.
Honestly, that makes a lot of sense.
Right. So, but we don't know because it's not official. These were meant to be sent to the manufacturers for sample purposes and then destroyed.
And if you're having trouble sleeping tonight after this video, check out Zombie Sailor interviewing Ron Rudat, the famous Hasbro designer. It will put you to sleep, I promise you.
It really will.
But there's information in there that might be interesting to someone.
All right. Next up, are we going to get Axe or Smash?
Let's do them both.
Yeah, both,
All
baby.
right.
My champions, by the way. We have the new belts that they came out with. So I got the belts.
Here comes the Axe, and here comes the Smasher.
Axis Slam.
Okay, Axis
There's
Slam.
mine. It's a little slow, but he's doing it.
Got it.
And how's your Smash Uppercut? Boom. Oh, mine's like out of this world.
It's the Axe Attack and the Demolition Smasher.
I always love that Smash's elbow pad is like on his buy.
Yes.
Because that's what he did. Which hence this arm was never reused.
Guys, my favorite tag team ever and Smash, one of my favorite Hasbros ever. Definitely a top guy in our Fed for sure. Definitely made him the singles guy and put Axe and Crush as the tag.
Because
The great figure, size.
Right when I started watching is kind of when Axe disappeared.
Yeah.
And it was Crush and Smash anyway. So like Axe didn't really get much of a push in my Fig Fed. But this Smash was just like the coolest to me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
He definitely got a little push ski.
Something I didn't. Sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
I always favored the Hasbros that looked more like had two legs. Not
Right.
the jumpers. Like just didn't have some weird thing in their back or something like that. This guy looks legit, so that's why I love them.
I understand what you're saying.
But for me, growing up in the LJN era, I had a Smash. I'm sorry, I had an Axe for so long, but no Smash. So now I finally had Demolition. After all these years, I finally had Axe and Smash. So I was pumped to have them in my Fig Fed.
I also, this is a weird little thing, I always thought Smash's mustache was face paint.
Me too. I was going to say, I didn't realize it was his mustache till much later in life.
Yeah,
I had
same
no
here.
idea. I was this
Today's years old?
Yes, today years old.
Oh, I love today's years old.
But yeah, what's so cool is like there are some tag teams in here without tag team sets. So you have Demolition. Technically, you have the Twin Towers. Just a great, iconic first set. I can't think of anybody else who should have been in this set.
And I know we're probably going to this term throughout this video, but toyetic is Demolition. I mean, they're so, eye-catching and different, and their outfits actually don't really age too well,
Yes, look a little weird. Especially with the masks.
1989, 1990, wow, were they cool.
I think it looks cool now.
You would wear that on television?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, a modified version, yeah, for sure.
No, you had modified.
That's
There
his
you go.
point.
Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't cover up my physique. Maybe that would be like entrance gear for me.
Okay.
All right.
Can't wait.
You know what I'm saying?
Can't wait
All
for this indie run. All right.
Yes.
All right.
Who's next?
All right. Next up, one like I said, it was one of my first ones I ever had. Sentimental to me as hell, and that's Ravishing Rick Rude. As much as I love this figure for the sentimental reasons, it's like Rick Rude was so jacked, so it's hard to be like, this is the most jacked guy out of all these guys, when all these other guys look way more jacked than him.
Doesn't really look like him.
I think
face.
the likeness I'm okay with. To be
Yeesh.
honest, with you. I was
I
always
like
okay with it.
His
What
legs are
bothered-
spread for an atomic drop.
That's pretty great. And obviously the Rude Awakening, you could hook
That's
dudes.
right.
That was game changing, especially when his LJN has his hands on his hips. But to me, the tights, they picked them. This guy was known for the coolest, most eye-catching, creative ring gear, and then they couldn't have picked a more boring, lame tight design. And I know these are pretty close to what he did wear, but yeesh.
What I like is that they're trying to incorporate some action features here. So you see, you're supposed to tilt the arm down, put the head in there. It's like doing a little noogie to your little brother.
It literally
But,
is a nugget.
not something that Rick Rude would necessarily do. And you talk about I was today's years old. I was today's years old when I realized you had to turn the arm down to do it.
Yeah, you got to show us on our cameras.
Oh,
Turn the arm down.
and put the head in that way, like I'm doing a bulldog.
Are you serious?
Yes,
Wait,
look.
How did you not know that?
How did you not know that? The punch wouldn't connect on anything.
No, because I'd be doing like you grab your brother and give him a little noogie. I would do it like that.
No, dude, it's this. One of those.
No,
Yeah.
I was doing like this.
It's like you got him in a headlock,
No, yeah.
and you're the heel, and you give him one of those.
Well, now I get it.
That's insane.
I was today's years old when I figured that out.
It's merely a coincidence that you could put that arm up and do, a Rude Awakening.
Well, I think it's just because that's how it's in the package, so that's how I thought it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Also can flex a little.
Yeah,
shoulder
I'm
also.
also picturing Rick Rude, body guy. He's flexing. I don't know.
And
All right.
what sucks, and in retrospect, right now it's okay. For 1990, it's okay. But when 123 Kid has the same body as Rick Rude, we'll get to that later on, then this Rick Rude becomes a big problem.
It doesn't age well, yes. I
Doesn't
agree.
age well.
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
Next up, we got the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. Everyone's got a price. Everyone nowadays is customizing this to make $1 million broski. Action feature,
$1,000
Mark.
broski. Look at this $2,000 broski right here.
That's
Mark.
beautiful. Yeah.
Action feature. I got a hell of an uppercut here.
Mine? Yep. Oh, yeah.
I was looking at this before we started, and I was a little sad that the gold on mine really doesn't pop so much.
Oh, mine does.
Well, why don't you tell the people at home something else you should be sad about, Brian?
So then, someone said something this week about 2 different $1 Million Man belts, and I thought they were always the same.
That's why you're the Pippin.
Luckily, I have a $1 Million Man 1 here with a $1 Million Man 2 belt, and then I checked the $1 Million 2 has a 2, so it's like figure fate. I have to replace this figure. I mean, he's not going to make the cut.
Well,
it's just not.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, $1 Million Man 1 belt has 6 notches. That's how you know.
And 2 has 9.
Is it 9?
Yeah.
Well, Brian, I would
actually
like to
called the
buy that $1 Million Man
punch.
2 belt off of you, please.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
I need
You don't have a belt, Mark?
for $1 Million Man 2, I do not.
this is
my
all good.
God.
This is just.
Hey, I got
this
the
is
wrong
gonna
one
get-
just like Brian, so.
Some dirty laundry is going to get aired in this.
Well,
thing,
I will
folks.
tell you this about the $1 Million Man specifically.
Yeah.
We were talking about the guys that I liked the best. I always shied away from guys like this who had the suits.
In the suit.
I would make guys like this, like the commissioner, stuff like that.
I wouldn't go that far, but he's not getting a shove in my
Yeah,
big
he's not
fan.
wrestling. He's wearing a suit.
I'll tell you what, when like the DiBiase and Trunks finally comes out like years later, man, is that like
Yeah.
wow.
But let's give Hasbro some credit. This is much more toyetic
Yeah,
than Black Trunks.
Obviously, I think that's what the objective was, right?
For
You
sure.
would assume.
Yeah.
But
$1 Million Man at this time,
Big
like
star.
89,
yeah.
early 90, huge star.
Bumping his ass
Huge.
off. That's what he's doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you need this figure in your fig feds.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, one of the more sought after Hasbro's of all time, Andre the Giant. Is he taller than Giant Gonzalez? Is he the biggest Hasbro?
I think Giant Gonzalez might be the tallest.
Yeah. Mark, headbutt test.
Oh, yeah,
I
baby.
got mine. It's going pretty good.
Mine's on its last days.
What?
But it's working. It's working.
My Andre's pristine, dude. I'm really digging it.
In the Hasbro commercial, he does a little twist action instead, which has been changed.
Wow. I love that he can do like chokes, and that's like about it. Those big banana hands he's got.
Well, that's the other thing. All his his hands are huge. His head's huge.
Pretty awesome.
phenomenal.
Another memory that just came like flooding back to me was I played so hard with this when I was a kid that like his boots and his singlet and his hair were all chipped. And then I had my mom. I would always have her take a black Sharpie and fix them for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I would do that as well, but I have a similar story. Mine broke, and my mom, I believe, wrote to Hasbro, and it took a long time, but I finally got a replacement Andre.
That's crazy.
Yes, and all of these Series 1 Hasbros I got from Zombie Sailor Toys, and that's how I actually met Zombie. Is
he
I
found that
his-
case fresh.
Yes, he found these Case Fresh. I found him on Instagram. He had these Case Fresh Hasbros, and the rest is history. Now he's our pin dealer.
Yeah.
But Zombie was ahead of his time, finding all these like rare things, Case Fresh. So when I got this Andre, it wasn't in like some collector's collection. They went into some other collector's collection. It was out of a case.
And also, to put over Zombie real quick, similar exact story. It's just so weird. I didn't know who you were. I barely knew Brian. And I found Zombie
Wait a
on
minute,
Instagram.
you didn't know who I was? Come on,
Yeah,
Mark.
come on. Did you not watch wrestling in the Ruthless Aggression era? Mark?
I didn't know you.
You weren't watching wrestling in the Ruthless Aggression era?
But I did buy my
We
first
came out
Hasbro
of the
from
fist,
Zombie.
bro. We
What?
came
You
out of
weren't-
the SmackDown fist, okay?
You weren't the broski of the week?
I tried in 2011. I tried multiple
you
times.
sent it a video in?
Probably.
What do you mean probably? Either you did or you didn't.
Oh,
I
yeah,
I
can find
100%
that.
tried. I don't know if I ever sent in a video. Did you need to send in a video?
Yes, that's how you became
Every
broski of the
week?
week. That's probably why you didn't become broski of the week.
Maybe. All right.
All right, cutting and strutting, because next up with the sleeper hold is Brutus, the Farmer Beefcake.
This is the one of the first jumpers, the infamous jumper. If you don't know, they have the trigger on the back here, and their legs are stuck together, as we've referenced before. And I don't understand. I mean, maybe you can explain by reading the back of the packaging, but
It doesn't quite make sense.
It doesn't make any sense why you
Okay.
would jump up and down. I don't know, in a sleeper hold.
Okay, so Brutus the Barber Beefcake sleeper hold instructions. Turn left arm down over opponent's head to form sleeper hold.
I
Okay.
mean, that part makes sense.
Then press tab to push upper body downward as shown. To activate, release tab and figure will jump forward. Is it a jumping sleeper hold?
Maybe he like, breaks his neck.
Here, I'm like pulsating it here on DiBiase's head, but it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it could just hold it the way it is. That looks great. You don't have to really do anything.
I love that he's doing the cutting and strutting fingers.
Yep.
That part makes it like a lot cooler, right? And the crazy eyes, this wide eye.
I love the crazy eyes.
Yeah.
Because he's such a
what
wild
about-
character. The gloves.
Okay, so this is the first, not first accessory, but it's the first. It's not the first accessory. It's the first accessory I've noticed. $1 Million Man came with a belt, but it's cool that he has an accessory. It goes in his hand perfectly. It's not like the Jakks or Mattel era where there's like accessories that are just thrown with these figures. Every accessory with these figures make sense.
I always appreciate that like it's not a waste. I mean, later in my playing days, like, you know, I get a random table with a Jakks Titantron figure. I'm kind of like, oh, sweet. But
Right.
most of the time you're not, you know. All right, next up, we're going to take a little trip to Cobb County, Georgia. Mark, how's your big boss man up and down?
My boss man
Hard
was,
time slam.
mine was mint out of package, so he's doing good.
You opened a Series 1 boss man.
Yeah, baby.
Interesting.
Oh, did not mint anymore.
Broski, are we going to get into the nightstick?
Well, there's definitely 2 nightsticks.
Okay, another.
You know that, right?
Another production meeting discussion. I did not know that. I was under the
I did
assumption
not
they
know
were
either.
both the same.
Oh, so are we going to do a live? Oh my God, I don't have the nightstick right here.
I hope not, but sure.
I don't have a Boss Man 2 ahead of me to be able to judge.
Okay, well, you have to put it aside and we'll get back to it.
Yeah, we'll get back to it.
Okay.
The hard time slam. I love this boss man. I just note I was today's years old. That's the new catchphrase of the pod. When Big Boss Man, I'll show you guys in a second, has a toothpick in his mouth on the card. Does he raise a remote? Say hello to the Big Boss Man.
I never realized that. That's cool. What a badass dude.
badass dude.
I love this figure when I was a kid. I actually liked the other one better because it was more fun to play with.
Yeah, and could do the boss man slam in the other one. Great.
Yeah. But at the time, you're like, this rules. And I know it comes out and it's supposed to be with Akeem and they're the Twin Towers because it's like 89. But when this comes out, he's babyface, Hulk
That's
Hogan's
right.
friend.
That's
and
right.
it's kind of like, okay, awesome, you know?
I owned the 2-up for this for a little bit of time. I don't have it anymore.
You bought it live on YouTube?
I bought it live on YouTube. I sold it, not live on YouTube, but it's no longer in my possession. I'm the Michael Jordan, the LeBron James of wrestling figure collecting has it in his collection. But this boss man, I think, like you said, Brian, this is the heel Twin Towers boss man, and the other one is the baby face that we all know and love.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to a figure that I think defines a lot of childhoods. The immortal Hulk Hogan. Terry Bollea's in the house.
Hall of Famer.
Slam.
Hall of Famer.
He's the only Axe does the slam. I said Axe and Hulk are slammers. Mine's working. It feels like it's on its last legs.
Well, that's one thing about Axe. Like,
Look,
Axe
click,
never
click,
press
click,
slammed
click.
anybody.
Yeah. I mean, Axe is a big dude.
Yeah, but he
I've
never
seen him at
pressed
a lot of autograph signings, actually. This Hogan rules. I kind of along the lines of what we said about DiBiase. He's wearing the shirt, but it's still, like, fine.
No,
It's
that's
not like-
fine. Come on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still ring gear.
Got a lot of hair, though, for Hogan in 1990.
There had to be something where they didn't want to hurt his feelings that he
It's
always...
still receding a bit, though. Come on.
I mean, it is a bit, yeah.
But guys,
it's...
show the camera the back of that Hogan. Like the detail on the rips.
Yeah.
It's great.
I just love the attention to detail on everything is perfect. If you look at this mint on card, it's a beautiful figure. I think I might go and say this is the best wrestling figure of all time.
Wow.
You said that the LJ and Macho is, but I mean, I agree with you. This was
I'm talking
like-
carding. I'm talking carding, figure, everything.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
tough
great.
call. But it's truly iconic.
Iconic
Iconic.
for sure.
Something I wanted to show. I don't know how we're gonna have to edit this in, but I have right here. They're the reference slides.
Oh yeah.
That show what the packaging was supposed to look like. So
Yeah.
I mean, as I'm looking, oh wow, that looks great, but you guys can't see it at home.
Well, we'll show it.
I'm gonna have to edit this in, but it shows all these different variations of what the packaging was supposed to look like, and of course, who's the superstar they use for all the packaging? The immortal Hulk Hogan.
I feel like you've shown me this before, so I am kind of familiar.
Yeah, it just it's really cool to see what could have been made, and I know we're used to this packaging, we grew up on it, but in my opinion, they picked this because this stood the test of time. I mean, it's so iconic that even Mattel tried to recreate the line. They failed, but they tried.
It's great. All right, who do we have next? There's not much more we can say about this.
Not really. All right.
Who we doing?
Next up, we're going to complete the Twin Towers here with Akeem, the African Dream.
Oh, I thought this was Conrad Thompson.
Dude, it looks exactly like him. Like, I know that's a joke and all, but holy smokes.
He's got a similar attack or move as Andre. It's called with body slam. That's what they're calling it here.
How old were you, or how deep into the wrestling business were you when you realized that this was like a rib on Dusty and all that?
I
Today
didn't
years
realize
old.
No, I must have been in the business.
Same,
Right.
yeah. Like, it was to me, he was always just like, he's Akeem. He's this big fat white guy, and he dances, and like I did not put it all together.
I'm pretty sure that I learned it on the Pritchard podcast. So
Really?
yeah, it was very recent.
Wow.
What I didn't really put two and two together is like, do you guys realize this is Akeem's entrance attire? This is not his ring gear.
I've always known that. Yeah.
Even as a kid, though?
Yes.
Yeah, this is his entrance attire, not his wrestling attire. And I appreciate this figure because I was so used to have my... What's that?
Now that I'm looking at it, I feel like the sleeves got a little cost cut.
Really?
Look at them. They're plain yellow, and everything else has all the deco hits.
Oh, it's possible. It's possible. But I was so happy to have this figure because my one-man gang, LJN, every time you would basically like blow on it, the paint would come off.
Well,
you know?
This one turns yellow, so it's not much different.
Right.
Yeah.
So you just had to replace yours recently, correct?
Yeah, you can check it out on this YouTube channel. I opened this mint on card just the other day. So obviously mine's perfect. Headbutt works. How about you, Mark?
Oh yeah, baby.
Okay.
It says managed by Slick, the Doctor style. Even the Andre says part of the Heenan family. Imagine if they made some managers.
I kind of dig that his hand is kind of in that like dancing pose.
Yep.
Like where he sways.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little subtle, cool thing that I don't think a lot of people realize.
You guys ever find out any reason why they didn't do the manager series or make any managers in any series?
I have heard this rumor, and a lot of rumors you hear in the wrestling figure business are BS, but that there is an Elizabeth artwork out there.
Huh.
Wow.
I've never seen it. I'd love to see it.
That
But
would be the one to make.
Yeah.
LJN made the managers, made a referee, so
Well,
I don't get why Hasbro didn't do it.
I'm thinking, I don't know. Why? Like when we were kids, why was April O'Neil like so not mass produced? It felt like because I feel like they were scared of them clogging the shelves.
And
I
they
feel
might have,
it's the
but
same boat. Yeah.
I think they could have slipped them in somehow.
Yeah, I agree. No, I'm
2-pack
absolutely
with
agree.
Macho or something.
Yeah.
Next up, I think is something that's another one that I think just defines childhoods of people our age, and that is Jake the Snake Roberts with Damien.
This snake is so cool. This was one of the first two wrestling figures I ever got, him and Hogan.
Same. It was like basically my first wrestling figure of all time.
The body's great. The tights are great. The
snake
boots are
lies.
cool.
The snake lies on him like so perfect.
And look, he's even holding it in his hand in the packaging, guys, if you can see this.
Yeah.
I love that. Like, obviously, Jake the Snake was never a body guy, and he's like depicted like that in here. He's just kind of got that little gut, and he's not as jacked as like all these other figures.
Also, one of my favorite actions.
Yeah, how's your punch? Punch is working? Mine's good.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It's such an iconic figure. Jake the Snake Roberts Python punch instructions. Hold figure position. Lift right arm up and straight back as shown. What a great figure.
I feel 5 years old right now, man.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I have this memory of playing with these two figures at recess. I snuck them to school in my pockets, pulled them out by myself at recess.
I might have told the story, so I might be repeating myself to like our diehards, but I have this vivid memory of playing with my Hasbros, and it was time for bed, and I was like, damn it, I want to do this or whatever. So I took everyone who was still like in the match or whatever, the rest of the show I was doing, and I put them under my pillow, and I'm in bed, and my mom came in to say goodnight to me, kissed me goodnight, and then she just way smarter than me, knew they were there and slid her hand in and then swiped them all to the floor like, good night. And I was like, damn it.
I thought you were going to have an off-the-bed battle royal.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
yeah.
last.
Last but not least, I mean, this is as a child, he's like my favorite wrestler at this time. And Mark, why do you look so concerned?
No, I was looking at the nose to make sure it's good.
Feel the power of the Ultimate Warrior with the Warrior Smash. Let's also say about the packaging, the fake signatures on the packaging, which I loved.
Yeah.
You know, so it had the real life person, the fake signature, and then, you know, the action move with the picture of the figure.
This one, the action I'll take because he can do that flying shoulder tackle
Or the splash.
or a clothesline.
Okay, now this is
Or
what
Splash.
we talk about different bio cards. The one I have right here talks about winning the WWF title at WrestleMania. Also, Zombie Sailor has told us he has found proof that this weight belt was originally supposed to be the Intercontinental Championship molded on, and I'm glad they took that away because imagine having a figure that had the title molded on.
Which also, if you're any kind of a weightlifting connoisseur, a weightlifting belt is on backwards.
Right.
If that's what, and that's what it looks like it is. So like throughout this, until that fact was discovered, whatever, a year or two ago, I always thought he had a backwards weight belt on, and I thought it was just so odd.
But no, it was supposed to be the Intercontinental title.
It would have been a really lame, small Intercontinental
It would have been
title.
small. It would have been so puny and bad. It would have ruined this. Otherwise,
I think it was going to be a
iconic
little,
figure.
you know, a little different than this. They modified it to be this. Like they weren't just going to paint IC on this, you know.
You think? Then why not
Yeah.
scrap? Why not? If they're modifying, why not scrap the whole thing?
There's got to be an image out there. I just don't have it available.
Okay.
The
What I
trouble,
wanted to show you. I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
the trouble with these warriors, and we'll talk about them, is to find these loose mint is hard because no matter how good the condition is, a lot of times the nose is messed up.
The nose chip. Mine has like a little speckle on it. It's not like perfect, but it's not.
Yeah, mine's good.
bad.
What I wanted to show you guys.
So jacked, by the way.
But the legs are so small.
He's got to do the jumper.
Yeah.
What I wanted to show you guys is right here. It appears to be another Ultimate Warrior, but no, it is the Hasbro Green Standard Tag.
Uh-huh.
Now, what a Green Standard Tag is, this is a pre-production item. A Green Standard Tag will have the notes on what to fix. So let me take this out of this little protecting case to read what's on the notes. But first, let me read the bio. This is the one that says, is the WWF Intercontinental Champion. So there's proof of the different bio cards, which is very, very interesting. Now, sometimes, you know, when you read the Green Standard Tag, it says like, A-OK, nothing to change. I got to be very, very delicate here. The standard tags are literally taped on, so you got to be very careful when reading.
Oh my god!
It says,
I can't believe you've been doing this for us.
I don't know what it says.
Well, you can't read, so this is probably a bad segment.
RC2 pink and green paint.
Did I catch a niner in there?
Well,
Okay.
because this is what I've noticed. I don't know if the camera will pick this up. This Ultimate Warrior has almost purple paint.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys can see here.
Instead of pink,
Instead of pink, can you see that?
Yeah.
I do see a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, so I think that is the correction. RC must be some sort of, besides being the Toy Story car, it must be something. But it's so delicate. Oh my God, just reading this thing. RC to something pink to green paint. It's handwritten. So,
That's
it's
crazy.
going to be a little messed up. This is history right here. A green standard tag. Now, these are very, very rare to have.
Do you think, is there like one of each? Because why would there be multiples, right?
Well,
Of a green standard?
could be a couple because they could do it, then change it, and then still
Right.
have a,
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But technically everything's a 1-on-1, right?
Sure, right.
Yeah.
Other green standards I have are of the Macho Man. So I'm not gonna, open them all up and read them all. I just want to show I have a Macho Man green standard tag.
cool.
There's a lot of them I got rid of, but I wanted to keep the heavy hitters like Warrior, Macho, Hulk Hogan, green standard tag. And then last but certainly not least, Andre the Giant,
Nice.
green standard tag. Now,
There's no other interesting notes or what?
not that I remember it, I'm not going to open this up.
Okay, let's end series 1 with this. What happened to your mint on card, mint and framed Series 1 collection.
Okay, so I had these, all of Series 1, in a nice shadow box that Chelsea had actually made for me. It looked nice. It looked great. And it was on the wall, but I took it down to put a Mickey Mouse painting there that I got drunk at Epcot and bought. But I was going to put this Hasbro thing up somewhere else. And all of a sudden, just one night, I hear like a Stone Cold Steve Austin, the glass break. But no, wrong era. He only had a bone cruncher. It was my cats jumping on it, and it fell and shattered.
Oh, my God.
Shattered. And luckily, by the figure gods, the grace of the figure gods, the figures were fine.
Perfect.
That's crazy, man.
Fine.
Lesson learned. DTA, don't trust nobody.
Don't trust nobody.
Especially cats.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of people, they've been trying to get these green standards from me. And everybody has a price.
Mm-hmm.
We're not turning this into a Broski infomercial.
All right, so Series 1, one of the most iconic wrestling.
It holds up, man.
line
I mean,
ever.
we just had them all in our hands.
Yep.
It really holds up, man. Especially if you're someone, in their mid-30s like us. It just holds up, man. It's just too special.
I will say this. Sorry, guys. I know Bearman O'Brien over there wants to get this over with. But I want to do something every set. Name your favorite and one thing you would do to make a figure better. Go.
Hands down, Savage wrist tape, even though there's obviously other flaws. But wrist tape, I think, would make that figure pop. And my favorite, I would have said Warrior before we started rolling. But having that Jake in my hands, I think it's Jake.
I'm going to agree with you. The tape on the Macho Man is inexcusable. And my favorite, I would have said Macho until I was looking at that Hogan. It's got to be Hogan.
All the feels are flooding back to me, man.
Guys, I'm looking at this this artwork for the Macho. Got me thinking. Nowhere on here is the painted on or the molded on tape.
Doesn't make any sense.
Maybe that's where there was a mess up.
It's not on the sketch, or there's no writing
It's not
talking about
It's
it.
not on the sketch, and it's not written anywhere. So maybe
So you gotta blame Judy Bagwell or whatever her name is.
Well, what I'm saying is maybe when this was colored in, when the artwork was colored in, that's what they went off to paint the figure.
Well, Hogan's my favorite, and I would improve Rick Rude just if we could a new body or something.
Little body or tights or the whole package.
A bigger body, maybe Macho's
A bigger
body.
package?
Yeah, bigger package.
No, I do like that. Like we touched on, everyone in Series 1 is unique to themselves. There's no reused parts, and we'll get into that. That's going to happen, but it's pretty cool.
All right. Series 2?
Series 2.
Oh, baby. Talking about some Hasbros, huh? Yeah, I have some. I have a few. And you tell me, I have to pick just one? Just one? Man, you can't just pick one. I mean, I like the baby faces. I like the heels. I like the tag teams, all that stuff. But, boom. Look at that. A nice Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Awesome little character. The Macho Man, Randy Savage, brother. The Ultimate Warrior, of course, the man. Let me see that one. I think I just liked his gear. That's why I think I made him like my IC champ a lot. I don't know. But I like the beefcake. Let me see that one. And then I was talking about heels. Who doesn't like some Papa Shangos? Will punch you right in your mouth, man. I like this figure, man. It's awesome to me. Let me see that one, baby. Boom. And then you gotta talk about the honky tonk, man. Still shaking those hips, looking good and all that stuff. Boom. But then again, like I was saying, tag teams, man. You gotta mention tag teams. And what better than all three of Demolition? You know what I'm saying? All three of them. Shoot, you can't beat that. The masks are somewhere. I know they got masks that would go on, but I think they're in my box. But then again, you said to narrow it down to my favorite. And I'm sorry, but this got to be my favorite. Bam Bam Bigelow, baby. I think I like the fire, the tattoos. He just looks like he can kick some butt. So yeah, Bam Bam was my man. So then again, I want my helpers want to come in and say hi.
Hi. Say hi. All right, tell everybody, say bye. Oh, you crazy.
All right, Series 2, Hasbro, 1991. We have the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, Superfly, Jimmy Snuka, Hulk Hogan number 2, the Honky Tonk Man Ultimate Warrior number 2. I would say Randy Savage number 2, but this is the Macho King. Ooh yeah. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase 2, Hot Rod Rowdy Piper, and I almost mentioned the tag teams, but I'll save that.
So for me, this is kind of like the same time period
Really?
that they came out. Yeah, you don't think so?
I guess I was like in on Hasbro from jump. They came definitely later. I mean, so
No. I mean, this series and the tag teams are kind of the same time period.
those I do feel like they dropped like
That's what I
almost
mean.
the same time.
That's what I
yeah,
mean.
yeah.
That's what I mean.
Got to clarify.
So who are we going with first?
Let's go with one of my favorites, Hot Rod, Roddy, Piper, Mark. Oh my God, my uppercut works. Whew, I thought for a second it didn't.
Mine does. I had to like loosen it up a little.
Guys,
That
it's
was
the
great.
Piper Punch. Come on.
This figure I did not like as a kid
Hated it.
because of the skirt and
Yep.
stuff. As an adult,
It's a
collector-
kilt.
It's sorry, the kilt. But as an adult collector,
It's great.
I love it. I love having it posed, and it looks cool, and it's along the lines of what we said about DiBiase. You're gonna buy a guy in blue trunks, or you're gonna buy a guy in this cool shirt and crazy kilt. You know, it's a big difference.
I guess we made him the
This is
commissioner.
toyetic.
Yes. I mean, to be a snob, red knee pads. Come
Should
on,
be
bro.
blue, right?
They
Blue?
should be blue. Absolutely should
Okay.
be blue. Yeah. Also, another side note, in the Attitude Era, this made a badass Headbangers custom.
Oh boy, you know how many Pipers I destroyed to make headbangers?
You make a badass Headbanger custom with
That's
this
right.
flavor. Overall, though, pretty cool figure.
Yeah.
I would also use the Jeff. I'd also use this Piper head for a Jeff Jarrett custom.
Oh wow, that's a good call. To me, Roddy Piper, like I've grown to really love and appreciate as a fellow pro wrestler, and as I got more mature. But when I was a kid, I kind of missed his heyday where he was like in the mix, and he was just like the funny commentator guy to me.
It's
Right.
the host of the renowned Piper's Pit on WWF Television Network.
Even that he wasn't really doing at this point. He really was
Right.
just the host, of a commentator. So that's kind of where he was in my Fig Fed, at the booth.
Me too.
And on the back, the collect them all. It shows everybody, some guys from Series 1. Also says new tag teams, Demolition Rockers and Bushwhackers. And there are some out there that says Rhythm and Blues also. Doesn't show them, but says them. We'll talk about that later on.
Cool.
All right. Next up, we have my good friend of the podcast, Wayne, but you may know him as Honky Tonk Man. It's HTM. Out on the highway, the tour rolls on.
The guitar is so good. The face is so good.
Yeah.
The details on the suit. This is like the most
How's your,
highly detailed.
Yeah, how's your
My
slam?
guitar smash is phenomenal.
Oh, me too.
With the rattle and roll. For me, I don't know about you, Brian, but this was almost impossible for me to find. I remember Mike Nucero had it first. He let me borrow it once for a big match.
My memory of this figure is that the same exact thing, that you could not find it in stores. He was hands down the toughest of this set, in at least this area. And one Christmas, I got them all, but it didn't get him, and I was a little, being a punk about it, a little sad. And then later on, later in the day, Christmas, a bunch of relatives came over, and my uncle got it for me. It was a surprise, and I was like, really excited.
That's awesome.
And this was also that weird time period where the tag teams were coming out. Wait, are we getting Rhythm and Blues? Because there's a Honky Tonk Man, but there's no Rhythm and Blues. We'll also talk about that later on. But great figure, and I'm glad it's in the jumpsuit and not ring gear.
I agree, and that's one of those things, we're kind of contradicting ourselves, because when we've been burying DiBiase and all that stuff, but for me as a kid, this was awesome that he was in the jumpsuit.
It's kind of fine. I mean, he later
Because
on
he's still
wrestled.
it's playable, I don't know.
But he definitely later on in his career wrestled in more clothes like this, so it's fine.
Yeah. Next up, we had those Brutus Beefcake crazy eyes. Now we have the Superfly Jimmy Snuka crazy eyes. At wide
Brother!
He is a jumper. I always wished this had a double brudda and not the open hand.
Oh, I just realized that now.
Yeah,
I'm sure I've realized it before, but yeah, he should have the double brother.
It would make a great figure even like more.
But on the artwork, he's like giving it to a fan. No, a single brother, you know?
Yeah.
He was also very hard to find for me.
I was going to say, he's probably an easy number 2 to the Honkies 1 of like, finding him in the store. And I don't know I don't think that was demand. I think it's like packaging, but don't quote me on that.
I love the signature says, love Jimmy Snuka.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
Brother.
When was Jimmy Snuka like sort of finishing up though?
It's this time. I mean, he does that. He loses to Taker at Mania, and then he's kind of not really around consistently after that.
So that would make a lot of sense. I mean, what I read about the Dusty Rhodes also being similar to hard to find is that once they leave, they sort of stop the second wave of production.
They're probably, the cases are heavy on Warrior and Hogan,
yes,
and not
exactly,
so much these other guys.
They were also shipping. They were also shipping Boss Man #1 and Jake with this set.
Okay,
so that
makes perfect sense, and that's also why those are so obtainable.
And if I'm wrong about that, sue me. But I think.
All right. Ho! Mark, how's your hacksaw?
Hacksaw is great, and I will just say this right now. This is this was just like Smash, a top guy. I love how big he is. His thumbs up. He looks fierce. Comes with the wood.
He's cross-eyed on purpose, obviously.
I remember specifically, we would make him do a moonsault. That was his finish. Hacksaw Jim Duggan did the moonsault.
Right now, I'm kind of annoyed that his boots are black and not blue. Like in this moment, when I was a kid, I don't remember being bothered by that, but that's pretty annoying.
As I'm reading the back here, it makes it seem like only one of the arms is supposed to go up and down, but both of them do because it says
he's got the thumbs up, tough guy. I like that.
Oh, so good. Place 2x4 into right hand, hold figure in position, and pull right arm back to overhead position to hold in place to activate release arm. But it's both arms that go up, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Yes, for
you can't do it with one.
Best thumbs up in the biz. Hacksaw or Orange Cassidy?
Hacksaw's the OG. I love Orange Cassidy, but Hacksaw's got it.
Guys, I have a confession I'm going to show you right now, and I'm not
happy
about it. My 2x4, it might have taken a little time.
What's going on there?
I don't know. It might have taken too much Blue Chew or something.
Not enough.
It's not straight. It's at a 10 hut.
But you can flatten that out, baby, right?
I don't know. What
Damn,
would I do?
Maybe have Yokozuna do a bonsai drop on it?
Maybe.
I have an extra 2x4.
Oh, is it an even trade?
I think that we might have to do that.
An even trade. Look at that.
So last thing that I'll say, I think that this Hacksaw Jim Duggan actually is like the sleeper of the Hasbro series. Maybe I'm crazy, but it's one of my favorites that nobody ever talks about. So who's next?
I love the chest hair and the belly hair. So that's why you like it, Mark. That's why you like it, Mark.
That part's cool, but all right. I'm a little sad about the blue boots. All right, one of my favorites, and I think one of the more valuable, the American Dream, Death They Road, baby. Mark, how's your headbutt, baby?
I say that's the elbow. Boom.
Oh, because you put the arm up?
Yeah.
But my arm really flails.
Mine does too.
They all do. It's supposed to be the headbutt. It's the Dust Buster. I have mine in an even HARD harder case because he's so hard to get. And you know what? I'm honestly not. I'm a stickler for condition. This is, I would say, 8 or 9 out of 10. Mm-hmm. But I need a 10 out of 10. So I mean, it's great, but I could always look for an improvement.
He's got the Macho not painted wrist tape.
Right.
But it's not as a big deal as Macho, I don't think. Still annoying. This is someone that no parts in this were ever reused on another Hasbro. Should be said.
And guys, the yellow boots Dusty, bullshit. It's not real. It's either oxidation or whatever it's called or sun damage. I once bought one. It's bullshit.
Mine's white
I'm a
as hell.
firm believer that what you're saying is true. Yeah, that there's.
I literally bought one that was advertised yellow boots. I bought it. Front, yellow boots, turn around, white boots.
Is it true or not true that your relationship with Cody was spawned because he told you he had a yellow boot Dusty in his bag and then you just followed him around until he showed it to you?
I mean, that story is true, but that's not why we became friends. That is true. He told me that he brought the yellow boot on card Dusty to a show. He said it was in his bag. He kept saying, I'll show it to you later. I'll show it to you later. Eventually he said, it's in my bag. Then I went through his bag and he said, Zack Ryder's going through my bag. Typical Cody story. And he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. But
all right, next up.
I'll be honest. Sorry, guys. I'm looking at this right now. I need to upgrade my Dusty.
Wow.
And also real quick, I got this Dusty Rhodes loose from a comic shop at the Holyoke Mall for $5. And me and Steve put our heads together oh, this is expensive. So,
wow, that's crazy to think that.
Okay, what's next?
Next up, with 9 notches on his belt, is the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase 2. This is the one that really got play in my Fig Fed.
That's right, with the $1 million stomp.
The green suit. Mark.
Do a little click, click, click.
My stomp is not stomping.
Oh, no! What?
It feels like it should. It doesn't feel broken.
Oh, it's broken!
Unreal.
Oh my God!
Mine's great. I need your belt,
though.
though.
On Ted DiBiase figures here, pretty much.
Well, at least you had the right belt.
Unreal.
These guys look pretty similar, pretty close to each other.
Oh God, shut up.
But great figure, very toyetic in the green.
It's kind of funny that they made 2 back-to-back in the suit.
This
DiBiase's
figure
a
I
big
never
deal.
had, ever. I literally never had, because I had the other one. And in my mind, why did you need it? What do you need a green one if you have a black one? That's
I
pointless.
see what you're saying, but I was so obsessed. I was just give me them all.
See, I like how they made the $1 million title. They did make the winged eagle that only came with the ring. But why couldn't they make an IC title or tag titles and put them in here? They knew how to make belts, and the belts are pretty well done. Mm-hmm. This $1 million title is very, very detailed.
Okay.
And imagine if they made a Virgil. We're talking about managers. There should have been a Virgil, manager Virgil.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about this Hulk Hogan. You guys talked about not really loving the action on this.
The Hulkster hug? Come on.
The Hulkster hug?
I love this. The only thing that is weird is that I think he gained hair from Series 1, but...
That's true, he does. He's got a little more coming up front, huh?
Yeah, the detail on the shirt is so good. This is the biggest Hogan that they have, which,
It takes up so much room in your display.
Put him right out front, baby!
He doesn't balance very well, which drives me nuts.
I love it.
As a kid, I got this and I was like, I can't switch. Hogan 1 is so much better. I'm not going to...
You can't have this in your Fig Fed.
Nah, yeah.
But we've talked about before, he can do the Hogan must pose.
Yeah, right. Hogan must pose, yeah.
And it kind of looks that way on the back of the box. The Hogan must pose.
Well, this is the Hogan that we customized NWO. Which means I literally just took a Sharpie and wrote NWO on his shirts and colored in his tights.
Also, no reused parts here too. No one else ever got this feature.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, that's gonna say.
What I wanted to show here, we talk about 2-ups. Now, this is a very interesting one.
Okay.
So, look at this Hogan 2-up, guys, right here. Now, it appears to be a Hogan 1 2-up, the same mold as a Hogan 1, right? What's very interesting, but it has the shirt of Hogan 2.
Oh, yeah.
So, it's very odd to me, and it gets even more weird, more interesting, because the back has some sort of pull string on it.
Man, I don't know what that is.
So, I think maybe the pull string figures were going to be 2-up size, because the pull string Hogan does have this shirt on. We're not going to talk about the talking figures right now.
Right behind me. Yeah, it does have that shirt.
Right, so we're not going to get into those right now, but these figures, if you saw these, work of art, pure art, this 2-up right here, it's nice, but it's a custom, it's a reproduction, everything's so smooth and nice. This is old, and you see the cracks, you literally see the cracks, and you can see the resin underneath. Let me see if I can pop any. Oh no, there's some super glue. I don't want to ruin it. Take a shot, ruin it.
Ruin it.
I don't want Eric Redbeard it. But I don't know what this is. The Michael Jordan is stumped.
Yeah,
he's got the Hogan 2 shirt on.
Very odd to me.
Very, very odd. So we'll keep him over here for now.
Who's next?
Let's do the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah,
this was an instant top guy.
Yeah.
How's your slam, Mark? Yep. What an improvement on the one. Like you said, the one has the odd weight belt. The legs are stuck together. This guy is jacked.
Yeah, look at the jacked quads.
God, everything. Like muscles coming out of places where people don't even have
The
muscles.
ribs have muscles.
Yeah. I have the purple title on mine.
I have the white.
We can get those custom titles from Wrestling Figure Workshop. Makes
Yes.
awesome custom titles for the figs.
They're like amazing, and you wouldn't even know that they're custom. They feel like the real deal thing if Hasbro had actually made these in time, you know?
So good.
It's amazing.
Even as the WWF logo.
Yeah.
What's weird about this warrior, not weird, but just odd, is that if you play with this too hard, the nose becomes like black. Do any of you guys have the black nose syndrome on
Oh,
your
yeah,
warrior?
that's what I was
don't,
saying
but
before.
It's because it's the same
Mine's perfect.
mold as the other one, so the hair, it's the hair, I believe, right?
The hair?
Like it's the whole head is the color of his hair. So when you chip the face or anything, it's gonna get that color.
I never put two and two together. It's the same head. Are you sure?
I think it is.
It's not the same head as the first one, but
I think it's similar. I don't think it's the exact same.
Guys,
yeah.
I would say it's the exact same.
Huh.
All right.
Interesting.
Interesting.
But I wanted to show some interesting things about the warrior. First, I wanted to show this. The official artwork.
Okay.
Did you draw that?
No, this is actually drawing by Bart Sears. So it shows the warrior, aggressive stance, power, tight, defined, straining muscles, power. I thought it was a really, really cool drawing. I like this. One day when I have more real estate, I'm going to hang these all up. But super, super cool. I love the Ultimate Warrior. I love this figure. And I love it so much that I also have a couple more things to show you guys.
Awesome. There is actually a retro review of this figure on our YouTube channel from way back in the day.
Oh, check that out. Put the link in the description below. But check it out. It appears like a 2-up of that warrior, right?
Wow.
But then turn it around, the same old pull string on the back.
So maybe you have like early prototypes of the pull strings or
Now,
something.
2-ups, the early ones, like Series 1, like my Boss Man, I had, what else did I have at the time I got rid of? The Bushwhackers, Demolition were all super glued, but the later ones have like these little pins and you can kind of build them.
Whoa.
You know, so like the arms can come off, right? So it's a very, very cool figure. I mean, this right here, it's just, I'm holding history right now.
So that pull string is just like attached. That's not like, there's no mechanics or anything. in there.
Right. You can't actually pull it. I think they were going to, I think this was a Warrior 2-up that they turned into, you know what? I don't even know. I don't know what this is. That's why it's so cool.
I think what you're guessing has got to be close to the truth, though.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
that was like a pre concept, and they're just showing somebody or something.
For sure.
And I also wanted to get into, during this time period, I'm not going to get into every version of it, but do you guys remember the SummerSlam card promotion?
Yes.
Yeah. Talk
So
about that.
this-
What was that?
So, win a trip to SummerSlam! Plus, you had a free, like, trading card hologram in there, which is really cool. And inside was, like, either you win or you don't. So, I have this whole set. It's a mixture of guys from Series 1 and 2 with some tag teams. It's possible there's a trip to SummerSlam in here, and I don't even know it.
That's true.
Wow, that's good. Because
So-
you were with WWE for 14 years and you never went to SummerSlam, so that'd be
Was never booked on a SummerSlam.
me neither, bro.
But what is cool about this is that eventually, okay, these were on the shelves, and okay, guys, SummerSlam's over, right? So you know what they did? They just put another sticker on top that said free collector card inside. So if you opened it and you won a trip to SummerSlam, too late, bro. SummerSlam already happened. So I didn't collect them all. Just the Warrior, because the Warrior is cool, because I don't need a regular Warrior, a SummerSlam Warrior, and a collector card.
That's
But,
intense.
Yeah, so I do have every SummerSlam, but just the collector card of the Warrior.
Huh. Wow.
So that's really cool.
All right. Last guy in this set.
Very exciting. The first time we got 2 accessories.
Hell yeah.
Macho King Randy Savage. Mark, how's your punch?
Oh, come on. This is
Ooh, yeah.
this
Probably,
figure is pristine.
Yeah, mine's that. This is one that the gold on the knee pads is like the first to go. So if you have like a crappy one,
The Macho Masher.
I got a little gunk on the boot I just cleaned up.
let's make note of the king on the butt, which is very important. Removable crown, removable scepter. Big deal. This was like the best playability we had gotten yet with that arm out, you know, like split legs, like you said. Like The possibilities are pretty endless.
Can
for this
do the
guy.
elbow drop. The first time you see this action.
Oh my god! I just realized not painted wrist tape again.
Again.
And the on the knuckles.
Mark, here's a little trivia contest for you. Who did the Macho Man defeat to become the king?
Hacksaw.
Well, that was a trivia. You just blew it. It was for Mark. But yes, capture the WWF crown by defeating the former king, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I kind of always wished that he was in like the tights, almost like his Royal Rumble minifig.
Mm-hmm. Not when I was a kid. Now I do, but yeah.
And I have some things to show for Macho King, if you give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah. Macho King 2-up. Now, I don't have the crown.
Oh, no.
No, I didn't come with the crown.
I know, but I feel like that's the big...
Well, what am I going to do? Well, was I not going to buy it? The scepter is actually broken a little bit, but it still fits in the hand.
Wow.
Even like the foot was broken off and it's been super glued. A lot of these are super glued together, and that's just how it is because these are meant to be destroyed.
Yeah. Still a piece of
look
history.
at that!
It's
Look
pretty
at that Macho King just painted on the butt. Have you seen anything more sexier than Macho King painted on this too? But I'm gonna kiss. Look at that! Beautiful, beautiful figure.
Kiss my ass club.
But that's not all I have for the Macho King. Now this one is very obscure. Some people don't technically count it, but I have it. So why not present it? Right? This is the history of Hasbro's. Mark, I don't know if you've ever seen this. A Macho King candle. This is from Greece.
What in the hell?
I knew that was not going to be a normal response to that.
Mark, I've never showed you this.
No.
I saw it propped up in your toy room like last time I was over, so I know.
It's the Macho King. So this is a candle right here, right? And this is just a Lucy Macho King, right? Just chilling out. But the best part is right here, the crown and scepter in a sealed baggie. Like not like a Ziploc, like the Ziploc material, but it's like a sealed, airtight baggie.
Where did you get that?
To your knowledge, are there any other guys?
I have never found another wrestling one, but I have found Transformers, which were made by Hasbro. So that, this was, I believe, a Greece release.
Wow.
Insane.
Like
that
this-
is a cool piece.
It's like,
Right? Have you ever seen a Macho King candle?
No, that is awesome.
not Hasbro candle, especially that's like whatever.
Right, and the artwork is all around it. It's just a beautiful, unique piece.
Yeah.
It's something that is so obscure that when I had the opportunity to buy it, how could I not? Right?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so my favorite from the set is I put him over huge is the hacksaw. I love it. And if I had to change something, I hate the hot rod. I hate it. What am I going to
crazy.
do with the kilt? I can't wrestle with a kilt.
It's still pretty cool. I'm gonna go with my favorite being the Honky Tonk Man, just because it's toyetic and it was so hard to find, and I remember getting it. Man, I'm realizing Macho's wrist tape I would definitely change, but maybe I would go with Hogan not having a shirt and a headband so he could really look like post-match Hogan must pose Hogan. I think that would make this figure a little more interesting to me.
Good idea.
And I think my favorite is the $1 Million Man in the green. For some reason, I think of like the wrestling buddy. It's just a very iconic look.
Okay.
And I would put the pants on the Macho King. That's what I would do.
Got it.
Good call. All right.
Sweet.
Hello, Major Marks. This is the villain, the Booker Man, Marty Skell, and I'm joined today by Winston, the villain. Oh, say hi, Winston. Hello. Today, I've been given the challenge of trying to decide which is my favorite WWF Hasbro action figure. Now, let me just go on record and say that I absolutely love the Hasbros. They are absolutely my favorite wrestling figures of all time. I had these as a kid. I played with them for endless hours, but I never ever had the complete set of Hasbros until I became an adult and I went back and I recollected them all. Actually, I don't have the Brett Malloway or the Undertaker Malloway, so if anyone has them, hit me up. So, this is super hard for me because, like I said, I love the Hasbros. It's so hard just to pick one, but I'm gonna give it a go. But first of all, I just want to show you this. I'm a Lucy collector. I don't really agree in keeping action figures in the box. I feel like it's kind of hoarding, but I do have this. Oh boy. The entire Green Series mint on card. Look at that. I got hold of these around a year or two ago, and they were all so minty fresh in the box, and I really couldn't justify taking them out the boxes. So I broke my rule and I put them in a frame. This thing is super heavy and I haven't dared hang it up yet, so it still needs to be done. But yeah, this is kind of like, you know, my prized possession. I just absolutely love this. Like, I never had these figures as a kid, so when I had the opportunity to get them, I had to get them. Also, those 1, 2, 3 kids seem to be going for a lot now, so I don't know. But there's no way I'm selling mine. I'm keeping that. But yes, if I had to pick an absolute favorite Hasbro, so tricky. I legit love all these figures. I think it's got to be Series 8, Bret the Hitman Hart. The red card, Bret Hart. Like, look at this, the silver glasses, the amazing tan. I remember as a kid wishing that Bret Hart was my dad, but he wasn't, but I have his figure, so, you know, next best thing. I love this figure. It's just so perfect. Like, the decals on the gear just looks so cool. And like I said, like, Bret Hart was my favorite wrestler as a youngster, so I just love this figure. But I think it's Bret. There's so many that I love. Maybe the second Razor as well. Just love this figure with the purple. It just pops so well. The accessory, the gold chains, it's just... honestly, I could pick so many. I know the whole point in this thing is to pick my favorite one. I'd probably narrow it down to these two. Oh, I don't know though. Macho King as well. I also love the Warlord as well. And Doink. Oh, Papa Shango, Adam Bomb. Even the Skinner figure's good. They're all good. The Hasbro's, like, there's no doubt about it. They are the best wrestling figures of all time. But I'm gonna go with Series 8, red card, Bret the Hitman Hart.
All right, moving on. My favorite. Very excited as a kid to walk into the toy store and see 2 figures on 1 card and a bubble. Very exciting, as simple as that sounds, but it was. Tag Team Series 1, The Rockers, Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty.
Bro, I got to cut you up. I need to get new ones because mine are the other release that show the second tag teams in. So this is the second release of the Rockers. I need the first release.
I'm actually glad you interrupted me there. The Rockers, Shawn Michaels, Marty Jannetty, Demolition, Crush and Smash with their masks / helmets, whatever you want to call it. The Bushwhackers, Luke and Butch. And we all know, if you love Hasbro's like we all do, they were supposed to be Greg the Hammer Valentine, the Honky Tonk Man, Rhythm and Blues. We are not going to waste any time talking about that today because there's an entire saga on this very YouTube channel where you can get every bit of information you could possibly ever want to know about that figure.
I mean, we got to mention a little bit. It was in a Toys R Us ad, all 4 tag teams. But then you got to the store, only Rockers, only Bushwhackers, only Demolition. Take a shot. Only Demolition, no Rhythm and Blues. Which, as a kid, I will say this. I was like constantly like, are they there? Are they coming? Is it coming? And then I think finally when the Greg came, I was kind of like, you know, the blonde haired Greg on the single card. I was like, I gave up my quest or thought about it until adulthood. This is the polyurethane Greg.
Yeah.
Unpainted. Okay. Little reference slide here. But here it is. The Greg the Hammer Valentine from the Toys R Us ad. It's very, very important to me. It is my crown jewel in my collection. To hear everything about it, how I got it, how many of them I got, how I found this one in particular, go to the YouTube channel, go to the video. It's in the description below. But let me just show you one last thing. It's the 2-up. That's right, baby. The 2-up of Greg the Hammer Valentine. So I have the rarest figure ever and the 2-up. So I guess I have the rarest 2-up ever.
I also have it, so come on.
Oh, wow, that's a bootleg. Bootleg.
Mark, you're a super collector. Well, I have the real Greg the Hammer Valentine. He moved in with me. I pay him $200 a week. He cuts the lawn. He's over there in the corner watching. Okay. My childhood favorites, Marty and Shawn. Obviously, like deco-wise, a little bit to be desired here, but I, to this day, just love these figures because there's my favorite tag team, my first ever favorite. Pretty much anything in wrestling was these two guys, and just so exciting to have them. They just timeless me. I even have a mint on card one over me that hangs on the wall in my playroom.
Great action for these guys, and also Brian. I don't know if you knew this.
Yeah, he's like not a traditional jumper,
Right. And if you somehow, if you figure out how to get his arm up.
No, because he's not doing a jump. He's doing the rocker dropper. He's supposed to be like kicking the guy.
Yeah, like a drop.
Yes.
It's supposed to be like, you can pick him up and give a drop kick, basically. Yeah.
Right.
But look, if you hold the arm up, it's actually a young Hornswoggle.
Yes. Sean is your typical jumper. The extended neck.
Broski, I was today years old when I realized it was supposed to be a dropkick.
Oh, really? Oh, come on, that's an easy one. Yeah, I just love these guys. I mean, obviously, the outfits are what they are. They're the rockers, though. I think it would be too much to ask of Hasbro in 1991 to really nail the deco that these guys were rocking in real life.
I guess.
I think they could have added more. We'll see later with Marty Jannetty. They definitely could have added some more.
Right. And in the same set, you got camouflage on the Bushwick.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about Luke
and
baby.
Butch, who I'm going to admit to you guys, when I was a kid, I could never quite remember who was Butch and who was Luke. Like
What?
Via Hasbro.
Oh, I had no idea.
Come on.
How can you tell? I had no idea.
And in real life, to be honest with you, when they were wrestling matches, I couldn't really tell either.
Butch is squinting.
Okay.
Yeah, I always thought Butch was Luke and Luke was Butch when I was a kid.
I like that Luke is doing like the bushwhacker walk, how I walk on a treadmill.
I mean, they both kind of are.
I mean, they both kind of are, but like the Bush.
It's so good. These guys.
Luke rules like that, yeah. Very toyetic. These guys, never really got much of a shove in my Fed, but you need everybody. You need all the guys. So pretty cool.
So
your features work, Mark?
Oh, big time. These guys, I took out a package, and I'll tell you this: we gave them a huge shove because we sort of knew about their like crazy deathmatch stuff.
Another thing I didn't. To me, they were just these wacky guys licking armpits. And
oh
shit,
no! So we kind of we changed the storylines. They kind of got a little more serious and started cutting people. So they're great.
No, now we're talking.
Yeah.
A lot of new Jack customs can be made out of these guys.
I have to replace mine as well because there's LOD and Nasties on the back.
Oh no, this is great. So can you explain to people that the Rockers and the Bushwhackers were re-released, so that's why they're not very lucrative. Not that matters,
right.
But
even the first, that's why I have no problem going back and finding them on the original cards because it'll be easy to get because they were released with this set, and then later on they were released with the second set. Mm-hmm. So that's why there were so many. And as a kid, I felt like a lot of these sets blended together as a kid, and I wasn't really paying attention to the card backs at the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I didn't even realize then, like, oh, they re-released the Bushwhackers. To me, it was just other Bushwhackers on the shelves.
Right. Even in this Hasbro Maniac book, like at the end, there's just like random awesome photos. Some of it is just of toy aisles back in the day, and all the sets are like they're really mixed up, like different, colored carding and stuff is all at the store at the same time. So that story checks out.
Kids these days, especially, not having Toys R Us anymore. There's like no toy stores really, unless it's a collectible store.
Yeah.
So they don't understand that there was a time in like 91 where there would be an entire Toys R Us aisle of just Hasbro figures and Hasbro
it's like overwhelming.
things.
Yeah, so cool
Hundreds.
to walk into. Yeah.
And now you go to Walmart, there's 3 WWE figures and they're
this distribution problems.
Yeah. All right, let's round it off with Smash and my man Crush. Crush got a huge push in my Fed. The masks on these just make it so cool.
He's huge.
I have a vivid memory of getting this Crush. He was like a top guy. He was a real badass, getting a big push. And I pulled him back to do this punch and hit another Hasbro in the chest, and the arm just boom exploded off.
Oh no!
And I had like a heart attack. And then my dad fixed it with and this is like 1991 with the craziest super glue that it never ever broke again. I don't know how he did it.
So now that you say that story, it makes me remember a time when I thought that I made my parents buy me 2 demolitions to get another mask for Axe. But what happened was one of my demolitions broke, and when I returned it, I kept the mask back.
Oh, baby.
So, you know what I'm saying? So I got a new pack.
So you're admitting that you've always been a real POS.
So, what I like about this Crush, it has the alternate face paint that's in the ad. I own that prototype for a time period. I sold it. But these figures are great. And people have said that the Smash face paint is slightly different on a Series 1 Smash than this
It's
Smash.
all the same to me, man.
I was going to ask you that, yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to go pull out another Smash. Should I pull out a Smash and look?
Who knows? Because
Who knows?
It could be like, a little
It's not.
weather
To
damage,
me,
sun damage.
I've seen a lot of these. They're all the same, man.
Yeah.
In my
What's
opinion.
really cool, I just want you guys to look at the back of this box. Obviously, there's a sticker covering the Bushwhackers, but it does not show Rhythm and Blues at all. So that's how we kind of knew, okay, they're not coming. But we talked about green standard tags earlier, and I have a green standard tag right here of Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty, the Rockers. And on the back, I'll show you guys first and show the people at home, Rhythm and Blues on the packaging. And the note says, I'm not going to open it up, but it says to remove Rhythm and Blues. And also, Shawn Michaels' hair, if you see here, is like a whitish color.
Got that Ric Flair hair.
So it's to change. It was to change the Shawn hair too.
Terrorizing hair. There.
Yeah. It's funny you say that because I used to use this Shawn Michaels as Hunter Hearst Helmsley in my Fig Feds.
Oh, baby.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
perfect.
So, all right. So, what's your favorite, and what would you change about this set?
Oh, man. Honestly, the Rockers are hands down my favorite, as I've confessed, but I don't know what I would really change. I mean,
Add more
maybe
deco to the Rockers' pants.
I think maybe not make them both with their legs stuck together, so there's a little more playability going
Well, they're
on.
the Rockers. They got a high fly, you know?
I liked it because they were smaller dudes. My favorite is the Rockers, and I would just paint their pants a little bit more. Make them a little more crazy.
Mark, I'm going to have to agree with you exactly. They're my favorite figures, but give them some better deco. You know, give them some better deco.
Right.
All right, cool.
All right, and then now, Series 3, the biggest series.
Good evening, Major Marks. I'm in my son's room. His figures are really clean and well organized, except not at all. Anyway, my favorite Hasbro figure originally was a Hulk Hogan figure where he has like a side headlock and the other arm comes down like this with a full bandana. Not the military press one, not the one you pull the arm back that came later that was way too pale. But because of this podcast and because I was right about one thing action figure wise ever that Zack Ryder wasn't, my favorite Hasbro is from childhood, Typhoon. Because as we discussed, he's got the painted inner leg gooch thing there going on that you can see. And Ryder did not know about that. Now, if you find Earthquake, his is painted blue. There's no flesh tone. I'm right, he's wrong.
All right, folks. Welcome back. It is the Motherload here. Series 3. We're talking 10 figures. Ultimate Warrior number 3. Brutus the Barber Beefcake number 2. Earthquake. Sergeant Slaughter. Typhoon. Mr. Perfect. Macho Man, technically, number 3. Coco Beware. Greg the Hammer Valentine. The Big Boss Man, number 2. Hogan, number 3. And the Texas Tornado.
That's 12 figures.
That is 12 figures, guys.
That's the biggest.
Now, you wanted to start with Boss Man number 2 to get down to the nightstick debacle.
I made a special request. One, my Boss Man number 2. I don't recall having this as a kid.
I definitely did.
So I don't know if I pulled the kind of what Mark's saying. Like I already had one.
I didn't need it. I didn't have this either.
But do you ever see certain sites refer to this as being in the Brett Taker set, which is not true?
It might have shipped with it, but I have when we get to that set, I remember finding
He's on the
those.
back of the box, clearly, with these guys.
That too.
Now, Mark, you told us off air, you don't have a Bossman number 1 nightstick?
Yeah, so here's the deal. Bossman number 1, I mentioned, I opened it fresh. But in the move at one point, it fell off the top of my D12.
Oh, no.
Broke. So I've been looking for a
what?
Bossman nightstick.
I'll tell you what.
Hold on, wait a second. It broke?
Yeah. It landed directly on the nightstick in his hand and broke.
Damn, that's just bad luck.
Yeah.
So luckily here, I have my 2, and they're different.
Now, I'm looking at both in the
It's
box.
very hard to see, but one has a fatter and like a little bit of a raised grip. And now I don't know which goes to which.
One to me looks a little longer, but
The
I'm
grip-
looking in the package.
Nah, I'm looking at that. They're pretty damn spot on in size.
The one that I have on my 2 is that
Yeah.
fatter one that you're talking about.
But did you open that too?
I did not. So
So we got this detective work is not really in our favor here.
I'm trying to see. I'm looking at the light.
In my mind, the skinny, not fat gripped handle is 1, and 2 is the fat grip handle goes
Okay,
with 2.
I can see now kind of with the light. The fat grip is 2.
Yeah.
yeah, that's
what I thought.
what's on my
Nice.
2. So I have the correct.
Fat
Woo,
grip
I
is
feel
2.
good. I feel great, guys. There's one last thing I got
With
to
the
replace.
jailhouse jam. He can also do the Boss Man Slam I like instead of this jailhouse jam clothesline.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. It's great.
This is referred to by a lot of collectors as the skinny boss man, which he was never really a skinny man, so look, that's pretty slim.
But I like that it has the shirt like undone to the belly button, like how I wear my dress shirts.
It's got some cool aspects to it for sure, absolutely.
Also, this is one of those expensive ones for some reason. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It was hard to locate. In
I think
secondary
maybe
market.
he's boss man's like on his way out, and maybe like what we were talking about with those other sets, they like stopped shipping them, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I also like that you can put the nightstick in either hand.
I didn't even really. I was today
years old.
Is that a new T-shirt available now on ProCDs.com?
All right, let's move on. So I said this story recently on the other YouTube video. I'll never forget my buddy Jake Rubin walked into first grade and he had Earthquake, Typhoon, and Slaughter. And this is obviously pre-internet. I did not see these in WWF magazine. I had no inkling that they were coming, and my just head exploded. And my other memory of this set is vividly, I remember getting them all April 92 for my 7th birthday. And they're all in one, it was just one big box, and I thought it was like clothes, but they were all them in there. You know, it opened up like a clothing box. Like
The
a giant
entire
clothing
series?
box. And the entire set was in there. My parents got
Oh
me.
my God, mind blowing.
Yeah, no,
I remember finding him at a Toys R Us with my
and it was
parents.
at, you know what, another thing? It was at my birthday, a little spoiled little rat. It was at my birthday party, and like everyone watched me open it, and I was like, oh my God. Yeah.
I remember finding them all at the same time. Maybe there was like 1 or 2 missing, and my parents, they couldn't afford to get them all at one time. We eventually got them, but like that day, you said there's the most guys ever in one set.
Yeah.
So I could understand not being able to buy them all, but I did get them eventually. I love Earthquake because he can actually do the aftershock or squish Damien or has articulated legs.
And this body type is the only one that has that, with the legs moving.
Right.
The
Yeah,
entire
literally the
series.
only ones.
In
which
the
is-
entire series. This Earthquake is timeless, perfect. One of my favorite bad guys growing up. I said also in that video recently, we'll get right into it, Earthquake, and then you get Typhoon. Why, if he's switched to Typhoon, how has he not switched to Earthquake in the red when I'm pretty sure they were only ever, seen together?
Right, so they can
Right.
match.
Or is early natural disasters, they don't have matching singlets, which could be the case, which I don't have a memory of.
So I have a theory, but I will just say that this is the first guy that I know I need to replace. The condition of
Is that
this
a variant? It doesn't say Earthquake on the tights.
Yeah, it's a variant missing Earth. This is bad, guys. I'm embarrassed.
These
with this
guys,
one.
my guys are just, you can eat off of these two. They're so beautiful. And
All right,
my
so-
Bossman-
Guys-
my boss man too was impeccable too.
Broski, you have a big story here. I would like you to tell me a little bit about this Typhoon character.
Sure.
All right, so here's my theory. They're making these characters. Earthquake's in it. He's got this gear, singles gear, right? They tool it.
Yeah.
It's ready to go. They're also making a tugboat, right?
Right.
Then they say, we're switching, whatever. So they then change from tugboat to Typhoon, and the gear he has is the red, but they've already tooled the singles Earthquake, so somebody just goes, whatever.
But it's just a deco change. Like there's no tooling
Yeah.
on the physicality of the figure. It's
That's just, who knows? That's me making that up. But Broski, tell me about Tugboat, baby.
Okay, so even as a kid, I remember being at Toys R Us once, and I would always ask guys in the back, like, "Hey, are there more figures in the back?" And
You gotta
they
ask that.
They used to check. And I
yeah.
remember one guy saying, "Oh, I think we have Tugboat in the back." I'm like, "Tugboat?" I'm like, "No, there's only Typhoon." He's like, "No, it's Tugboat." Of course, he brings it out. It's Typhoon. But years ago, there was a 2-up of Tugboat on like the Wrestling Figs message board, and everyone screamed, fake, 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 fake. Even me, I wasn't so knowledgeable at the time. I'm like, oh, this is fake. Like a 3D printer. People always use 3D printing. A 3D printed item, if you have it in your hands, it's not that great, to be honest.
Yeah,
okay?
It weighs like nothing. That's how you really know.
Right. So I have been dealing, since I'm the Michael Jordan of Wrestling Collecting, I've been dealing with these private collectors, not so much eBay, but Facebook groups, private collectors. And I made a deal with this guy, Eddie from New York, we'll call him. And he came down to my house in Orlando with Ziploc bags full of polyurethane figures like that Greg Valentine I showed earlier, and they were in parts, almost like Legos, you know what I'm saying? And in each bag, I actually have a bag right here, so it says like, Greg Valentine, done, And this other one says Tugboat, with the date, 5/15/91.
Wow.
Which is pretty damn crazy, and here he is.
Baby.
That's
in
cool,
all
man.
his glory, polyurethane Tugboat. Now, when I saw this...
Also, I will tell you this, guys. We have an entire Tugboat video on the YouTube. Go check it out. Great story.
Oh, why are we wasting time doing this then?
Well, yeah, you got to show these people this, and then they'll get the
This is
appetite.
incredible. So when I got this figure, I said, wait a minute. This really does look like that 2-up. So I found and I tracked down the guy who owned the 2-up. We now know him as Tugboat Guy.
We've creatively named him Tugboat Guy.
But Derek from New Jersey, and he had the Tugboat 2-up. Now,
That's
when you
wild.
look at this thing next to each other, you see every wrinkle matches, everything. The face, it matches completely. It matches perfectly. And look at these lines. Yes, they're not perfectly straight. It's a hand-painted item. I don't care what kind of artist you are. Look at this big belly on Fred Ottman. It's hard to paint those lines straight.
The head remained the same, right?
Similar head, but there's the hat. A molded on hat.
Molded on hat or
But if you
glued
look
on
at
hat.
if you look at the head, like the face, it looks like it's the same face. Very, very similar.
Yeah.
So it's crazy to me that this exists all these years later. And what happened was, people could have got this for years, but everyone's like, fake, 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 without doing any research, without doing anything. They just assume fake. But I did the research. I found the Tugboat. I put big Tugboat with little Tugboat. Tugboat Guy came through, and now I have big and little Tugboat.
I think that's one of the coolest pieces. I mean, that's
It is cool.
one of the coolest pieces you have for sure.
I'll admit
I mean,
it's cool.
Greg is great, but like even you cut me off earlier. You wanted me to not talk about Greg because I talk about him so often. But I don't think Tugboat gets as much love.
Well, also a great
agree.
video on the YouTube, so check that out.
But the Greg has more lore because of the magazine ad. and
Exactly.
Kids grew up thinking like, where is this thing? Tugboat, you just assume never was the thing. So
Right, exactly. You had no idea this was a thing at all. You didn't see any pictures. Later on with the internet, we did see like the artwork. And we're not just going to post artwork that we don't own because we don't do that. If you Google it, throw it in your Google machine, Tugboat, Hasbro, artwork, and it'll pop up.
Yeah.
And it'll match us exactly. He has a punching action. People think when they make customs, he's doing like a typhoon action. No, it's a punching mechanism like a Jake the Snake.
Ah,
is really
okay.
I always thought that people thought it was just a Boss Man 1 body too.
It's not. It's
I
not a
know,
boss
yeah.
man. I'm looking. Here we go.
Nothing's the same, right?
I'm holding them right now. The pants are completely different. It just looks similar because it's like a overweight man. Completely different. Completely different pants. Completely different belt mold. All different.
I'm also thinking on today years old, realizing that no parts were reused until like Series 5, huh?
Well, besides Tugboat and Earthquake, Typhoon and Earthquake.
Yeah. And obviously Macho Man, we'll get to a Macho King, but that's like the same figure. There's no like blatant, I'm looking at the ones we've done. There's no like blatant just head swap.
No.
Man, that's crazy. All right. As we just mentioned, let's get into this quick. There's not much to talk about here. Macho Man Randy Savage. I know what you're saying. This looks like Macho King. You just talked about in Series 2. Well, check out his rear end there. That says Macho Man. That's the big difference. That's the sought after difference with this figure. No accessories came with him. Cooler, more updated picture on the packaging, as you can see
Right.
here.
But as a kid, right, I'm not thinking, maybe I should open this up and see if there's anything different on the butt. To me, it's just a Macho King figure without the accessories.
You want to hear a funny story? Someone, like my mom's friend or something, I can't even remember who, but like got me this as a gift just because they like knew I liked wrestling. And I was like, oh, and I opened it because I was like a little dumbass little kid. And I was like, when I was a kid, I discovered that.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like I didn't like go out of my way to get it or have it in my collection, but then I was like, whoa, what the heck? Yeah.
It wasn't until like 7th or 8th grade I was playing with Craig Siegel's figures, and he had it. I was like, oh my god! But what's cool about this Macho is you see the bubble, the kind of bubble that's on the figure, the bubble that the figure is in. I actually have the molding, the wooden molding to that bubble. Which is it's such a bizarre piece. So this bottom
pretty
piece
cool, though.
Must be like I don't know what the hell this is. It's just the back has all the information. We got this at the toy department. They also had Demolition, and we've got take a shot. We forgot to mention earlier that Demolition was originally supposed to be Axe and Smash again, and Axe was going to have the clothesline. There's drawings of that.
There's drawings that prove that. Yeah, that Crush's whole body was supposed to be Axe, correct?
Right. So this is a piece, it's like, why own this? But I say, why not? It's there. I didn't like go and look for this. It was like figure fate. It was just there. It was calling. It was like, Matt, just buy me. Ooh, yeah, Matt, buy me. And I did.
All right. Let's move on to the Bird, man. This was a tough find back in the day. Coco, I'm gonna lean on that. Coco was kind of being phased out. Maybe it's in the same boat. I mean, he has the little. This version of him is not around, and then he just reappears in like High Energy much later.
Guys, I'm reading this right now. I'm reading the back. He beats opponents with a move he calls the Ghostbuster.
You didn't know that?
He called it the Ghostbuster?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's a brain buster.
I thought he called that the Pile Driver.
I do hate that that's what that video was, and it makes no sense.
Nah, his brain buster. Actually, we did an off the hop rope episode with a Ghostbuster beer
I am today's years old when I realized that Coco's finisher was the Ghostbuster. You know what, guys? Go to ProWrestlingTees.com/MajorWPod right now to get the today's years old t-shirt.
I gotta say, this figure really holds up, man. It's weird because it's not a 1991 version of Coco. It's like a 1987, but it holds up, man. It's toyetic.
He's a little chubby. He's smiley.
Frankie fits on perfectly.
Frankie fits on perfectly. Mark has him on the wrong hand, I believe.
Oh, no wonder.
Yeah.
Well, there's no right or wrong hand. Technically, it's supposed to be on like the shoulder.
Well,
that ain't happening.
Because on the box,
to me,
on the artwork, he's just like at his feet.
I think the open hand is where it's supposed to go, but that's just me.
Oh, it actually looks good on the shoulder, see?
Yeah, on the shoulder. I think it's guys. I am today's years old, but it's supposed to go on the shoulder. Yes.
How'd you do that?
You just kind of got to push
Bro,
it.
I am today's years old.
I'm not forcing this bird on this guy's shoulder. No way.
All right.
Wow.
Who's next?
Greg, the Hammer Valentine, he's finally in your hands. You own him. The mystery's over. He's still boring as all hell.
Bro,
The Hammer Slammer.
I love this figure. He led the Four Horsemen for a time in my fig fed.
Pretty boring. I actually always loved that he had the shin guard. I thought that was a nice little touch.
Yeah.
If you look closely at his crotch,
it does say Greg.
The Greg is molded on in script, but not painted.
The hammer on the butt.
How was your clothesline action, Mark?
Oh, come on.
Here so far.
Proud.
All right.
Whoa, you know what's really blowing my mind here?
What?
So my Greg, the Rhythm and Blues, has the Greg molded onto the trunks as well, but this shin guard piece is, so both these pieces are original parts.
Yeah, wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
Shin guard really, if this didn't have the shin guard, this would be absolutely boring as all hell. I mean, that like at least gives it some kind of character.
If I was a wrestling figure company right now, you know what I would do? I would start a Legends line, and I'd only put out 3 characters, but 2 of those characters, I put in 2 different Greg Valentines to really boost up sales.
That's your pick of the litter, babe.
And one of them's not a rhythm and blues.
Right, neither of them.
All right. First up is Hulk Hogan number 3 here.
With the Hulkaplex.
This was my top guy. Like as soon as this came out, he was the Hogan I used. I thought this figure's great. I still do. Crazy fun to play with.
What belt is on that?
I have it displayed with this belt. I have no idea why.
But what belt is that?
I don't know. What does it look like?
I'm asking you, what is that?
I can't really tell.
Like a winged eagle with no paint on it?
It's like a bear. Well, they all kind of oxidize and.
No, don't listen to bear. No, mine are minty mint.
I mean, I opened that Hasbro ring that we'll get to, and that's like minty mint, but that's because I opened it like 2 years ago.
So what you have is a played with belt.
I mean, it's from wherever I got this from.
All right, this Hogan is pretty great. I mean, he's jacked.
It's awesome.
It's jacked up. It's iconic.
It's jacked.
You got
Fun to play
full
with.
Bandana.
Mark, I'd like to see something here. Can I see his little? Can you drop the hammer? It's a tie game.
Oh no!
Tie game.
This one's
Love
broken
it.
for sure. But I've said it before, and I'll say it right here on air. I don't care about this figure. Is pristine, not a single scuff.
It's not pristine because the action doesn't work.
I don't care.
Doesn't even do the click, click, click.
I'm not playing with him. Nobody knows. He's gonna go right in that detail.
You knows.
All these people know.
Keep you my dirty little secret.
I don't care. I don't need to do
Little
that.
secret. Don't tell anyone. Okay.
It's cool. It's very toyetic. Hogan, not a big suplex guy.
All right. How did that Hulk Hogan figure get here? Because this Brutus the Barber Beefcake carried his bags. Oh my God! Look at this guy. Much. I wouldn't say needed improvement, but it is a big time improvement from the first Beefcake, which wasn't that bad to begin with. This one
more colorful for sure. With this
more colorful, more playable, and I also remember this being crazy hard to find.
Yes. For some reason, this is in a much nicer case than the other ones. The collector I bought these from must have really liked the Beefcake. Maybe it was Brutus. Very, very cool figure. Now, look at the Beefcake shears, all black. Let's cut to Zombie Sailor Toys joining us via satellite, who's going to show us his mint on card Beefcake with striped shears.
148, 149, 150. Excuse me. Hey everyone, I'm Zombie Sailor, and it turns out you guys are doing a History of Hasbro episode. And you can't have Hasbro without Zombie Sailor, my favorite action figure line of all time. So you guys are talking about Brutus the Barber Beefcake 2. And the original figure was supposed to have striped shears. Now check this out. There's only been one production ad, to my knowledge, that shows it, but this is the only carded example in the world that actually has the striped shears. This is a production sample. It came directly from the gentleman that worked on the Hasbro line. It's actually also missing the name on the bottom, but yeah, right there. It's pretty damn cool. I have no idea why they didn't give the striped shears. My guess is it had something to do with the time or the cost, probably cost, but it never came to be. But it's cool to see that there is one out there. Any high rollers, hit me up. It's for sale. Carry on, boys.
Now, I don't know. I mean, I've tried to get that from Zombie. He won't give it up. I think that might be a one of one. Obviously, pre-production.
Yeah, very interesting.
The black with the silver. I mean, that's how it should have been.
Guys, I think I just
mean-
discovered something horrible.
Oh, no. Now what?
All right,
First
tell
off,
me what color are the
your
shears
flashlight?
for? What
Mine's
color are the
what?
shears?
Black.
All right, so here, check this out. Mine works.
Click, click, click.
Okay.
It works.
No, it's great. It's great.
Click, click, boom.
I just took the shears out of his hands.
Yeah.
There's some paint that came off,
Oh, no, they're orange?
and they are orange underneath. Somebody
Boys got you, didn't he?
made a custom
Bro, that's
black
hard to-
shear.
You know how hard that's going to be to replace?
I am so annoyed.
You know how hard that's going to be to replace?
Mark, look at it. There's no way, like, maybe it was done in the factory that way?
No.
No, this is
Mine,
paint.
I'm looking at mine. Mine is, there's no way. Actually, mine, I can see there's like a little chip. You can see it on the camera. Like it's black underneath.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
my God, Marky.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, Marky.
That's gonna be hard to replace, dude.
Well, hey, though you can't notice it in the end.
No way.
This is not what we're doing, Mark.
All
Oh
right.
my god. Moving on. One of my absolute favorites of all time. I'm wearing his shirt right now. One of my first favorite wrestlers, the Texas Tornado, Kerry Von Erich. This figure, man. Well, my action is.
Whoa!
It works. It works. It's just
No, wait
very
a minute.
slow.
You got to make him go all the way around. What is that?
I'm scared.
No, all the way.
Oh!
No.
Well, take off the belt, dude. The belt's messing it up.
Oh my God!
It's doing it just really slow.
let me tell you.
You got to go a full 360.
Woo!
Oh,
It was the
right.
belt.
Woo.
It was the belt. It was the belt.
Look,
Okay.
me and Steve Negron got him at that comic shop for $7, and he immediately won the World Heavyweight Championship.
Oh my god. Just. Oh man.
This is one of the greatest figures. Look at the size of him.
Oh.
The action is so
Bro,
cool.
His finish was the tornado punch.
It's
How much
perfect.
more could you ask for out of a figure than this pose to do that? I mean, it was perfect.
So good.
Absolutely perfect.
Very, very great figure. The tassels, the punch works perfectly for Texas Tornado.
so
like you said,
cool.
it's his finish.
Yeah.
The headband, the face scan, the muscles. Great.
He's another one of my all-timers that
Sculpt.
I have the Minnow card one behind me just because it just means so much to me. Actually, you know what? That would be
storage unit.
a signed Kerry Von Erich would be like an absolute grail piece for me.
yeah.
Oh, I have one right here. That's not
No.
real. That's signature.
No, I mean like a real. I mean that would just like I've never seen one, but that would blow my mind.
With the perfect plex,
God.
Mr. Perfect.
Another one just like Kerry Von Erich. Like, how much more could you want out of a figure? Like at this time, this thing is incredible. I do recall, if we're being snobs about this, I was very upset because Mr. Perfect's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Actually, if you didn't know, when I chose Kurt Hawkins, I chose Kurt because I wanted to be like Kurt Hennig, and that's like straight up where I got that from. The no triangle in the back of his singlet
Yeah.
always bothered me as a kid because he never just wore plain singlets. But
What about the no logos on the boots?
I don't know why that was like. I didn't expect that. The triangle I expected on the back as a child.
Later on, I would use this as gold dust in my figure.
I thought it was Sunny
No, Sonny was the other Mr. Perfect.
Perfect number 2. All right.
Yeah.
But just a great figure, man. To me, and this is even saying it's still to me it's the best perfect figure of all time, even with the beautiful Mattels or whatever you want to say.
It's great.
It has a nice
holds
tan,
up.
the nice broad chest.
It just holds up, man.
Also, I didn't realize until much later that you hook it in and you do the perfect plex that way.
Yo, I didn't. I just recently learned
hold
this
on.
is how you actually do it.
All right.
Right.
How's your action features working, Mark?
First of all, Brian, that's not the action.
I don't want to even do that.
Can
'cause
someone
it's so
do the
delicate.
action? Can
I'm
someone
doing
put a
it.
figure in there?
I'm so scared of breaking these
Put a
figures.
figure in there. Do the perfect plex.
Watch
I'm not
me
doing
right
that.
now.
There's no
Ready?
Way, no way. Yep. And the arm goes flying across your room.
And just there's an imaginary figure in there. Was John Cena in there?
Oh, with a
Yes.
figure? I'm not doing that. No way.
Oh, come on.
I'm not gonna break a figure. No way. Okay.
All right.
I will just say real quick, this is the figure that famously had the hour-long Iron Man match with Smash that ended with a gunshot wound in the final fall.
Very creative child.
Yeah.
Next up, I grabbed here is Ultimate Warrior number 3. My stomp works. This is the first of a stomp action that would come.
Hold on. Is it a stomp action or is it this? Where you...
Push down and he punches?
Yeah.
I don't know, Broski,
Yes.
read the box.
It's the Warrior Wham. Ultimate Warrior's Wham instructions.
But why does he go both ways?
So he hits everyone.
Yes,
my
you gotta
God.
you gotta keep him on the floor, Brian, and
That's still
bring him up and
terrible.
down. See?
It still does the same thing though, dude.
Well, right, but that right.
I have a confession, guys.
Oh no.
Never had this as a kid.
Oh, me neither.
Yeah.
This was hard to find.
get.
Yeah.
He's still one of the more expensive guys. Purple Trunks Warrior.
Yeah.
It's one of the most detailed warriors. It's almost like a WrestleMania 8 style warrior to me. That's what
What you envision, yeah.
Yeah, and it was LNS Comics had it. Remember like those like I don't know if you guys know this, but like small toy stores had like it was like a circular thing and you could like spin it, like almost like sunglasses, but like there was figures on it.
Okay.
And he was in the front window, and I walked in. My parents got it for me, and it was more expensive at the time, but it was harder to get.
Wow. Yeah, I guess so. I told that story about getting them all for my birthday. It was all of them but Boss Man and Warrior for sure, because I didn't have them as a child. So 10 guys of the whatever were all there for my birthday. And last but not least, I'm been staring at this figure. This thing is perfect. It holds up every bit of it.
Oh, tit hut!
Maggot. Mark, how's your feature?
Feature's great.
Oh, this figure is awesome. No parts of this were ever reused on another Hasbro. I mean, just totally, it's spot on.
I got
so
this
cool.
that belt on him.
Yeah, the purple guy. That's the one. Yeah, who's the purple guy?
The point, the chin, the glasses, the hat, everything about this figure is just absolutely perfect.
It's just really on point. Even like if you look at his wristbands, have those little details of like the army logo or whatever. Wow. Yeah, it's wild. This beautiful figure.
Just great figure. Very underrated in my opinion. I think it's one of those figures you don't really appreciate until years later. Because at the time, he's the heel. He's the villain. Yeah. He's the American.
I want my country back. All right. Favorite and what you would change?
My favorite is Tornado.
My favorite is Texas Tornado for sure. And I would change... I'd give Mr. Perfect the Mr. P and the little cut.
Me too.
Me too. Triangle cut.
That's my change.
This is a great set, man. I'm looking at them.
Yeah, so
I can't think of what would you change about it?
If you could only have one set, like to build a fig fed with, this might be
this would be it, right? Yeah.
My favorite is the Purple Warrior, and then again, I would change that Macho Man. Definitely put him in some pants now. He's not in trunks.
I guess that's a layout too. But I barely even count that as part of this set. I mean,
all right, so put the triangle in the back of Perfect. A little blue triangle, maybe.
Hell yeah.
Hey guys, it's referee John Cohn. I heard about your special tonight on Hasbro's and it got me excited. I decided to go up to my attic and pull down my own box of happiness. I'm sitting here in my kids' playroom, but these are not ones that they're allowed to play with. This is my childhood collection here. Now, I displayed everything, so I would pull them out of the package, but I kept the card as nicely as I could, and that way I could put the figures back in when I was done displaying them. So I kept all of them, especially I love the artwork on the back and the cards, the bios. I'll just pull out a few here. And most of these I have the accessories. In fact, I noticed, speaking of accessories, this is probably my favorite accessories. The removable crown and scepter. This is great. Macho King. Awesome. My favorite figure though in the line, it's gotta be Series 1 Hulk Hogan. This is just, this screams Hasbro. This is everything about that era. I love this figure. It's iconic. I was a Hulkamaniac, and when I first got my hands on this, loved it from the get-go. One of the hardest figures for me to find was Dusty Rhodes. I don't know if it was just in Kansas City, but this figure was nowhere to be found. I found this one in St. Louis at an FAO Schwartz. Let's see. The one accessory that I think I am missing, I'm missing one of the helmets for Demolition. So hopefully it's in the bottom of this box. Check out that price tag. Children's World Children's Palace, $9.99. That's kind of cool. Anyway, guys, listen, thanks for bringing this up. You got me excited about Hasbro's. I went up, pulled this box down. I don't think I've opened it in like 15 years. So this was pretty special. Keep doing what you're doing and keep up the good work, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, here we are. Series 4 Hasbro. Kind of a unique set here. Only 4 characters, but 4 brand new and very exciting people. We have The Undertaker, Bret the Hitman Hart, the British Bulldog, and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Isn't it crazy? First of all, I have the $3.99 KB tag on mine, but that Undertaker is still wrestling.
Well, that part's insane, yes.
I mean, he's reinvented himself so many times. What up, dude?
My first memory of wrestling is seeing his debut. I mean, that's my first live wrestling thing I can ever remember.
Such a toyetic figure. The artwork showed that he was supposed to come with an urn. That's why his hand is a little wider, but it works for a chokeslam.
Yeah, I'll say as you're a kid, it's like feed for that chokeslam, brother. So it's pretty great.
I'll never forget going to Toys R Us, and obviously I didn't know these were coming out, and there was just a box on the floor, like they were about to put them out. I went through it and found this whole set. My mom bought my brother and I the whole set, which is only 4, but it was the best 4 at the time. Like, oh my God, these 4 are great.
What was the other toy store? It was like KB, but it wasn't KB growing up.
Kitty City.
Kitty City, I walked into and saw like they had just put out like so many of these, or all 4 of them, and I was just like having like convulsions almost. I'll never forget it. This really holds up, like how tall he is. He looks the part. He looks like the dead man. So
notice the red hair.
Really red hair, by the way, we should mention, because that's how you decipher the 3 releases. Mark, how's your dead man clothesline? Mine's working pretty good.
Yep.
Right.
It's actually called the Tombstone Tackle, boys.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly
he does that a lot.
Tombstone.
All right. Next up, one of my absolute personal favorites at this time, too. The British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith. I thought this hair, these braids, was the coolest thing on earth in 1992. Mm-hmm. So he was like the man to me. This figure rules. Perfect to have the slam. A lot of like attention to detail. Like the Union Jacks are like imprinted all over. I mean, the knee pad, the wrist gauntlets, the butt. It's 3D. So I mean that's really like a extra effort there.
With the Bulldog.
He's even got the little the butt in his chin. I mean, you can't ask for much more. Really awesome.
This figure, believe it or not, was supposed to come with Winston the dog, and our good friend Zombie Sailor has the artwork. Let's go to Zombie right now.
If Frankie could come with Coco Beware, how come Matilda couldn't come with the British Bulldog, or Winston, if you will? So, check this out. This is the original hand-drawn blueprint from 1991 of the British Bulldog's Bulldog. Originally, it was supposed to be included with Davey Boy, but for whatever reasons, it got scrapped. Once again, I'm sure it had everything to do with budgeting. They probably just didn't want to include that extra piece, which would cost them God knows how much money over however many units it is that they made. So another little piece of Hasbro history, courtesy of Zombie Sailor. British Bulldog Winston, or Matilda. So that's that.
Man, I wish it would have came with
really
Winston.
really game changing if that happened.
Yeah.
I used to use this finger puppet from McDonald's from the Oliver and Company movie, and that's who I would use as Winston, and then Matilda from LJN's. I actually got it, and then I don't know where it is. I brought it out to show you guys, but I can't seem to find it.
So when in 92 did this come out?
I don't recall the exact.
I don't remember. Like I can like kind of pinpoint stuff for like birthdays and Christmases, but this one I don't have in my mind at least.
But it was at least around that unbelievable SummerSlam where he's like just the top dude. So
that too, yeah. But then he's like gone right after, so it's kind of crazy. Next up, very controversial figure, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I mean, this looks great. Playing with this figure as a kid was like a nightmare.
I would always flip the cape around.
That's an age-old Hasbro fan thing, and what he means by that is the cape is meant to be a cape where it would hang down, but you'd flip it around and it just looks like really cool. It looks like, he's doing like a really epic entrance. I hate when I see someone has it like an adult collector has this in there.
Like a Sam Roberts would do that.
And it's in their case like that. You're like, no.
If he has it like what? Up,
like in your display.
Mark, is that how yours is?
No.
In your detail? Yeah. Mark, how's your jumper feature? We working?
We're good.
But look at the molding, the detail.
No, I mean
the pants.
Trust me, there's a lot of effort all across the board on this, and it looks awesome. I'm just saying, when I'm 7 playing with this, it's a real pain in the ass.
So
the Steamboat Springer.
The crazy thing about this figure, when you really think about it, is this is not Steamboat from his epic sort of late 80s run, right?
No,
so Steamboat comes in 91 for a few months.
Yeah.
And then he somehow gets a figure in 92 from it, which is wild.
Because it takes, the toy biz, bro. It takes time.
But I'm just saying the window of opportunity for Steamboat to get a figure.
I'm pretty
is
positive
small.
when this comes out, he's full blown in WCW.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's how it was the whole run there. Like guys like Skinner, you know,
Yeah.
they'd come out Nails. They'd come out, they'd be long gone from
Long
the company.
gone.
But as a kid, I just kind of knew that's the toy biz. I
It's
knew
fine.
that then.
It's fine.
All right, and rounding off the set is, I think, a personal favorite for a lot of people. Bret the Hitman Hart. This figure rules. Always will. Always has.
The best there is, the best there was,
Cocky,
and the best there ever will be.
arrogant, lean back, like cocked back smirk. I mean, when you're a kid, Bret Hart he still is pretty damn cool. But I mean, man, he was so cool to me.
I was a huge fan of Bret when he was breaking through to the singles, title contender scene. I was there at SummerSlam 91 when he beat Mr. Perfect. It was a great night. I love the pink sunglasses. I do want to point this out, though. There is rumor and innuendo. We have nothing to prove that this is true. That the Hart Foundation were either supposed to come out in the first set of tag teams or this next set, and it might make sense because the next set only has 2 tag teams. And look at this Bret Hart outfit. It's not the exciting Bret Hart outfit. It's more like a Hart Foundation outfit. Would you
Yeah,
agree?
but when he started his singles run, he was wearing that, so for sure. Oh no.
This is Jim the Anvil Neidhart.
I thought you had like an exciting Bret outfit. I was gonna be like, oh god.
It's a Jim the Anvil Neidhart Hart Foundation artwork.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool. Yeah, it rules. Why do you have that rolled up like
Yeah, I need to get a frame for it. I just found it in my closet today. But look at it. This
Bro,
was not
frames
for
are
me.
on Amazon for like $10, dude.
Yeah,
Holy
I need
smoke.
to get this. Super cool.
Man.
This is proof that we're going to make the Hart Foundation, but it was canceled.
Yeah, and you could tell there's like, we'll get to them, but the gym that eventually came, you could see that like the hand and things.
Is there a date on that?
Yo, look at this date from Ron Rudat.
There he is.
12/18/1990.
So this was like, it probably got bumped a couple times.
Wow. And this is definitely the head that they use later on, but this is totally different.
But I mean, like the structure of what the body would become is there.
Very interesting. Please do not sculpt Hart. Like maybe they knew they were going to repaint it many other times.
Also, didn't Jim have the anvil, or is that later?
Not quite sure. But pretty damn cool. But what else is pretty damn cool is that there's a variant to this, Brett. We got to talk about it.
Okay.
The
It
foreign card?
is the Purple Heart, Brett.
Such a crappy. I hate that this is like a thing.
I hate that this is the thing.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
the
like-
problem is that a lot of people will open or find a loose Purple Heart Brett and say, I have the mail away. Because essentially, it's the same thing, but it's not a mail away unless it's in the bag. That's my opinion.
Which you're right, but if it's Lucy, then there's no way of telling. So
Well, right. So if there's no way of telling, and you're fooling yourself, and I
but
know
there's
because
no way of saying you're wrong too. So
right, but so the only way to know for sure is if you have it in the bag as a mail away.
for sure, yeah. But that doesn't mean you don't have it loose.
But it doesn't mean you do.
I'm just saying.
I am with Brian 100%. Broski's gonna think that this is ridiculous, but we later on Tatanka comes out in 2 series. It's the same exact figure, right?
yeah,
Bro,
So
we're talking
he's
about-
sitting
those
in
figures
your-
are- Good, bro. You're just trying to justify not spending over $1,000.
I think that if you have a loose collection, you want every version of every
agree.
guy, and whatever they came from doesn't even matter. You just need a Purple Heart Brett if he's in the bag or not in
Also-
the bag.
to half prove Broski wrong too. The Purple Heart Brett loose has become pretty significant in price because of that very reason.
Right, because people are counting it as the mail away.
That's fine. I would count
So
that as
they're not
mail-in,
wrong.
too.
Yeah, loose in a loose collection, it is the mail away.
Yes.
Okay, if I open this figure, this Purple Heart,
Yep.
Yeah.
and we both, all 3 of us in the whole world, knew this was not the mail away, Mark, would you count this in your collection as the mail away Brett?
That's
Yeah, but I
different
don't
'cause
need
you're
the
watching
mail away.
Yeah, but you're
I
watching
just
the
want
video
the
proof
Purple
of
Heart
you opening it.
Brett.
Yeah.
I don't
No.
care if it's the on card or the mail away. I just need every variation.
Well, when we get to the mail-aways at the very end, I want to compare my mail-away to this and see if there's any differences.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay,
Sure.
fine.
I'm going to
All
save
right,
this on my save me pile.
Favorite and what would you change? Stuff like that.
Undertaker's my favorite, and maybe I wouldn't have him wear the headdress here. Headdress is a little too much.
Headdress is what really made it hard to play with.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with, it's tough because Brett is so cool, but there's a better Brett coming, so I'm going to say Bulldog is my favorite because the braids, and I just thought he was so damn cool. And then, I would just do something less deco in this Steamboat to make him more playable for me as a kid, you know. Adult collector, I don't mind it so much in my detail here, but
Right.
I'm going to base my favorites on if this set just came out. Not that I know another one's going to come out. So I'm going to say Brett's my favorite, but I would also change Brett and make him a little tanner. He's way too pale here.
he's very
Oh
proud.
man, it's insane.
Which is funny because Hasbro was very, they were always not giving these guys great tans, so it's a weird one to botch.
Yeah.
All right.
You already know. You already know. This one right here, it's my first toy with the belt. And you took my ring, actually. I don't like that, Bob. Talk to me. You already know. But I love the Ultimate Warrior. I won't even sell this. Talk to me, Bob.
All right, the second tag team series kind of lackluster because there's only 2 new characters.
I disagree.
I disagree big time.
I
yeah.
disagree.
Heavy hitters, man. Heavy hitters.
The Nasty Sizer.
We're first up. We're going to Pity City here. It's the Nasty Boys. These figures rule. They hold up to this day. Same as I've been saying, no reused parts.
The boots
ever
are super cool, like
in their
molded
shit line.
boots.
I guess right now I'm looking at they have the dreaded not painted wrist tape, but man, they have like character. They just rule. Mark,
Also-
how's your clothesline and your slam?
Clothesline, good. Slam, great. Actually,
Nice.
whoa.
Oh, no.
It works, but listen.
There's just
Ooh,
dye
wow.
on there.
No.
Ooh,
Well,
it's
first of all,
got-
what
I wouldn't-
color? Why is your Sag's head like a different color?
Is it?
Looks
No.
weird to me.
It looks fine.
And also, guys, I was today's years old when I realized that Knobs didn't have painted teeth.
But his mouth is practically closed.
Mine are painted. Mine are painted, bro.
What?
100%.
Oh my God!
Mine's not for sure.
Holy!
Wait, Mark, say something so your Zoom goes.
Hey, ho.
Yours are painted, guys. I just checked my Lucy. Not painted.
I'm on eBay. I haven't found one with teeth. I think Mark's been
Mark,
sabotaged.
Mark, did you paint those yourself?
No, I would never even.
I think you've been.
Mark, we found a couple customs in your collection.
Oh my
Childhood
God.
toys.
This is
I mean,
weird.
I've looked at 10 on eBay, loose, nothing.
I'm just gonna go with I have the most rare
No.
knobs on planet Earth.
That needs to be replaced.
Bro,
'cause
you need to
it's-
replace that, baby. But you know what? I'm a psycho, so I would replace it, but not get rid of the other one.
Just in case. Yeah.
Dude, I've looked at 15 here. All not painted teeth.
All right. Well,
I have the
Great,
running
worry.
chain.
Hey, there's a mint on card Nasty Boys you can get on eBay. $260. Free shipping, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. All right, the next one's. I told you lackluster. You know what? To be honest, I'm sticking with it because the Nasty Boys are great. The only other 2 that you get are the Legion of Doom, where are heavy hitters. I didn't play with these. You can't. You're gonna kill people with the spikes.
Yeah,
It's
but they were
pointless.
just come on, man. They're larger than life.
Literally, I took these. I put them to the side. They never came out. They were never booked. They
You're
came to
insane.
the book. They came
You had
to
a
TVs.
disturbed childhood.
They
I
ate
even have
the
the titles on mine. No, these rule, man.
LOD,
You're-
I remember walking into, we called it the TV room one day, and they were just sitting there on the couch, like in the middle of just sitting there, mid on card. That's how we got those. And then the Nasties, I found, I think it was either a KB or maybe like a Play World, but it was like they in the mall, they had a real store, and then they had like a kiosk on the floor, if that makes sense, like a little shop.
Yeah.
And that's where I found the Nasties.
I remember the Nasties. I remember going to one of those Kitty Cities, and it was like a never-ending wall of Nasties and no LOD. Yeah, so
Also, to be
that's how
totally
hard,
honest,
these
mine's
guys are
broken.
hard to find, man.
So
Super hard.
this is
What?
broke, but this one works.
What?
I knew that. This one,
Oh my god!
He's got a dead arm.
What is that?
When he fall asleep on his arm?
I don't
Pins
know.
and needles?
It's weird.
How are you gonna pick someone up with a doomsday device like that?
That's not safe, bro. Look at mine.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh
Bro.
my god.
Too bad.
All right. Favorite one of the set, and what would you change?
Nasties, and I would take the spikes off.
Nasties are my favorite because they're just cool. LOD, no, because that takes away like everything that there is, you know?
Boo.
Yeah, unless you were gonna make them removable, but at this time they clearly were not.
Yeah.
They need to have the spikes.
Yeah, because then they're just dudes. It takes away everything that they were on television, you know?
I would say LOD, my favorite. What I would change is Hawk's hair is like jet black, too dark.
I do actually agree with that, yeah. And actually, I was just thinking that as I was looking at it now. All
A
right.
little too dark.
Hello, boys and girls. This is your old friend RJ City, and this Hasbro history has been very nice, but I don't think you've quite adequately captured the struggle that Canadian children had trying to find these figures. I'm Canadian. I live in Toronto, and I don't know if you knew this, but like Canada is a good 8 years behind the United States, culturally speaking. So I couldn't get the things that I wanted to get. The closest thing that I had to a local hero was Carl DeMarco. So they would have the obvious Hulk Hogan's and Randy Savage and Ultimate Warrior, what have you, but then those special ones, the later editions like the Undertaker Mall, like that WrestleMania 8-ish kind of vibe, could never find them anywhere. But of course, as you know, Matt, being in New York, you can kind of get whatever you want. Like my cousin who lives in New York, he got all the best action figures, and every summer I would go there, I would go look in his room, and on his shelf, he would have the best ones. And I would say, you're not really using these. You don't even seem to enjoy them. Can I have them? And every year he would say, no. Every year I would try. I would offer. I'd say, what do you want from me? What can I give you from Canada? Ketchup chips? And he would say, no. For years I would go. For years, and I would just stare at these rarities that would light up my eyes and nothing. And then one year, I guess maybe he was proud of me or he had just grown out of them. He said, you know what? You can have them. And I still have them to this day. I got me some El Matador, a little bit of an Ariba action. I got some nails, Kevin Wacholowitz, whatever his name is, with the number on the back. Very exciting. Ric Flair, which again kind of looks more like B. Arthur than Ric Flair. I got the Bret Hart with the silver glasses, because who needs the pink glasses? And best of all, well, see, I always had this Mr. Perfect, this yellow Mr. Perfect, and it was cool, right? It was like, meh, okay. But what I really wanted was this one. Look at the blue and the yellow. Look at this, is all I wanted. As you know, this was the best color combination for Mr. Perfect ever. And now I have it. And my cousin's good. He has a wife, he has 2 kids, a steady job, good benefits. But I have these.
All right. We are at technically Series 5.
Let me just say full disclosure. I don't remember it like this in my childhood.
The way I think because it's the way they were shipped.
Yeah, because I remember I got a certain amount for Christmas, and those were the brand new ones. So I remember I got Sid, Anvil, Mountie, I don't want to say Virgil.
I have the same memories. I know I got Sid and Anvil on the same day.
Right. I got mine for Christmas, whatever year that was.
Same thing, Kitty City.
All right, who's this whole series?
Let's get the whole rundown. Skinner, Macho Man Randy Savage number 4, Rick the Model Martel, Sid Justice, IRS, the Warlord, Hulk Hogan number 4, the Mountie, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, and Virgil.
So who do you want to start with?
1993, Series 5. Let's grab the Gator Man himself, my old coach from FCW, Steve Kern, Skinner, who I am realizing now does that same front and backwards hand motion that the Warrior did.
He plans to use the Gator Breaker to sleep.
Oh, the Gator Breaker, duh.
Yeah, he plans to use the Gator Breaker to slam his way to the top of the WWF.
I mean, cool figure, hard to play with.
Do you know what his favorite quote is?
What?
I've wrestled baby gators bigger than you.
I like it. Always obviously wish the hat wasn't stuck in his head.
Yeah.
Because that sucks to wrestle with. I mean, and he has a knife actively there, but in Mark's Fig Fed, that's probably a bonus.
Yeah, because you can.
I never realized he has an actual knife.
He's got a legit knife. That's not just the empty holder. That's a knife ready to go.
But this is like the first series that we're finally getting the hammerheads, as Broski always says.
Yeah, if this was Mattel, this figure would never happen. It's the truth.
The disdain in your voice. Yes,
the truth.
All right.
Either
way, you're glad to have him. Next, I grabbed here the Warlord, Big Terry.
You mean Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Warlord. What? You know how many X-Acto knife scars I have on my fingers trying to carve that mask off for Austin Customs?
This figure's great, very toyetic. It's just a little too late. Like, he's well off television at this point. Been a while. And, I mean, it looks cool. There's way too much... Again, I know they're trying to make something more toyetic, but when you're a kid, you're like, no, this guy doesn't wrestle with that mask on. Or the Woo Lord chest piece that Broski stole for WrestleMania a couple years back.
Yeah, the one that I wore to WrestleMania did not quite look as good. But then I got a second one that I wore like all over like main event and superstars that looked better. But if you look at this, I have the famous 3 for $10 KB sticker on this.
All the feels. Oh, I didn't realize that. I guess he had multiple masks on the packaging there. He's got that black mask.
Right.
And the figure is silver.
I think it's great. I think it's very toyetic.
I always, as a kid, was like, how did they not push this guy?
Yeah, he's great.
Jack.
Because he looked like $1 million to me. And he looked so, especially when he switched to like this gear and the singles push, like, I don't know, he looked like he had it all.
So far, 2 for 2 on the toyetic scale with Skinner
For sure.
and Warlord. Because whether or not you know who they are from television, you walk into Toys R Us, you see these guys, you need them.
Yeah.
And next here, I grabbed an officer of the law, Canadian gentleman known as the Mountie. I oddly love this figure. I don't know why.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. I think it's the cocky head lean back. His shock stick rules. I always wished it was red plastic. That's just like a simple request. I don't know why it was black.
I've told this story before, but I got this for Christmas morning, and I did not realize until afterwards that he came with the shock stick.
Today, years old, and you realize it can go in either hand.
Oh, I didn't know that. But so I must have like kept one of the cards. I don't know how I realized that
like
it
a
came with the shock
friend,
stick.
a friend had it or something.
No, I realized that day that I had thrown it out.
Oh no!
And it was just I had so many presents for Christmas this year. There was no way I could find it.
Oh, what a tough problem! What a tough problem to have.
I know, right?
I was
Thanks a lot,
swimming in
Bob.
gifts. I couldn't find my shock stick.
So as a kid, I never had the shock stick, but I would I did try to get another one so I could have the Quebecers, Jacques and Pierre.
Right.
Oh, that's cool. Mark, is your action feature work?
Yeah. My question to you.
I don't trust you, Mark.
Yeah, I don't trust you either anymore. We've had some. If they're animals, dead arm.
Did you guys ever have the Mountie team with the Big Boss Man?
Team?
Yeah.
No. What are you?
I did. They were like the authority figures. It's 2 cops.
Are you watching the programming?
Why do I have to play like that? I couldn't book my own guys. Come on.
Good point.
Did you ever have your Skinner stab a guy mid-match?
It never happened, but
no.
All right. Who's next?
Erwin R. Shyster, the IRS. Very, very great figure. I'm looking at the back of my IRS right now. Yeah, the IRS doesn't show Anvil, but he does show the Mountie. I don't know. It's all over the place.
This was the distribution on this set was like not. I don't know. Not what it's not as cut and dry as this book saying this is series.
So
5.
no 2 back of the cards are the same. They're showing different things. So that's why these figures, like we said earlier, the sets kind of blended together for me, especially because the back of the boxes were all different and stuff like that. But this IRS, I would use him as Vince McMahon. I would use him as the referee.
Yep.
And as IRS.
IRS was around for a hell of a run, and he's worked his ass off. So he was always like in the mix. It wasn't like one of those guys where you're like, oh, how do you get a figure?
Mark, I want to see the shirt. I want to make sure you don't have a yellow IRS shirt, Mark. I don't really trust you.
Look at that white
pretty
on
white.
mine.
Pretty white.
Mark, does your little write-off work? Your little stump?
I'll tell you this.
Same here.
If you're playing with my daughter, this is also the doctor who treats the hurt wrestlers.
Oh, okay.
But
speaking of doctor, this guy was coming to the ring with Dr. Harvey Whippleman. It's Sid Justice.
bad news, guys.
Oh, no.
But look,
Mark,
you're
what's
really
wrong with you?
who cares?
I care.
We both care.
I'll be totally honest with you. I actually just broke the other arm.
Right now?
It just broke on live TV. Oh man. And his hair is a little smudged, so this is another one I got to replace. This is a great figure, though.
We really switched roles here. At first, I was like, "Oh, this is bad. But I've been on a good little stretch here.
Yeah.
Mine's pristine. Body slam works the way it's supposed to. And I mean, what else could you want? You know, Sid comes over. You already had the Galoob. Now you get him in trunks.
Right. So he's already in your fig fed if you're using the Galoob.
And let's face facts. Everyone mixed Galoobs and Hasbro guys.
You had to.
You had to. I mean, I feel like the Galoobs were purposely made on scale with them, whether they admit that or not. I think the body slam feature, perfect way to go for this guy, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I just wish he was a little bigger. I mean, he's a big dude. He's bigger than Hogan.
He's huge.
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a Sid with Harvey Whippleman. I would call it. All right. Who's up?
Let's do Virgil. So Virgil with the bodyguard bash. I wish we would have got him earlier, but better late than never.
That's another one.
Virgil.
93, Virgil. He's an afterthought, and this run was not much to begin with.
Right.
He's got the Superman punch. How's your punch, Mark?
Great.
Well, Mark, do you know his favorite quote? If the right one doesn't get you, the left one will.
Oh, baby. I liked this figure when I was a kid, though. I remember playing it a lot.
It's a great figure.
Yeah, it really is actually a very good figure. The likeness even holds up till today. Like, that looks just like Virgil, man.
And it's even got the tassels are molded on. Like, Mattel probably would have just painted them on or left them off completely. But these are, it's just the detail. Everyone is unique. And yes, they did repaint a lot of guys. But when they didn't repaint it, it's unique. Like, even look at the waistband on Virgil.
Yeah. I mean, this was going to be Shawn Michaels, right? Boy toy, Shawn?
Well, the upper body, not the legs.
Not the... oh, that's just when people make customs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's supposed to be, I believe, Bret Hart legs with the Virgil fist.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, how about Rick the Model Martel? I was a big model Mark when I was a younger kid. Mark, how's your slant? How's your elbow drop?
Great.
Okay. Obviously, this is Randy Savage #1, repainted, but it just works great to me.
Especially since the wrist tape is...
Except the fingers, but you can look past that, I think.
But also, if you look close, it's got that like weird gritted to teeth neck veins, but he's smiling. So he's got like and the head doesn't quite fit, but whatever. I like this figure, so...
If you find the artwork out there, the original model was supposed to have like the long hair, almost like when he wore like the blue tights.
The blue, but he made that like switch. He got kind of repackaged a little bit there into this model. I also would have
splash.
I remember when this came out, I was kind of shocked that it didn't have the purple trunks.
Yeah, this is a great figure. Nice. I like the cocky, like the neck kind of cocky. You know?
Yeah.
But also, I felt like out of like the majority of these, he could have used the accessory of the arrogance. Yeah.
Arrogance. I agree.
That would have like really stepped that figure up.
Well, he is known for inventing the foul-smelling cologne, arrogance.
Nice. All right, moving on. We have his 4th appearance in the line, Hulk Hogan, but this time he's got no shirt.
Big Terry. And you know what? Finally, he has no shirt. Finally, in pure wrestling gear, except for the bandana, but not tan enough. What happened to Hogan?
Yeah,
dude, he looks melted here. He's leaner. His face looks older.
WrestleMania 9, 93. Hogan is not as buff as he used to be. So, I don't know. Maybe the Hasbro got hit with the wellness policy as well. Yeah,
oh my God, my punch works good.
My punch works.
He's a little loosey.
Known for holding the WWF titles more times than any other wrestler.
Wow.
Great figure. And I just want to take this time to show what a test shot is. Here is a test shot of the Hulk Hogan.
I was going to say, because he's got his lower body's reused parts, but the upper body's all new.
Right, so the lower body is just another Hogan.
Yeah, I figured.
And what a test shot is they just try to legit test the molding. So look at the plastic. It's all different colors. It's like a yellow arm, a purple chest, The head is mishmash colors, but it's a cool item. And listen, these test shots, they're not as valuable as a prototype, and they're so obscure, and they're I wouldn't say very common, but it's easy to get, more plentiful than a prototype. But I wanted to get some of my favorite wrestlers. So Hogan, I had to get Hogan because it's Hogan, right? So why not get Hogan? I wasn't gonna get the Skinner, but I'll get Hogan.
Yeah,
it's cool.
And last but not least, also making his 4th appearance in the line, the Macho Man, Randy Savage. And this figure is the epitome of what I kind of said about the Roddy Piper. As a kid, I'm like, man.
Yeah, it sucked.
Why do they do this? And now as an adult collector sitting back here in my case, this figure rules and I love it and I really appreciate it. But as a kid, I would make this the entrance Macho and then I would switch it out.
Close your eyes.
Close my eyes and switch it out to the other one. And that's the one that actually did the matches because you cannot wrestle with this, especially with these tassels. Like,
what I thought was kind of weird is it's like he has like the Brutus Beefcake #1 hands, you know?
Yes, I always thought that was weird. And I'm looking, the way he's packaged is horrible.
Right, so like the fringes should be going the other way.
Yeah.
Other side, jackass.
That's horrible.
Let me see. I'm also realizing that the left hand has perfect like wrist tape painted, and then the inner isn't. So it's like
weird.
But it's there. The molding's there.
Wow, I just realized that too.
That's a really.
I was today years old when.
I also have always thought if you're gonna go this route, this full blown entrance Macho Man, why no sunglasses?
True.
It's like, what the heck?
Yeah.
And this right here is a test shot of the Macho Man right now.
And look at those reused parts.
Coco Beware legs.
Yep, clearly.
Someone got this graded. First of all, I hate grading. I think it's a scam. UKG and AFA. UKG is like the UK graders. It was ranked 85%. Like, out of what? Out of 100? Why was it ranked 85 out of 100? That's why I hate these.
They got so many Macho Man #4 test shots in that,
right.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's in this case. I could crack it open. There's some other things that we'll save for part 2 that I will crack open. But it actually looks kind of nice in the case. I'm not keeping it in the case because it's graded. I'm keeping it in the case because it looks nice.
Yeah, it's cool.
But Brian, you forgot this. That wasn't last. Last is the anvil.
Oh, where did I put
the
anvil? Oh.
So finally, and actually sort of like right after the Bret Hart, which makes a lot of sense timeline-wise, near the tag team. So it sort of makes sense that this would come out now.
But in my mind, when this came out, like, High Energy's over. I mean, he's not on television.
Oh, this doesn't make any sense. The way he looks.
The back says, known for co-hosting WWF Wrestling Challenge.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't even really remember that.
Or New Foundation, I guess, is really what this is trying to, because the Owen eventually will match.
Also, he has the most defined abs out of any of the
it's
Hasbros.
awesome. Yeah, the abs on top of a gut. I mean, it's
and
pretty
this
awesome.
is not just like a repaint of what the anvil was supposed to be. This is all original
No, there's
parts.
no way, because the baggy pants and
Right.
the checkered outfit, which I will admit, in 1992, I thought was pretty damn cool. I thought these outfits ruled.
It's a timeless figure. I remember getting this for Christmas. Man, it really makes me want to break out these figures and have a good old fig fed. I might need to take some of Mark's figures so I can bust them up and play with them.
I was going to say, I feel the opposite after doing all this because I'm so scared to like break a action feature or something.
No, I'd have to get duplicates. Like I'd have to like get Sam Roberts and Mark's figures combined and make a fig.
My figures have been great. A couple of them do.
I don't know. You were talking a big game and now
Are you related to Sam Roberts?
Oh, that is hurtful.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
All right,
guys.
All right.
Favorite guy in the set and what you would change?
You know what? Now that I was going to say Mountie, but I think Jim Anvil Neidhart is my favorite because of the uniqueness of it. He's never had another New Foundation or, outfit figure. And it's pretty damn cool. And what I would change, I'd either just go all the way with Macho, give him some glasses, or the opposite with Warlord or Mountie, like take some of the entrance stuff off so they're more in-ring ready.
My favorite is the Macho Man. And what I would change is I would make Hogan have that Hogan tan.
Yeah,
the prototype has the Hogan tan. Why
honestly,
can't
that would make that figure way more attractive. Yeah.
I like Sid the best, new guy in the Fed, and
you're just scared that Sid's gonna see this video and be mad at you, but okay.
Because
I know Sid now. He's my friend now on Instagram.
Okay.
And I would give the model that arrogance feature.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good idea.
All right, next series.
Well, Brian, check this out, though. Look at the Undertake 'em all ad. Look at the first ones, Mountie, Warlord, Sid, Anvil, Virgil. Those say available now in white. And then Skinner, Macho, Hogan, Martel, IRS, that says it in yellow. Listen, they definitely came out at different times. At least that's how I remember it. And the ad even kind of proves that.
Major Mark Swoggle here. The absolute greatest Hasbro, in my opinion, has to be Ultimate Warrior Series 2. The playability factor with the Gorilla Press Slam, the neon colors and the face paint and the tassels and the gear. This is the greatest Hasbro figure they ever made, in my opinion. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Alrighty. Series 6. Here we go. Papa Shango, the Nature Boy Ric Flair, El Matador, also known as Tito Santana, the Berserker, Tatanka, and the Repo Man. First up I got here is Papa Shango. And Mark, do you have something you want to confess to the group?
Yeah,
These are my confessions.
Well, this is a Hasseltoy problem. I got this from Hasseltoy. I thought it was coming with the necklace. He thought I knew it did not have the necklace, so...
This figure is a little sore spot for me. I could never find it as a kid. It was very hard to find in the store. And I never had it.
It's great. The tattoos and...
Do you guys... It's weird because it's his necklace, but you can hold it.
Because it's his voodoo thing. He shakes at you and does voodoo. It's not really his necklace.
Are you sure? Because
I always pose it in his hand.
But look at the package. It's his necklace. It's very odd.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
Could be both.
Wear it, take it off.
Does it say anything on the packaging?
On the packaging on the back, it's not shown. It does not say.
Mark, does your punch work?
Yep.
There's more guys with the Jake the Snake punch than I actually remember.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that this is the guy who was pimping hoes nationwide, rolling a fatty for this pimp daddy, letting that blunt up and say, pimping ain't easy.
One of the stars of Live 5.
That's right.
This is another one where I'm like, how is this guy not a bigger star? Like, you see like WrestleMania 8, you're like, oh man, he's getting ready to become such a huge deal, and it just didn't happen. I mean, later it becomes Godfather and it's super over, but man.
But do you see the pictures that surfaced online recently where Godfather, I don't know if it was before Godfather or after, but he was going to be Papa Shango again?
I did see that, actually, yeah. Like in the Attitude Era?
Yeah, it been cool.
Xavier Woods pitched to be Papa Shango's son in developmental, and he made these awesome vignettes and stuff, and he was like son of Shango or something. It was friggin' awesome.
Wow.
I always wish someone would have been on that.
Great figure. Tall, big.
Yep.
The hat stays on, which makes it even taller. So I got to display him in the back of my ring so he doesn't block anybody.
Yeah, he is he's like Andre. Like Andre I would like to put out front on my display, but he blocks everybody, so that just is not very pleasing to the eye. Next up, El Matador, Tito Santana, who was repackaged at this time. He's got the Jake the Snake punch as well.
You know what I hate? The old school, like 1991.
Oh my God.
Tito.
That's like 1990 Tito, yeah.
Come on, give us a little arriba.
That's a very Jax move. I'm like not too happy with my Tito's a little banged up.
Repaint of Jake the Snake. We really start getting into the repaint city here.
Yeah. But this one I'm okay with. Like, this is like older grizzled Tito. He's an undercard guy. He doesn't need to be jacked up.
But the body type works. It works for Tito. The bullseye bash.
Yeah.
His favorite quote is, "Ole."
Oh, nice to know that. Next up is your favorite wrestler of all time.
Yeah.
Take it away.
I love this figure. I have him mint on card, but
I hate this
actually
figure.
horrible.
This figure sucks.
Yeah. I have
This
him
body
the
type,
one I have mint.
Snare.
The Flair snare.
No hair, no flair. Woo!
I mean, the color is great, and I think the body works for him, but the head is just so bad.
I like the knee pads aren't painted, so it looks like he just has really wrinkly knees. So weird.
I do like the face. Everyone's like, this face is a crazy face. It's BS. But if you play the Royal Rumble video game for Super Nintendo, I guess also for Genesis also, his picture is this crazy screaming face.
And even before you found that, I always liked this face because this is like promo worked up Ric Flair face. Right. So I always thought that part was fine. I like that he was in red. Like I pictured WWF Ric Flair in red trunks.
Yeah, I like this. And then he always does this. Grabs the head, gives him a shot.
That part is fine too, I guess.
Right.
But I just don't like that body until 1, 2, 3 Kid, where I think it was finally made sense.
Yeah.
But,
And he's got to be out of WWF when this comes out, correct?
it's got to be very close because he's gone in the first month of Raw in January '93,
Right.
and
Right.
this is his 1993 set, so he's just left.
Yeah, for sure. All right, who's next?
Next, I have the Berserker.
Cloth goods. First time.
Soft goods, yeah, first time seeing that. I think the Duggan body is perfect. I hate that he has the crown, but it makes it obviously toyetic.
The soft goods is perfect, I think, with the Berserker blast. The
Yeah.
prototype out there has him with no soft goods and holding the 2x4. So luckily that didn't happen.
Jeez, what a disaster. No,
But he
this is
can
cool.
hold the 2x4 perfectly.
This is one of the ones I replaced recently for sure because when he chips brown. So if his nose or his face or his helmet's chipped, it gets all brown and looks really bad.
His favorite quote,
So happy
Huss
that-
Huss.
Mark, does your slam work?
Oh, yeah.
I hear a little
This
click,
one's
click, click
minty.
there.
I was resetting mine. It works.
Mine's minty.
Yeah, mine's good. I
Very,
just
very cool.
like got this, or in the past year or two, I got it.
Mine's got that $4.99 TRU sticker.
All right, next up, I think is a little bit of a sleeper, guys. The Repo Man. When did you realize this was Smash?
Today years old. No, just kidding.
So way down the line, and I realized.
Yeah, I did not know at the time for sure, 100%.
What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine too. With the robber clobber,
That's-
repo.
That's a real quote from him, like in promos, I recall.
What, you made that up? I'm not reading this.
I know, but like some of that stuff in the packaging
Oh,
is
it
kind of
is on the
BS.
back actually. What's
what I'm
mine is
saying.
mine. What's yours is mine too.
Yeah. Does he have original like kick pads and stuff? I think he does.
Wow, could be.
I
I
think
love that
it's-
he's got the tat.
Yeah, he's the tat, and it's definitely Coco's like flabby upper body.
Yeah.
Is it?
But I would say for sure.
Oh, yeah, this
Does
is Coco's body, 100%.
your- Yeah. Does
Yeah.
yours
Even
jump?
the boots.
No,
No, that's what I'm saying. The boots are they're like kick pads. They're like original.
So did you steal your kick pads from the Repo Man?
Yes. Breaking story. All right, and last but not least, probably my favorite of the set because he was so damn over, Tatanka.
undefeated.
Yeah, how many times did you do that with him coming down the aisle?
So many times. And one time
Ding,
I was
ding,
on
ding, ding, ding.
I was on a flight going overseas, and it was a big overseas flight, right? And I was sitting on the aisle. Then I had like a middle seat free, and then the other aisle was Bo Dallas, and he looked at me. He gave me a little salute, and he went, and then he slept for the whole flight.
That's because the Rotunda boys and Tatanka all live in the same town, and they like would work out at the same gym. And Bray would tell me he would like go, and he wouldn't be able to work out because Tatanka would just talk his ear off. Yeah.
Tatanka, were you in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal when he tried to get an entrance?
That was during my fired years, and I remember watching that like with Cabana, like at the High Spots Hotel, and we were like, "Is that Tatanka?" Like, we're just like, "Why is he just randomly in this match?"
I guess like only a couple of people get entrances, and everyone else has the jabroni all at once entrance.
Yeah,
and
that's
I don't
what
know
it
if
is.
someone told Tatanka he was supposed to get an entrance, or I think maybe he got cut last minute, and he kept saying like, "No, I'm supposed to have an entrance. No, I'm supposed to have an entrance." And then like he's walking side ramp while like the Big Show goes down.
Man,
Weird.
And I also heard from a lot of the boys that day he was pumping up with bands for like a ridiculous
But like,
amount of time.
why? If you're gonna have Tatanka in it, why not have the entrance?
I actually got 100% agree with that.
I
Like,
agree 100%. Why
and you
stuff
get
him out there?
You get the exact reaction that I had where I was like, I think that's Tatanka. Like, you're not like
he needs an entrance, and he's come back so many times. He's super jacked. He has a ruthless aggression figure that's not a classic.
I watched him in like 2014-15 when I first got let go wrestle Chris Dickinson on this Indian jersey, and they went in like 20 minutes, like sweating his head. It was very impressive. So yeah.
What? Now that we just brought this up, what Hasbro figures had Mattel figures that weren't classics?
What Hasbro? Oh,
Hogan,
Sean.
Piper technically has that target ring.
That's a lame one.
Flair, Jake technically is that target ring.
Yeah.
Undertaker,
Yeah.
Tatanka,
Scott Steiner.
Scott Steiner. Who else? Is that it?
Hacksaw got robbed. He never got one when he was main roster, huh?
Yeah. Wow. I would say Fatu, but he never had a Rikishi Ruthless Aggression.
It's true.
Very interesting.
Road Warrior Animal.
Road Warrior Animal. All right.
Favorite and what you would change?
Ric Flair.
This is a lame set. I would change Flair's body. And my favorite, it has to be Tatanka, Papa Shango. That's a toss-up.
My favorite's Tatanka, even though it's a Texas Tornado repaint.
But if it was fine, it worked great,
It
right?
works.
Yeah.
And then I would change the Flair. I just hate that action. Give him something else.
It's just-
You know what? We've been like joking around and giving Mattel some crap about the retros in this episode. Their retro Ric Flair
awesome.
is amazing.
It
With
is.
the chop.
Yeah.
Oh, with like the reverse clothesline where he actually chops. Listen, we love those Mattel retros. We wish they were still around. We love them so much. Mark got back into collecting because of the retros.
Yeah.
So we wish that they come back. But I will say this, they did a better job with Flair than Hasbro did.
100%.
I agree.
Flair's my favorite, and I would just spice up Tito a little bit. I think he's just really boring.
Tito, yeah. Whew. All right.
All right, next.
Hey guys, Corporate Steve here, aka Action Figure Attack, and I wanted to take a minute to just talk to you about why the WWF Hasbro line was so special to me. Of course, the figures were awesome, stylized versions of our favorite WWF superstars, along with action features which had never been done before on wrestling figures. But beyond how cool the toys were are all the memories the line made for me. From the first time seeing that Jesse Ventura commercial with my friends, to all of us collecting and playing with them, and especially to all the great memories of toy hunting with my dad. Those memories are irreplaceable. When Mattel brought the form factor back, all those memories kept flooding back to me. I got to relive it all over again. And on a sad note, when Toys R Us closed, I went in one last time and I picked a retro up off the shelf, closed my eyes, and I got to feel that feeling one more time. So I hope a lot of you guys got to feel some of those cool nostalgic vibes with retros, and who knows, maybe they'll be back someday. Later.
This might be one of my favorite sets. And is this the first set that they switch colors?
I believe so, yes.
So everyone had like a light blue card, and now it switches to the yellows. Same, it goes with the same, theme.
Very,
but just
very
different color.
very eye-catching set because of that,
So who's in this set, Brian?
This set consists of Crush, Kamala, Nails, the First, Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, Razor, Ramon, and the Rocket, Owen Hart.
I got these for Christmas, I guess, 93. It was funny. I just actually watched the video this past Christmas, and I was so happy to get these. Of course, I had no idea these were coming out pre-internet. So super cool and great figures.
We'll start with Crush here. I can admit full blown that at this time, this is the little blip in my childhood where I was like really into Power Rangers and wrestling was not like the top priority. So like some of these I did not have as a kid.
Wow. Did not know that.
I didn't even know you were into Power Rangers.
I know. Can you believe it?
I really loved Kona Crush. I thought he was like in line to be like the next Hulk Hogan.
Right? I don't get
crazy.
it. The same thing. You're like, man, push this guy.
Huge and like tan and great.
I'll say what, this figure holds up.
Yep.
Repaint of Mr. Perfect, but yes, it holds up.
It holds up. It's got a lot of cool little deco hits that you'd almost like not expect.
All right,
Mark, does your action feature work?
Oh yeah.
Well, mine's like lightning fast,
bro. No.
Crusher.
That.
You would think they'd make this with that Hogan 2 feature, but like change the hand so you can.
Oh,
switch the
that
head.
would have been great.
That would have been way crazier. Beautiful mullet on this thing, by the way. Holy smokes!
So it's funny because like this figure is meant to just like hit somebody with the left arm. It's not meant to do a suplex.
What?
Because they can change the narrative, yeah, for sure.
It's just meant to hit the guy with the Kona Crusher.
Yeah,
well, he does the suplex.
No, I know he does a suplex, but he's not meant to.
Interesting.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Cool.
Next up, everyone's favorite convict, Nails. I mean, the real infamous thing about this is that the rumor is that he like tried to beat Vince McMahon up about this figure, right? And that's what got him fired.
I love that Nails is just like written out in all caps, no cursive on the signature.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beautiful signature. If someone has an actual Nails autograph, I'd be blown away.
Why did he not like this figure?
I think the rumor and innuendo is that he wanted like royalty money, or he didn't know about, I don't know, and then he like went to like attack Vince at TV about it.
Right.
About this?
That's like the
No, he's long gone from this.
I don't know.
Christmas 93 I got this. He's not in WWE in 93.
My memories of him are SummerSlam 92, Survivor Series 92, and then I can't really remember him.
I mean, maybe he's at Rumble 93, but not like he's not at WrestleMania 9.
No, definitely. I don't know.
So he's definitely not around. He's definitely not around by Christmas 93. So you can't get mad about the royalties, because royalties for this wouldn't come till much later.
I have no clue. You've never heard that story?
I've heard the beat up story, but not about royalties. But great figure, Mark, I want to see the numbers on the chest and the back of your figure, Mark.
Doc
Gallows?
Yep. I never even really realized that the numbers on the front there.
Mine are
very
great.
Small. Yeah, mine are great. Action feature works. Cool figure. Am I realizing now that is this DiBiase's legs?
Is it? Series 1?
I'll tell you right now, I got it pretty close still.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And then just an original mold for the top?
Yeah, and the top's all new. Those are DiBiase. Actually, you know what? I bet the copyright's on the back. So
The Jailhouse Jab.
this is for sure reused DiBiase legs. Cool.
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 Next.
Ugandan Giant Kamala. Very cool figure. Obviously, a lot of lore to this one. How's your jump action, Mark?
Those don't break, I don't think.
I feel like I've seen some broken jumpers. It's possible.
All right, so this one's we got some stuff to talk about for this guy.
Yeah, I mean,
this is one I did not have as a child, for sure.
I definitely had it. I like it. I also love just the texture of the skirt.
Yeah, it's great.
It's a cool texture.
I was today years old when I realized I had this texture.
Yeah, I might have to say the same.
I love that the necklace is molded on. Like when I think of Kamala, I don't think necklace. You know,
it's cool though.
Yeah, it's a very cool thing.
There's some crazy saggy boobies on this thing.
It's perfect. So Broski, mine has a star on the belly.
Look at the back fat.
How you get your pecs to go all the way
all the way around? Oh my god!
Yours has a star on the belly. It's funny because the one that's on the packaging, even on the back packaging, has a moon. But we all know that didn't come out.
Right.
Why didn't it come out? We don't know. But there are rumor and innuendo that 12 to 24 moon belly Kamalas are in the universe. And I can say with great certainty and great pride that one of them is with me in Orlando, Florida. There it is. The moon belly Kamala.
Obviously, this is like a famous thing, but I can never really truly wrap my head around like how or why that happened, because he had the moon on his belly his entire career, all his other likenesses and figures throughout the history of time. He's had a ton.
This is something we talked about, the Greg Valentine, Valentine that is easily faked. Bro, there are so many of these that are easily faked. There's even one
it's so easy, yeah.
One that's AFA graded and fake and currently online.
That's crazy.
Like for sale. If you hold this in your hand, like if I showed you a picture, it wouldn't really do it justice. You'd have to actually hold it in your hand to see like the kind of like brush material that was used, like some sort of like airbrush material. Damn, it's so damn good. And it's crazy to think that people spend big money on this to get a fake.
Oh.
It's scary. I'm looking at mine now. I'm like, is this real or is it fake?
Jeez.
No, for sure this is real, but it's still like a very, very scary situation.
Oh man,
we've talked about it on the podcast. You've spent a lot of money on that, but it's one of the most rare things that you have in your collection, and one of the coolest wrestling figure things possible.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
What do we got next?
All right, let's move, because the next three are like heavy hitters, big time, players, figures that really hold up. Let's go first to the bad guy. Razor Ramon. This figure rules, holds up. It's got all the deco hits, the logoing, the razors, the removable chain, which is just like mind-blowing. That 5 o'clock shadow that Broski wakes up with every day.
This is like, in my opinion, top 5 Hasbros of all time.
I agree, right?
It's so good.
With the
Perfect.
Razor Rage. This is one of my favorite figures and one of my favorite performers. Right here is a Razor Ramon test shot. As you can see, it's just all flesh colored. It's cool. The action actually works. To see if everything works a little bit.
Yeah, mine works.
But my favorite part about the Razor is that I have the Ron Rudat artwork.
And you shelled out for a frame on that one, huh?
That's right. Drawn by Ron Rudat on 8/25/1992. So,
Wow.
Macho King body, add vest, new head. So I don't know if they took like an old body and just like molded. I don't know how they did that.
I guess that's because I was staring at his hand. If you look at the loose figure, his hand could hold the scepter still.
Right.
But the tape, they got rid of the wrist tape, though. Or did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Definitely. It's very weird.
Very weird. Also, the back of the vest should be smooth for pad print, which for a logo.
Yeah, which
Is
it
there-
has.
Right. Very, very
Yeah,
cool here. I'm seeing what else it says here. Existing legs of Macho King.
Which it definitely is.
Very, very cool figure. And if you see these drawings up close, you're just blown away by how artistic these people are.
Yeah.
How great they are.
It's that certain style that you recognize right away. It's just pretty, I mean, to us and Die Hard, it's pretty timeless.
For sure.
All right, next up, this is a big deal for me, man, because this is my favorite wrestler at the time. The Heartbreak Kid, the boy toy, Shawn Michaels. He turned heel. He put Marty through the barbershop window. He's got that conceited crunch.
This is such a weird one because originally it was supposed to be with a Virgil punch. You could even see that on the back of the packaging. The line art has the Virgil punch, but this has the Macho Man Rick Martel style conceited crunch. His favorite quote: "Shawn Michaels is in the building."
Shawn Michaels has left the building.
His future ambition is to make everyone realize that Shawn Michaels is the sexiest man alive.
I mean, this figure holds up. Tattoo. I love that. I mean, it's not ideal, but like the boots have the straps painted over the laces, so you would never know. I mean, it's just so cool.
He was the first heel or bad guy that I got into, and that's why my original backyard name was Boy Toy Brett Matthews.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's how I got Brett Matthews, because Shawn Michaels, apparently he was Michael Sean Hickenbottom and flip-flopped the name, so I'm Matthew Brett Cardona, Brett Matthews.
Oh, wow.
This is one specifically I know I bought on card and opened.
Really?
Yeah, mine's pretty pristine.
It's a beautiful fig.
Yeah.
All right, and last but not least, rounding out the set, one of my favorites, I have a autographed one right over my shoulder right there. The Rocket, Owen Hart, in his awesome high-energy parachute pants.
Well, his future ambition is to make High Energy the WWF Tag Team Champions,
There
and
you
his
go.
favorite quote, "High Energy will shock the WWF."
Oh, man. What?
Known for one half of the High Energy Tag Team with Coco Beware.
Very, I like the scan on this or whatever, the sculpt of the face. Very timeless. I feel like, they popped his head off and put it on somebody to make Owen customs, like in the...
Yeah, they just put it on a Mr. Perfect.
That's it. Okay, yes. I don't know why that was escaping me. Yeah, they would just do that and paint it like, King of Hearts, Owen Hart.
And we'll talk about later, it's rumored that he was supposed to have, turning on Brett, Rocket, King of Hearts, Owen.
That I
Great
think
figure.
I would probably say that's like one of the most, like, how did they not get that out before the license went away?
Yeah, I think it was definitely going to come in the orange cards or the next set at least, but we have no proof, and who knows, we might get proof one day, but until then, this Owen Hart has to do. Very colorful, very toyetic, great fig.
All right. Love favorite one, and what would you change?
Razor Ramon is the greatest, and I'd put a moon on Kamala's belly.
I was going to say, can we unanimously say just make it correctly and there's no lore of this dumb figure?
I
Right?
agree, and Razor Ramon is my favorite.
I'm going to go with, I'm going to go with that autographed Owen Hart right over my shoulder because it's
so
unique and cool, yeah.
That's a good one.
All right, next set.
What's up, guys? VSK here. To no one's surprise, I'm here to talk about the Hasbro Shawn Michaels, the first ever sexy boy boy toy, Shawn Michaels. Such a cool figure. The gear is unbelievable. This gear has been made by Jax and Mattel, and just the detail of it, the detail in the tattoo. It's a great face, perfect mullet, cool sunglasses. You can't go wrong with this figure. I wish it could do a super kick, but hey, you gotta, sometimes the actions don't really go with the guys, but still unbelievable figure, and he was definitely a mainstay in my fig fed for a long time with the Bendham's Diesel. But if you're talking about great figures, you can't leave out the Heartbreak Kid.
All right, folks. It is Series 8, 1994. We have Mr. Perfect 2, Bret Hart number 2, Bam Bam Bigelow, Undertaker number 2, the Narcissist, aka Lex Luger, and the heavy hitter himself, Yokozuna. Probably the most effort, let's start with him, ever put into a Hasbro.
Oh my God, what a great figure. First of all, also the back, the roster is so deep that now they switch to a checklist style on the back.
Which is cool.
But it's weird because it's not every figure, and some of the figures have a little star next to them. It says like figure may no longer be available. So it says Akeem, Andre the Giant, Hockey Talk Man, The Nasties, Coco Beware, Dusty Rhodes. Those all might not be available. Like what? Jimmy Snuka. But you're gonna walk in and find come on. You're gonna find the IRS at this point?
Well,
you're gonna find Greg the Hammer Valentine?
There's no internet, so what if you just started collecting with Series 8 and you don't know? I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know his favorite quote is Yosh.
Yosh. I know I could never find this in the store, and I traded some kid at school for him for something, I remember.
Great figure. So toyetic, so big and fat. And I'm so glad.
Heavy. It's heavy.
I'm so glad they didn't repaint. They didn't do some sort of earthquake.
Imagine if this was Earthquake. Oh my God.
Or mine's broken, guys.
What?
Mar.
Literally click, click, click.
Oh, look at mine. Boom. Banzai.
Banzai.
Man, it doesn't get any better than that figure, man. Whew.
Perfect.
Perfection. Speaking of perfection, what a transition. Mr. Perfect, this time, considering he's one of my favorite wrestlers, this is one of my favorite, Mr. P on the boots. The signature Mr. Perfect triangle on the back of the singlet, the beautiful blonde hair, which even to this day, I feel like, especially Jack's Classics and the Mattels are not so hot either. They never get that vibrant blonde that Mr. Perfect had. And these Hasbros have it.
Well, that's why it's perfect for Sonny for the Body Donis.
That's right. And even though my tag says KB $6.99, I remember I got these at some store in the mall, Sunrise Mall. It wasn't KB. It was a different name for the toy store. I'm not quite sure I forget what it was called. Eventually it became Noodle Cadoodle. But I remember walking in and seeing all these figures. And at the time, my dad only let me and my brothers get Yoko, Bam Bam, and Luger because they were new. And then a couple days later, he had brought home Mr. Perfect, Undertaker, and Bret. Because 3 new guys, 3 repaints. But these are kick-ass, must-need repaints.
Yep. All the repaints rule in this one. But also, if you're a kid with a fig fed, you have to go by that rule you went by. You have to get the new guys and not the...
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, 100%.
No way. Yeah.
Okay, next.
Bam Bam Bigelow.
Bam Bam!
This is another one that, he is Earthquake and Typhoon's body, but that, doesn't matter because it works so perfect. And this just holds up. This is a cool-ass figure. One of the most toyetic pro wrestlers of all time, if you really want
to do the
into
moonsault, too.
Yeah.
Oh, so great. And, it's okay that the singlet's there, just painted over, but you can barely tell.
That's what I'm saying. You can barely tell. It's so fine. The
tattoos
head.
are sparkling. It's great.
Tattoos all over his body. The flames. So fun to play with. Man.
I used to, when Bam Bam became Babyface Bam Bam and wore that fiery jacket, I would take the fire.
That. Yeah.
Yes, I would take the fire from Ricky Steamboat and use that with him, come down to the ring with it and use it for the promo shots.
That's very creative. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next up I got in front of me, Bret Hart, number 2. Just like Mr. Perfect, man, this is just such an upgrade. Badass tan, way more deco and popping of logos. I love it.
My one gripe with this figure is that it has the silver shades when it should have pink.
Yeah. Which
It like went in reverse.
You
The
have to
other
be
one,
like-
if anything, should have silver.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be a real Brett diehard to figure that out or be sad about that. Is he missing
what?
Star in his boot?
Mine don't have a star.
Mine don't either. By the way, mine was given to me by Mr. Matthew Cardona, but the action does not work.
Oh
Well, that's why I gave it to you, though.
I know.
Mark, you have more dead actions than action.
No, but I gave. Don't make it seem like I just screwed you over, Mark. I sent this.
You said
to
it. You said, "Hey, do you want this? The action doesn't
All right,
work."
guys.
I said, "Hell yeah, I do."
Brett 1 has the star. I knew it. There was different. Brett
Yeah.
2 does not, which is
Gotcha.
kind of odd, but whatever.
And similar to the Kamala, but not as cool. There's some out there that have like I think it's like black elbow pads or black wrist tape or white. It's a weird, different elbow pad wrist tape combination.
Pre-production? You mean?
Pre-production,
Okay,
some sort
okay.
of thing. Yes,
That's
I don't
fine.
count that.
Yeah, I wouldn't count that. That's cool though.
In fact, actually, maybe it's like what it's exact. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm getting so excited just looking at this Hitman.
Next up, let's hit up Soft Goods McGee over here.
Oh, it's the best.
Undertaker.
Very
I never
hard
had
figure to find now.
Stone tackle.
That's another one I did not have as a child.
Oh my god.
I did not.
See, if this is something now, I'd be so afraid to get a soft goods coat because now all these accessories, especially a soft goods coat,
Can be easily duplicated. Yeah.
easily faked.
I
Super
actually
scary.
appreciated in this Hasbro Maniacs guide, he's got all 3 Undertakers from behind, so you can get a real good look at its hair and decipher. They're 3 very different hair colors.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
for
the,
sure.
the easy way to break it down is the first Undertaker is like red hair. This one, if you could see, is like really dark. Like really dark. And then the other one's like a brown. So it's like, so that's the easiest way to, Mark, let's see, make sure you don't have a Series 1 Undertaker with a coat on.
No, I don't think so.
No, yeah, that's the hair's supposed to be dark. Cool.
This is from
Very
David
cool
C.
figure.
Anderson, so it's good condition.
Oh, yeah, he wouldn't screw you over. All right, and last but not least, Lex Luger's debut. Like you said, you already had him in the your Galoob, but this is the narcissist
Way better.
Lex Luger.
The narcissist.
Cool figure. Always, even as a kid, I realized that those are British Bulldogs wrist gauntlets painted over, which kind of like bothered me a little bit, but not the biggest of a deal.
Yeah, and the legs are like what, like a Hogan?
I believe Hogan. Yeah.
Very, very cool. Very, very cool figure.
It's kind of
looks just like Lex.
Yeah.
it's funny. Like as a kid, you think like, oh, he was the narcissist. That run was so short.
Right. This is a lot like that Steamboat where the window to make this figure was very small.
And it's like even shorter than like
Yeah.
way shorter than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's cool they even got it out.
Great set.
Great set. I do wish in the history of time that it was USA Lex, but
Yeah.
tis what it is.
But also, Narcissist Lex is in like all those video games too.
I know that's crazy how much product and like which makes him in the history of time like live longer almost, you know, than what it really was in television.
Yeah.
Favorite? What would you change?
Favorite?
Bam Bam's my favorite.
Yeah, right. Bam Bam's just too damn. I mean, Yoko's amazing too. And
Yoko.
This is overall my favorite set, by the way.
It's up there, even
There's
though it's
no
3
hole.
repaints.
There's no holes in it, man.
It's proof that you can make good repaints.
Yeah.
My favorite is Yoko. I would change the Brett sunglasses or add a little tat to Taker. Does he have some tats on the forearm at that time?
Probably that'd be really cool. I'll go with that too. Yeah.
Oh no! Let me tell you what I would change. I'm gonna blow your mind. If you take this Taker with this jacket, and make that hat removable, that's one of the best Hasbro figures of all
Yeah,
time.
but you're totally changing. You're totally changing the head.
Yeah. No, I mean no. The head could just be under there. I mean,
but it's not. It's
it's
like a blockhead.
But then that would be game changer because then you'd have an Undertaker with full
I
gear.
agree. Different mold. Yes,
I agree. It's to the point where you've seen it so many times with the hat stuck on that wasn't even in my mind. So I agree. Bam Bam's the best. Let's get that hat off the dead man.
All right, next set.
All right.
What up, dude?
What up, dude?
Hey, it's the last professional broadcaster, member of Mattel's WWE Elite Squad, Sam Roberts. First of all, thank you to Zach, Matt, and Brian for having me on the show. Here to celebrate what is my favorite line
of WWE action figures of all time. What's my favorite action figure line of all time? And that's the Hasbro line. I love the Hasbros because not only is it the wrestling figure line that I truly grew up on, but it's the last action figure line that for me, you got that surprise when you went to the store. You would go to the store and there was no internet, there were no leaks. You didn't know there was a new series coming out until it popped up in Toys R Us and you saw it. I remember my brother going to stores and him calling me, oh my God, they got new toys, they got new toys. And then, of course, they would have the magazine ads, the Undertake 'em All ad, where you would see the next 6 months or 8 months or whatever it was of figures coming out. My favorite Hasbro figure of all time is probably The Undertaker, but one of my favorite series is the last series, is the Green Card series. And it's a super bittersweet series because it is the last series, but at the same time, it's so crazy when you look at this line of figures that you have everyone from Andre the Giant and Akeem to 1, 2, 3 Kid and Yokozuna represented in the same line. And the Green Card series represents that better than any other series in the line to me. So some of my favorite figures from the series are, of course, Atom Bomb. Same body, by the way, but Kona Crush, which, while it's a direct Crush repaint, just the fact that he's got his face paint and everything is super cool. Of course, the ultra rare Ravishing Rick Rude, Ric Flair bodied 1, 2, 3 Kid. But by the way, this body is more appropriate for 1, 2, 3 Kid than it is for either of those two other guys. And maybe my favorite figure in the line, the one and only Ludwig Borga. And the action still works. You don't need all 10 fingers for the actions to still work. You know, one of the things that makes these so special to me is that unlike a lot of collectors that I probably would not say are as legitimate as I am, these are actually the figures that I had from the time that I was a child. And maybe there's a slight sun damaging on some of them. Maybe not every single finger is represented as Hasbro originally intended. But this is a real collection. And I'm proud to have the Hasbro Green Card series in my collection. Thanks, Major Marks. Happy to be part of the family.
All right, Series 9, 1994, Doink the Clown, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Rick and Scott, the Steiner brothers, Ted DiBiase, number 3, and Tatanka, who we will not be breaking down because we already did. It's a complete...
No, we got to talk about him.
It's a complete re-release.
Well, it'll segue into something else. Let's save Tatanka for last. Let me just say this. This is the first time, I think, that I knew figures were coming because I was at WrestleMania 10, and I wasn't at the Fan Fest where you go on YouTube and you see that they show all these figures. Like, I wish I was at the Fan Fest because they showed all these upcoming figures, so I knew nothing about it. But at the time, I bought the program, and in the program was this famous Hasbro ad with Sam Roberts, and it says Slam Doink. And it shows the previous set and this set. So let's talk about Sam right now as the first figure.
I mean, if you don't say it's the best one in the set, you're delusional. It's the best one in the set.
I made my mother buy me 2 so I could relive WrestleMania 9.
Really?
Yes.
It's so great.
First off, Mark, how messed up is your Doink hair? I bet it's all over the place.
That is Sam Roberts.
Oh no! I mean, I have a nice little fro here.
Mine is, once you have a mint on car, baby, it's minty, minty, minty.
Yeah. I actually got this at LNS Comics. Not this actual Doink, but I got my Doink from LNS Comics.
LNS Comics, for those who don't know, is a local comic book store. I say local. It was around the block from me on Long Island in Merrick, New York. But it was in the WWF magazine.
That's how I found out about it. I begged my parents to take me there, and I bought. They had like Lucy's on like white card, like a bag.
It's comic book case.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's how I got this. I could never find it in the store.
This Doink is great. The real hair,
rules.
Unreal.
Would you expect that as a kid? Not at all.
No way.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Super duper cool figure. The big top clobber Hey, do you know his favorite quote is? Life's a joke.
Wow. All right, let's move on. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. This is a real head scratcher, I think.
Really? I think this might be. If it wasn't for Doink, I'd say he's my favorite.
I love him. I remember him wrestling Yokozuna like once in this outfit, like on Raw.
Guys, you know what his favorite quote is, right?
Ho! Ho! So they've retooled it to hold this like party, like goes in like a cupcake flag.
Yes.
The flag is so cheap.
But it's fine. It's
Which
perfect.
we found out was reused from a G.I. Joe.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And that you
part of it is.
So Tommy Boy, it's the exact same flag or something like that. So he was able to piece that together with a G.I. Joe.
I don't think it's
one.
exactly the same. Let's
I do like that they updated. He's got like the Michael Hayes looking like blonde on top.
Right.
You know, just for Mangel and the beard. That's cool. But
And I like that they made a new hand to fit the flag. They could have, That's So Jax and just threw it in there.
Obviously, his torso is all new too because he doesn't have the chest hair and all that stuff.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Mark, does the back ears have like a weird white stripe that goes all the way up?
Yes.
You see that?
Yeah.
That's weird. That doesn't look right?
Yeah.
I have that too on the left side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on mine as well.
That just looks bizarre. Anyway, next, the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. To me, this is just too little, too late.
Oh yeah.
But you finally got him where you could play with him and wrestle him. He's too. I mean, DiBiase actually was a big guy, but this figure feels too big.
I love the white, just the white outfit on here. But
yeah, actually, that looks a lot better on card than the actual figure does loose.
Right.
Jake the Snake Punch, and then I think the other, to me, the coolest things.
But
about this,
it's not a Jake. It's a repainted Hogan, not Jake.
I'm just saying the action feature is
Right.
the same.
Yeah.
And then this is probably the most exciting part. The Steiner brothers, finally. I don't know if you guys know this, but Rick is Crush's body. So he has like the studs in his underwear, and the boots have the studs.
Oh yeah, look at that!
Yeah.
Look at that crotch.
I've always noticed that.
Steiner line, but it's called the Steiner Slam, not the Steiner line, and the Steiner Suplex.
And then Scott's obviously Mr. Perfect, but it's pretty perfect to have him like that.
Oh, because he's the suplex machine. Yes.
Yeah,
it's
rules.
Great.
This is. I don't know if you guys have the same memory, but that 3 for 10 bin at KB was filled with these Scott Steiners. Not Rick for whatever reason, but the Scott. Just so many. I'll just never forget that.
I love the Steiners.
Obviously you have the Galoob, so you can use them in your Fig Fed. But
Yeah,
it's
but-
great to get the real Hasbro.
I would say this is a big upgrade, though. It's still cool, though.
Actually, the Galoob Steiner is one of my favorites of all time. It's perfect. All right.
All right. Now things are going to get interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get some things here.
So here's what happened while Broski gets us some stuff. This series came out with a Tatanka. Now, you're thinking to yourself, well, there's been a ton of repaints. But this was not a repaint. This was the exact same Tatanka that came out a few series earlier.
So the only thing to distinguish it is the purple carding instead of the blue carding.
So Broski.
And also, at LNS Comics, I had found out also that it wasn't supposed to be Tatanka. It was supposed to be Mega Maniacs, Brutus the Barber, Beefcake. And we had seen some pictures online, but that's it, right? Jeff Springer, friend of the show, he actually spent his childhood with this figure in his collection. He played with it. It was in his Fig Feds. He was one of the kids who collected the card backs. So he saved the card back. He put this online to try to get some information from people. Everyone attacked him. Fake.
Well, how did he get it?
Fake. He wrote me a letter and explained the whole story. That his dad was a doctor and worked for Madison Square Garden and was working at WrestleMania 10 during that fan fest, met someone from Hasbro, made a little connection, and that guy from Hasbro sent him many figures, and one of them just happened to be this sample of Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
What a crazy story.
So I'm going to pull it out for you. Now, here it is. Here's the figure. Now, listen, I get it. You look at this figure, it looks like a right-handed kid painted it lefty with his eyes closed. It's horrible.
And it's
horrible paint.
Let's just say it's a repainted Beefcake number 2.
In
For
theory,
sure.
but the actual figure is not.
Yes.
The actual
No.
figure is not, because the figure has been so played with. You can see the boots, the white paint is scratching off the boots. I'll show you guys right here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
If you look at your Beefcake number 2, the mold, the whole plastic is white. The whole plastic on this is the skin color. So that was just some proof. Another part of proof I had, first of all, he also comes with the plain black shears.
Which
there is a private...
Mark is in the market for it. Yeah. Pair of black shears.
There is another Greg out there, which I believe is the one from the ads, where the shears are painted. Also,
you said Greg, you mean Brutus.
Brutus, I'm sorry. Correct.
So obsessed with Greg, bro. Get over it.
I love you, Greg.
Yeah.
Very interesting fact also is that in the ad, he's wearing like plain white boots. So when I got mine, I don't know if you can see it here. He's got some sort of scissors painted on the boots. And I was like, if someone's going to make this custom, right, they're going to copy it right off that ad. Why would they paint the scissors on the boots? And the scissors are like perfectly done, red and yellow. And then, because I do a lot of research, I found high-def pictures of that ad, and you can see the little like yellow of the scissors, but you can't even see that it's a whole scissor. So even if someone had that original, they wouldn't even know. If they zoomed in with all, I don't know the correct terminology, with a microscope on a computer. Mark, what's that called?
No clue.
If they zoomed in on the pixels.
Zoom in.
If they zoomed in on the pixels,
I'm the tech support guy. Let me take.
There is no way they would have been able to say, "Ooh, those two little yellow lines are scissors." There's no way. And I'm admitting, guys, it's painted like. I know that this wasn't a real toy. This is a pre-production. This is a sample. Now, what's really weird, and this part I cannot explain. It came with a card. Okay? People were saying, Photoshop. Listen, I'm holding this right now. This is not Photoshop.
That's crazy.
This is the real thing, okay? People are saying, the glue doesn't come, the glue wouldn't rip the paper that way. Listen, it was different glue. What can I tell you? Obviously, it's weird because there's a hand-painted figure on here. It's some sort of mock-up, guys, right? It's some sort of mock-up. Now, this is the craziest part, is the back. The back of the card. Now, this is what really makes me... First of all, I know it's real, but at the time when I was doing my research, this is the one thing that convinced me. Now, I'm going to show you. Let me get it here. Brutus number 2. Okay? Look at the artwork on Brutus number 2 on the back of the box, and on Brutus number 2, the repaint Mega Maniacs. Can you see the difference?
Yeah, it's a new pick.
Totally different picture.
Yeah.
Totally different artwork.
Yeah.
Totally different artwork. Not only that, it's like the gear is on the figure correctly.
Man.
So it gets even wilder than this, because there's still doubters out there saying fake. First of all, if you look at this, it says, for some reason, it says that Brutus Beefcake is Scott Steiner on the package.
Whoa.
So it's full of mistakes. This is not a factory thing.
Yeah, and a custom wouldn't have mistakes.
No. And this is all making me believe that there's like more out there, or there has to be, or at
Now
some point.
This is where it gets weirder. Okay, so I tracked this down, and I said there's something in the business called proof sheets, almost like they do for cards. They print out the entire sheet. So picture all of the purple cards printed out on one sheet.
Yes.
It's called the proof sheet.
Like the way baseball cards are made.
Right. Well, here it is.
That's mad cool. Dude, get some frames, man.
I know.
What is going on?
Oh, that would be in a prime spot in my room.
Right? Like, what the heck?
So this would take up a lot of real estate, but this is it. And this you can clearly see.
Yeah.
It's exact. It is exact to the T.
It's pretty cool.
Like, I understand if you're seeing a picture. I understand if you're seeing a picture of this online, you could say fake, but when you're holding it in your hand and you've dealt with Hasbro figures for 30 years, you know it's legit.
Yeah.
So, his favorite quote, "The barber is back and strutting and cutting." So, this is from Jeff Springer. I don't know exactly what this is. It's some sort of pre-production. That's all I can say. But I do know there's one other one in existence, loose, but is painted and is in way better shape and has stripes shears. So, very interesting.
Who's got that?
a collector that doesn't want to be known.
Interesting. All right.
Very interesting. So
this is my least favorite Hasbro set, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, there was a stinker before.
The Repo Man set?
Yeah. That was pretty bad.
That's up there too, but this is for sure my least
favorite and what you would change.
Doink's my favorite.
Doink is everyone's favorite. Come on, the figure is awesome. I would have made Beefcake instead of making me get Tatanka twice or waste my time with that.
Yeah, I would. Same thing. Even though Beefcake is long gone, give me a Beefcake.
Give me something different than the same figure.
And Doink is my favorite.
Yeah.
I would spice up $1 Million Man a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe give him the belt.
Or the white trunks from SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right, next up.
Hey, Matt and Brian. This is John from Ringside Collectibles World Headquarters. My two favorite Hasbro figures of all time are Akeem and Andre the Giant from Series 1. The reason these two are so special to me is because they were virtually impossible to find in stores when they first came out. I had to hunt month after month, store after store, until I finally found them. And it was so satisfying, and I scratched that itch, and it truly, more than anything, ignited my passion for wrestling figure collecting. And that's why these two are my favorite Hasbro figures of all time.
All right, Series 10, 1994. We have Fatu, Samu of the Head Shrinkers, Marty Jannetty, technically number 2, Giant Gonzalez, a Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, 2 or 3, depending on how you want to look at it, Razor Ramon number 2, and Luke and Butch, the Bushwhackers, 2 as well.
I'm looking at the figures on this pile on the floor. It's a large set if you're a mid-on card collector. We'll talk about that in a little
100%,
bit.
because I failed to mention there, for whatever reason, Sean and Razor, their yellow card versions are also released on these blue cards in Series 10.
Makes no sense.
But then there's also the very nice repaints as well.
Right. Okay. So let's get into Head Shrinkers first.
Yeah, I love the Head Shrinkers. I was like a big Head Shrinkers mark. I still am. Like, they're awesome matches. These figures are perfect. I mean, it's a mishmash of Superfly Jimmy Snuka legs on both of them. For sure, Fatu has Coco's kind of flabby body, and then...
Is Samu new?
It's got to be somebody.
I don't know who else that would be.
Not really the Warrior.
No, it's not that jacked. Man, maybe.
Oh, it's no. It's Snuka's body.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So
Snuka?
he's
Okay.
yeah. Okay,
But
cool.
but it's what's his name's arm? So
Whose arms?
well,
Coco's
kind of.
No,
it's different actually.
Coco's arms are full blown Fatu.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, these are Repo Man's arms.
Oh, okay.
Very cool though. Perfect. You know, like the more tag teams, the better for your fig feds. So I was excited about to have these guys.
And I guess, obviously after the last debacle with the other tag team sets, they were doing it this way, which I'm cool with. I would have liked them packaged together, but who knows?
Yeah, and I think they hold up over time. Like Samu has Samu in his leg, Fatu has Fatu. You can tell the difference if you look at the likeness on the face. Like that's Rikishi. Like it's very like they hold up, very obvious. Pretty damn cool, man.
Great figs. And this is like one of those sets where it's just like a bunch of weird guys, in my opinion.
It's a little all over the place. Do you remember getting this set?
I do. I got them at LNS.
I got them at Caldor. Remember Caldor?
Yes.
I remember going to Caldor with my mom, and they were all there, and I was like, wow. And I wasn't expecting to find them. Next up, I have very odd character, very odd action figure, Giant Gonzalez.
With the giant jab. Believe it or not, he doesn't have a favorite quote.
No. It's actually pretty cool. Not very.
This is Toyetic AF right here.
I mean, the idea that this guy was even in WWE was nuts. Like in this outfit, like a airbrushed bodysuit with hair covering his private parts.
Oh, it's so weird.
Yeah.
During this time in my Fig Fed, he was Giant Gonzalez, but I was using him like the Giant in WCW.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, so he was just like slaughtering guys, winning the world title and stuff like that.
Yeah. I don't know. He's got that awkward motion that only Skinner and Warrior number 3 have.
It's very weird. I pulled this one off card too, but yeah, it's funny that the figure it looks like they would want him to look like in real life, but he never did because he didn't actually have muscles.
I think it's unfortunate that he debuts in '93, so I'm 8. Even then, I remember thinking this is embarrassing. So you're 8 years old thinking that? Like that wasn't a good look.
Yeah.
Next up, I have one of my absolute favorites, the singles push. Marty Jannetty came back to get revenge on his buddy Shawn Michaels. Way more deco than you'd ever expect on this
Didn't
thing.
brush his teeth, and that's why their skin color.
That's the one, like, it drives me nuts that, and you could look at the Rockers, Marty from the 2-pack clearly has teeth painted, and this one does not. That's always been kind of the, man, you know?
But when you see all this cool deco, it's like, man, they could have done something like this on the Rockers tag team. Because it's more Rockers.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
This is years later, guys. I don't
That's
know.
true.
I think you're asking a lot.
Camo's hard to do.
Yeah. I appreciate this. This was cool to get, like, an updated, cool Marty. This got an instant push in my Fig Fed. I was always a big Marty Jannetty guy.
And if you really keep it score at home, this is when they switched, like, there's no favorite quotes anymore. It's just a little bio.
You're devastated.
Devastated by the quotes being got.
But guys, the Federation wrestling points still going on. What will they lead to? Absolutely nothing.
All right, moving on. The 2 repaints, if you will. First up, we got Razor Ramon in the purple. This pops, very eye-catching. I've always loved this figure. I actually kind of like it better than the first one.
I like the other one. This one's great,
purple.
though.
I mean, it's just perfect.
So, okay, here are both razors. It's the same razor from before.
And even the photo's the same, huh? All throughout? Like all 3 razors are the same photo.
Now, this purple razor, and I don't even remember this being in the stores or in the comic stores.
I for sure knew of that when I was a kid.
So the purple razor and the black and silver Shawn come out after these 6, a couple months after. And these were supposed to be mail-aways. Maybe all those Federation points were going to those. But it got canceled, and they just ended up getting put as additions to this set. And funny story is that I got these for Christmas. I guess it's Christmas, could it be 94? Would that make sense?
I think that's where it would be.
Christmas 94. And I knew they were under the tree because I saw like the shape. So I went and I unwrapped them. And then I wrapped them back up to make sure that I had them.
That's Bob and Terry, if you're watching, I'm sorry.
You know they are.
All right, next up, another just awesome figure to have for me. This repainted Shawn Michaels. It's just as cool. I love to have the options in my Fig Fed. It's got the tat. It's still popping.
Again, two different, a re-release and a repaint.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
But did he even wear this black and silver gear?
Something very similar.
Did he?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a great figure. Hey, it's very toyetic.
I was a big, I loved Spotlight growing up.
Yes.
And I had that Shawn Michaels Spotlight, and I read it like cover to cover so many times. There's for sure photos of him wearing something very similar in there.
Well, he's got the conceited crunch. And it's nice because you could finally have that Rockers blow off with this set.
And that's what it was like cool. Like, you're using your other Marty forever, and then now you get this updated Marty and made it feel a little more special. And last but not least, Luke and Butch, probably 2 updates that you didn't need, but you got. At least you got the new removable hats.
These hats are annoying.
I love the hats.
I'd rather the hats than nothing. Imagine these didn't have the hats. Holy smokes.
Now, Brian, didn't you tell me a couple months ago you didn't realize that they flip-flop the moves?
Well, really, they just flipped the heads, right?
Well, same thing.
I think I just relearned that.
You were today's years old.
I was today's. Wait, my other ones are right here.
Oh my God! Why don't we? I wish we could have those shirts delivered right now so we could just put them on.
I don't even. Maybe you said this to me and I went, but whoa, I did not realize that.
Yeah, they switched everything.
And even on the package, like,
yes.
The names are different?
Yes.
Maybe that's why I never understood who was who. Did you know that your whole life?
Yes, because I'm not an idiot.
Well, I mean...
I certainly never had these.
Bro, they're like twins.
What?
Also,
Luke and
like...
Butch.
I hate to say this, but I was just never a bushwhacker guy.
Nope.
This guy's got, like, very little love. Did a couple JLBs in my Fig Fan.
Especially by this time. This is like when they kind of came back.
They came back on, like, a little run on Superstars, beating jobbers. Like, they really didn't do anything. Very
cool
interesting
figures,
set.
though.
Yeah.
Cool figures for sure.
Very interesting set, and I hate to say it because, the next one is the last, but you kind of almost feel like it's on its dying days with this, huh?
Now, what would you say?
Except for Giant Gonzalez, but there was, like, almost no original effort put into
That's
these.
true. Favorite one for me, Giant Gonzalez. What I would change? What would I change? Maybe I'd paint Marty's teeth.
Yeah, Marty's teeth painted would definitely be my pick. And my favorite, it's going to be a tie, I think, with the Head Shrinkers. I just like the Head Shrinkers a lot.
Wow.
Underrated tag team.
I think I'll go Sean. I think it's like my top 5 Hasbro, and definitely paint Marty's teeth. And mine are not painted.
Thank God.
You need a new knobs. I can't believe how many broken
Oh my
action
God.
pieces you have.
Take a shot when I stutter. Take a shot when Mark needs a new figure.
Next set.
This is Ivar of the Viking Raiders, and I am here to share with you my favorite Hasbro figure when I was growing up. Razor Ramon. This is the actual one that I played with as a kid. He's all worn out and beat. This is my favorite. Him and the 1-2-3 Kid are the reason why I am a professional wrestling fan and a professional wrestler. And getting his figure under the Christmas tree was one of the greatest things that I can remember in my childhood. I just wish I had the 1-2-3 Kid.
What's going on, Major Marks? It's independent wrestling star Retro AG Anthony Green, and I'm going to show you my personal favorite WWF Hasbro, and that has to be my on-card, green card, mint, autographed 1-2-3 Kid.
All right. Leave the memories alone. Here we go.
Tell me a lie.
Series
Say that you won't go.
Series 11. But you out there in Hasbro lover land, we all refer to this series as the green cards. We got Ludwig Borga, we got Billy and Bart the Smoking Guns, the 1-2-3 Kid, Atom Bomb, Evil Crush, he's evil, and a repaint of Yokozuna.
Well, Billy Gunn before he got a Ruthless Aggression figure. Let's not forget that.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Who are we starting with here?
I got Billy Gunn in my hands. Let's go for it. Probably the most, okay, right off the bat, let me just say, I had none of these growing up.
Me either.
Didn't even know they existed. In my mind, that Hasbro ends at Caldor in Series 10 for me, and I'm, sadly getting Bendums, and that's it, man. And
Yeah, I mean, let's not beat around the bush. Wrestling is not popular at this point.
Not at all.
A couple sets, so probably like around like the Bret Hart red card set. I'm not finding these at Toys R Us, and then I stopped finding them at other toy stores.
Yeah,
so I'd have to go to like LNS Comics or flea markets to find these.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, I knew about these from LNS Comics, and I would call up every day asking if they had it because I knew they were coming soon. And one day they actually had it. I remember being in the kitchen. I'll never forget that day. Like my memory is shot, but I remember calling LNS. 489 X-Men was their phone number, and
wow.
And I ran all the way there, but then they wouldn't sell me the 1-2-3 Kid. We'll get into that in a second.
So Billy Gunn, he's clearly made out of Jake the Snake's body, which you would think would be a travesty, but go back and watch Smoking Guns, Billy Gunn. He's the furthest thing from a body guy, so it's unbelievable what he's been able to do to his body over the years because he's become unreal jacked. I don't know if people have ever seen these up close, but clearly it's like boots painted like cowboy boots, which is just, I'd rather they've just painted the whole boot tan and not even attempted to look like a cowboy boot. I don't know.
What's weird to me too is on the back, it just shows like the King of the Ring, like as a figure.
Oh, wow.
Very odd. No Yoko, but we'll show the King of the Ring.
That's weird. Why is it not there? Who else is missing?
Just no Yoko.
No, there's 7 guys. I thought there's only 5.
Oh,
in the
and
back.
no crush, no crush.
Weird.
So they don't have the repaints and edited ring.
We might as well just get into Bart. We're at. He's the same boat, but he's Razor Ramon
With the rodeo
from head to toe.
Rodeo Roundhouse.
Same thing though, like the weird painted boot. I mean, I know they're attempting it, and it's this licensing deal is on its last leg, but these do leave a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, I mean I love this series. I have them right out front because of how sort of valuable and rare they are, and the lore and whatever. But in all actuality, like, man, these suck. The hats are stupid. The bodies don't make sense.
Wait a minute. Wait, how does the body not make sense?
I actually think the upper bodies on the guns I'm okay with.
Listen, they weren't going to make new parts. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but I feel like there could have been some. The boot thing, they should have just scrapped. They should have just made them have boots.
That's what I was about to say. You'd rather regular boots than not these cowboy boots?
Because you can clearly see that it's like a not painted boot. Like, it's so obvious.
I don't know. I love it. I think it's great.
I love it. If you love it so much, then let's talk about Ludwig Borga.
Yeesh.
And he is the biggest culprit of this, because that's supposed to be his skin, but it's the laces of a Hulk Hogan boot.
You can barely tell. Pass or pass.
Mark.
With the Finland finisher.
Mark, how bad does that look?
Oh, it's awful. And also, mine
so
only
bad.
has 9 fingers.
No.
Just kidding. Just
Sam
kidding. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Let's just do a little... I mean, we should have said this from Jump Street, but if you have a Slammer Hasbro figure and it does not have 10 fingers, replace that. You're an adult collector. Man up. You
This
gotta
is
replace
big
it.
time another guy who was barely in the WWE.
Dude, I can literally... He's in that Survivor Series match, and I can't tell you another thing about his WWF career.
So
Neither
crazy.
can I. Great figure.
Actually, his only figure, period. He never got a classic, never got nothing ever again.
I think the head sculpt looks great.
And it actually is pretty great. I'll give him that.
All right, let's go to Crush. How about that?
Evil Crush.
I love the repaint into Evil Crush. You think of the guys who've had multiple figures. You got Macho Man, you got
Yeah, I
Warrior,
know, right?
you got Hoven, and you got Crush.
Three very different crushes in the Hasbro line. That's wild.
But why couldn't they change his pick?
That honestly, this figure is probably one of the better figures in this set. But that, if you're a minute card collector, it's like such an eyesore.
Let me see that.
Crazy.
It's just
crazy.
called a Crush.
Oh, weird.
You've never seen that? Yeah, it's crazy to me.
Yeah, it's a great figure. You know, you could reenact that WrestleMania 10 Falls Count Anywhere kind of match with Macho Man. But I wish they would have just changed the card.
Who's next?
Adam Bomb, Mr. Bomb himself.
I think this is the one that this is the real winner if you're gonna go by like best figure in this set.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, I mean it's got a little bit of everything. He's also on my list of like that guy's gonna be a huge star.
Oh my
Look at
God,
him.
yeah.
The man.
How long did it take for you to realize that Adam Bomb was like an atom bomb?
Probably like right away.
Instantly.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I mean, I figured it out before today. I wasn't today's years old.
Do you know Just Incredible is just incredible?
Yeah, like just
Okay.
insane is just insane.
Got it.
I got it.
Yeah, I think overall, like best figure, not counting Yoko because Yoko's a repaint, but this is like
He's great. Is he supposed to do the suplex or is he supposed to do a hit in the head?
Nope. Adam Bomb's instruction: hold figure position, wind left arm clockwise to activate, release arm. The nuclear knockout.
Man, what was Adam Bomb's finish? I couldn't even tell you.
I know it was like the meltdown in WCW and it was rad. But I don't remember. I don't remember his WWF finish.
I knew this. I forget.
Let's move on to Yoko Azuna, number 2. Just a nice little repaint of a obviously incredible figure. Man, mine is pretty minty as all hell.
Ooh. Mine is too.
Nice. Well, of course yours are.
Fig. What? This is like a just one of those figures. Like, did you need the repaint in this look? Probably not.
Probably
You'll
not,
take it.
but he's the world champion for a long time, and he deserved it. I'll tell you that. Last but not least, I guess currently the most sought after regular release.
Yeah.
Can we all agree on that?
I think a top Hasbro of all time. Where the first time that this action finally makes sense for a guy.
This is finally awesome to have his body like this. You know?
Yeah, he's the smallest of every Hasbro, and it makes total sense.
Literally looks like 1, 2, 3 Kid's body at this time when he shocks the world and hits that moonsault and Razor Ramon on Raw.
He can moonsault, he can do Hurricanranas.
Yeah, I've told this story many times. Christmas morning, 95. I leave one figure as my last gift. I
love this story so much. I'm glad you're telling it again.
I think it's 1, 2, 3 Kid. I can picture the packaging of a wrestling figure, so I leave that, save the best for last. I go to it, I rip it open, think it's 1, 2, 3 Kid. It's WCW original San Francisco toy maker Jimmy Hart, and I never was able to get him because LNS upcharged him big time. I guess he was short packed, so LNS upcharged him. Like I said, there was no Toys R Us and stuff like that to get him at, so I never ever had him as a kid. I was devastated, and I wanted to show you guys my first ever.
I feel like, sorry,
what's that? Go ahead.
I feel like I have to point out in the packaging that he was ribbed by the boys and they shaved his eyebrows off.
Oh, 100%. Let's take a look at that.
or this wouldn't be a complete history. Yeah.
Mark, you check that out.
Oh, I knew that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's mentioned that a lot of times, so good eyes on that.
When I signed up for eBay in 1998, so over 20 years as an eBay member, my first ever purchase was this exact 1, 2, 3 Kid figure.
How much?
I think I spent like $45.
Yeah.
At the time was like $1 million.
Wait, so you have 2?
I have 2. I have my one from childhood, and then the one from my collection.
But
yeah, it doesn't make any sense, bro. Bro, take that and sell it right now for $1,000.
Yeah.
No. I'll tell you why. Because my one from childhood has a little creasy, a little bend, a little wrinkle.
All right.
You can barely tell.
If you got a reason, I'll take it. But I'm like, you have 2 mint on mint, like perfect. Okay.
I never had this. This was very sought after in like in 97, 98 for me and Steve to get a X-Pac or a 6 or whatever to use, and we never got it. And then we just ended up using the Benda when that came out.
It's a super great figure. It ends up that this is it. This is the end of the road, the end of the line. This is the last ever set, which is heartbreaking. We will go into some other things, what was supposed to come, rumor and innuendo, but at the end of the day, this is it. Favorite figure, what would you change?
Atom Bomb is the best, for sure. Man, the Guns boots are pretty brutal, but I think Ludwig's is the worst. But I don't know how they would change that. Because I don't even know what they're trying to depict, that he's got little boots.
I think he had like short shorts.
Did he wear,
not full long tights,
There's still ways they could have done that. They just need to do it with a figure where the boot doesn't go all the way to the knee pad.
Right.
So I don't have the solution, but there got to be something here.
Kid's my favorite, and I would take the hats off the Guns.
Yeah, that really makes them Cowboys, though. Then they're just like, I don't know, whatever.
My favorite is the 1, 2, 3 Kid. And what would I change? It's tough, man. It's tough to me. You guys hate this set so much, I don't know what I would change. The only thing maybe I would change is the Kona Crush on the packaging, but that's just changing a packaging.
I know, but that would be big, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, you're already annoyed, babe, but tell everyone what your favorite Hasbro is.
I don't know what Hasbro
No,
is.
that's the figure that you have. No.
This?
That's a retro, technically. That's a retro. So you don't know why? Is there a scuff?
Matt, it's been in my gear bag. It's allowed to get a little scuff.
No, babe, you gotta keep it in mint condition. Put it in a Ziploc or something.
My good luck charm, I'm gonna keep in a...
So tell everyone why it's your good luck charm. It's not technically a Hasbro. We'll count it.
This Hasbro.
No, it's a retro, babe. They wish they were Hasbro.
This Hasbro.
No, retro.
This retro.
AKA... Alright, sorry.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
That's really annoying when you do that, and I tell you all the time. This retro is my good luck charm. And can I say when you put it in my bag?
Sure.
Matt surprised me. Oh, no, you didn't. This wasn't it.
So you screwed up your own story.
I know, it was your American flag one that you put in my bag for All In.
Ooh, AEW confirmed.
So actually, I'm not really sure when I got this, but it's my good luck charm, and I put it in my gear bag, and it goes with me everywhere I go. It's not doing much good luck, but eventually it'll be good luck.
Hey, we gotta clean up that scuff. Let's clean up that scuff, all right? Wait, you want a Ziploc bag?
No, I'm not putting it in a Ziploc bag. That defeats the whole purpose.
Right.
You like yours
right.
mint, I like mine nice.
And not mint?
And used.
Nice and used. That sounded dirty. All right, man.
Well, right now we're going to get into a little miscellaneous. Now, listen, we're not going to do the carrying case and stuff like that.
Yep.
That'll be in a part 2 or something. Let's start with some rings and miscellaneous figures. Is there a more iconic ring than the official
Never ever.
wrestling ring?
So I want to show something here on camera. Can you see this?
Yeah, what is that? I saw that.
Okay,
Nice protector.
so yes, this is. I cut up a piece of. It's a top loader for an 8x10,
Yes.
and I cut them up and I put them on all my rings on them as like a mat. Because didn't you have that Galoob ring that got destroyed?
Yes, like
So-
the figure's like stuck to the floor.
So via that experience, it kind of freaked me out, and I do this with all my rings now.
Since
So now-
when? Now, like yesterday or like years ago?
He mentioned this on the podcast, I know. And when
Within,
you were
like-
talking about the.
Yeah, within like a year, over a year.
Yeah, I remember it.
Because I was terrified to ruin that Galoob ring, so now I have that. You know, so it's just my little
That's
thing.
a great idea.
It protects the stickers, what the real estate is, and you know.
Now, guys, how iconic is this ring?
Oh, my God. Everybody. had it.
There's no other wrestling ring. Like I said, if you didn't have this as a kid and you liked wrestling and had, I mean, it didn't add up. There's no way.
And also, guys, you got 2 points, 2 Federation points.
There you
if you
go.
have the
They're
ring.
adding up.
What's so cool about this ring? It has the title. Only way to get the Winged Eagle title for your Fig Fed. And what's very interesting is that there are 4 versions of this ring. Now, I'm a psycho, so I kind of count all 4. Mark, what are you doing there, Marky?
Trying to kill a fly.
Oh my god.
So what
killing
post
the
do you
ring.
guys have?
I have the flat navy blue post because that's 100% what I had as a kid and what's sentimental to me. And to me, it makes the most sense. You put your jumpers up here, they jump. You know,
Flat navy, yeah.
yeah.
So there's
To me, this is the traditional way. All the other weirdo ones that you go nuts about are not.
Well, actually, Brian, the first ever ring
Is the rounded post.
Is round post, round blue. Then it gets switched to flat blue. But
So
then
there
the
you go.
international ones.
That was a running change made on
Yes.
purpose to make it better. So I'm glad I have them.
And then there's also a black round and a flat black. And I'm a psycho, so I have so many in-box rings. So I don't know exactly which one's inside here. So I have the ones on display. I'll show them now. We can insert them now. Give us Mark something else to edit. I'll show you the rings I have on display, and then I'll show that I also have the posts. So if I ever wanted to swap them out, because I'm a real psychopath.
Wow.
Real psycho. But like, they never had black posts, so like, why would you care?
I don't know that, but the ones that had the black post had the Winged Eagle in gold, as opposed to the one that came with this ring in the United States has a silver Winged Eagle, which makes 0 sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
Well, so this ring was given to me, like the first gift that Brian ever gave me, and it's actually a completely restored ring. Brian got a pretty decent deal. He restored
I'm
it
okay with
himself.
that. Yeah,
It's
and
so
I'm okay with
nice.
that.
Yeah.
You okay with the now? There's a lot of ring restoration out there. Steel
'Cause the
cage
sticker,
customs.
a 30-plus-year-old sticker is a crapshoot. You don't even know if you open that box right now that you have a nice sticker sheet in there.
It's one
I
of
don't.
the it's one
Yeah,
of
you
the
don't.
first podcasts you talked about. You got it. You put it in the dishwasher. Goopy
Well,
gone.
Honestly, if you're looking for something to do, especially during these times of free time, that's a really fun project. Very affordable, especially that. If you're trying to get that ring mint or mint in box, forget about it. You can get a $40 beat up ring, wash it yourself, clean it, restore it, and then get the sticker sheet on eBay for $20. And
Right.
I mean, you have something pretty nice.
Yep.
There's a perfect ring. There's like prototype images where the ring apron is actually fabric. That didn't happen, but the molding makes it appear fabric. It's not flat.
Right.
It's really,
Yeah,
really cool.
I never thought that was a prototype. I always thought that was just like a fancy studio thing. To
It's possible.
Take the pictures.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Also, in the UK, they came with these sound modules. I believe there's 2 different versions. Of course, it doesn't work. I checked earlier. D battery. Who uses D battery these days? So I couldn't replace it. It has the winner. Woo! Break it up. Yeah. Slam. 1, 2, 3, and ding ding. So this adds on. It goes like right under your table, which is pretty cool.
That's cool.
Weird that it's only in the UK.
Which table? The announce table or the belt table?
I think it can go on either. Right? Isn't it the same table?
No, I mean they're different.
So you don't have one of these?
No, I never.
I mean what?
I don't know. It's just not something I feel like I need.
I don't. I also don't feel like I need it.
No, I don't feel like I need that.
Okay, guys, check this out. Now, so the ring was also. This is a weird one. Packaged with 2 figures. It has a sound module as well.
That timeless Repo Man Macho Man feud.
These are all. I think it's just random figures, but I'm just trying to show you the box.
It's cool,
that has the
actually.
sound module.
That's actually really, really cool.
I'm just trying to show you the sound module down here. So I believe
I would love to have just the randomness of that and have that hanging up somewhere. Bro,
Hey,
you got to get a new house so you can
Mark.
display this stuff.
Mark, if Repo Man's in there, you can get one with flair, maybe. A man can dream.
Woo!
Yeah.
But look at the box with the sound module. Really, really cool. I like it a lot.
One of the sounds he said is woo, so hey.
That's right. But I think the most important variant of this ring is the good old J.C. Penney ring. I don't know if you guys can see that right there.
That's impressive, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever seen that in person like
Includes
that.
Macho King Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan.
And he's
Now-
green on the packaging, even.
No. That's orange. It's orange on the
It's a
package.
really big glare.
Sorry, it's orange on the
Oh,
packaging.
it looked green for a second. I was like, wow.
So in the J.C. Penney Christmas catalog, you could order this, and it says it comes with, Sears, J.C. Penney. They would do even in the Jax era. You'd get a ring, they throw in 2 like bagged figures. But in the ad, the Macho Man has green trunks. But when you get this and you open it up, regular Hogan, regular orange card, Macho. I've never opened this up. I mean, why would I, right? Like, never.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
sealed.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
sealed.
What's the point?
But I do have this. The green trunks Macho Man from the ad. This is it. This was my first ever prototype. I got it from the Bushman, Mark Bushy. That's how I met the Bushman, was because of this. He found somebody who was selling this in a lot on eBay, and Bushman, that dirty SOB, he knew he got a steal, that he drove to the guy's house like that day to pick him up.
Is that a sample or a hand painted?
So this it's very odd. It's hand painted. Now on the back of the butt though, there's no trademark, so it's not just painted over a Series 1 Macho. No trademark copyright on the buttocks.
Yeah, at the buttocks.
At the buttocks. So really, really cool.
What's the story with how the original guy got it?
I do not know. I didn't, but he had it in a lot of other pre-production things.
I see. Okay. Woof.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Right. So this guy, I believe it was a Hogan. Because I actually bought from Bushy an Akeem and a Bossman too, but I sold those to Zombie. Me and Zombie were gonna go into this deal together, and then like the price started here, and then it ended up here. But I needed to get this Macho Man, one of my favorites, and this is what got me started on the pre-production kick, to find a Greg, to find that Brutus, to find the 2-Up. So it's all because of this Macho Man. And I guess it's all because of Mark Bushy.
And you got itchy and you had to scratch, is what it
That's
sounds
right.
like.
Scratch that figure itch. But that's not it for rings.
No.
Do 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 do.
And I'm not holding anything up because I don't have this ring.
I'm glad you said it, so we have to call you out. But I will say this: overrated, holy grail of Hasbro collector. I mean, neon yellow ring.
You take that back. You take that back.
Did you have this as a kid, by the way?
I did. I had this.
I also did not have this as a child, so like it holds no sentimental value to me. Just it's.
I found this at a store.
Kind of ridiculous.
I found this at a store in Levittown in some weird bootleg mall that had a kid, not Kitty City. What's it called? Discovery Zone. And they had a comic book store that had this. But rumor and innuendo is this is supposed to be a Hogan ring. That's why it's red and yellow. And then Hogan left the company.
Which would make a lot more sense. Actually, the best part of this whole thing is that artwork on that packaging.
The artwork is great. And
what's the time frame of this ring coming out? Like which series?
I say around this series, like the Brett and Yoko series.
Yeah, that's because it's got the red border on the packaging. I always think it is with that set red card.
Yeah, makes sense. And it's crazy that Hasbro's around for so long, and the only way to get the world titles if you bought one of these two rings, and this ring was not plentiful.
Right.
But also another King of the Ring fact, and I got to throw out a shout out to my friend Egotistico Fantastico. As you see, I have another ring here. But it's Lucy. Who's Lucy? Because I got this ring, and the seller had no post, no ropes. Like the stickers are in the weird spot. And I wanted to say, Brian, show us what's on the monitor of your King of the Ring ring.
Nobody paid their cable bill. It's just white.
And that's the thing, because a lot of people, well, hey, I had the same thing on mine, a white, even as the kid had a white one, my one in collection is a white one, but on that sticker sheet, people see a white square, they just pass it. That's why if you look at a lot of loose rings, they have no logo at all. But if you look at the instructions for the King of the Ring, you see Vince McMahon should be on the monitor. I also have another one of these where it's an animated Vince. Long story short.
We've also talked about this on the podcast. It's like a 80s Vince.
Right.
Which is weird.
So this ring, when I got it, you might be asking yourself, why would I want a ring that has stickers all over the place, no ropes, no posts, and it's because of this. The Vince McMahon sticker that I have safely in a Ziploc right now. Yeah. You might be asking, how did I get it off? I just kind of like banged the ring a lot, and the stickers were so old, it just fell off.
That's crazy.
So now I keep it in a Ziploc. I don't know what I'm going to do. The plan was to rebuild this ring and put the sticker on. Marky's saying he wants this ring now. I'm torn. I don't know what to do.
Well, you need posts.
Well, you need posts, which is...
And the flag, which is probably pretty tough, too.
But I have the sticker. I would hate to stick this sticker. I don't know.
Put the sticker on yours.
I think you need to just keep that sticker the way it is, and you
this,
just have it
in a Ziploc.
I mean, or put it like a baseball card.
Ooh, like a top loader?
Yeah, a penny sleeve and a top loader.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
More professional.
Mark, air that now.
Oh, man.
And the last ring, or crazy ring. All right, so this ring is not official. There's actually two versions of it. At the 1994 Hall of Fame, the night before King of the Ring, on the tables, as, a centerpiece instead of flowers, they had these.
Wow, it's funny they had rounded peg posts?
Yes.
That's pretty funny.
Now, there's also yellow versions, but look at this. Like the King of the Ring stickers here.
Bro,
it's like
I am telling you, they had Howard Finkel up all night making these like a
100%.
Right? Like that's 100%. How I envision this. Yeah.
So the sticker, it's like a weird fabric. You could tell a kid has been playing with this ring. Now, when I got this ring, it was disgusting. I gave it a fig bath. And how do you give a ring a fig bath that has a sticker on it? I was very careful.
Yeah, you gotta be very gentle with other things.
It was covered in dust. It was filthy. But I needed to salvage this. I needed to save this. No monitor. Like, who knows how it was the day they brought it back from the Hall of Fame. But when I saw this, I was like, this is BS. There's no way this is real. But then I did my research, and I was able to find pictures of it at the Hall of Fame the night before King of the Ring.
And people walking out with it in their hands and stuff.
Chief J. Strongbro is walking out with a yellow one.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So it's just a cool piece to have. I don't display it anywhere. If I had more real estate, I would, but it's just in my garage right now.
It's a really cool right up in the item and trivia fact, and you'll probably never get any more information than what we have on that, right?
Yeah, a yellow one is out there. Another collector has a yellow one, but that's it. I've never seen any others out there.
That's
pretty sweet.
So let's get to the miscellaneous figures. What do you know about this, Brian?
You have that.
I do.
I didn't think you had that.
Mark, do you know what this is?
No clue.
This is the Silver Vision Collector Series, the best of Saturday night's main event. The Rockers are on the cover. But when you open it up, you get the free Hulk Hogan figure offer, the free mail away Silver Vision Hulk Hogan.
I'm impressed. I mean, obviously there's a lot of impressive stuff in your collection. I didn't think you had that.
Wow.
And then here is the Silver Vision Hulk Hogan, bagged up. How can you tell it's a Silver Vision? The neon yellow trunks. Can you see the difference?
Yeah, they have like a weird. It's like must be a cheaper plastic or vice versa. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
it's like
what I
some
always
sort
thought.
of neon yellow. So I need this in my collection. There is a Bear Hug Hogan also, a Macho Man, but they're exactly the same. Technically, this is exactly the same.
Yeah.
But because it has the neon, I kind of convinced myself that I needed it. And when I was able to get the tape,
So
I needed it.
I think you
and
do.
that-
It looks great.
Would you say that's what's different from the JCPenney one as well?
Yes, the JCPenney is just a regular Series 1.
Okay.
But let's get to the real big boys in the baggies. Can I see yours?
I have a Hogan. It's in my case behind me in the bag. It's a Hogan mail away. I do not currently own Brett or Taker. That's exactly what I have. So I'm not
Here's
going to take it.
Hulk Hogan in the baggie. Now this is out of the WrestleMania 9 like run-in. Has to be. Now
I think
I don't
that's what the inspired era of the figure. Yeah.
like he's wearing the tights. It's so cool. Now I was reading WWF magazine, but I was a kid. I wasn't a subscriber yet. I wasn't a monthly reader, so I missed the whole mail away thing.
I for sure always got it, and just I don't know. I didn't think there wasn't like when I was a kid. It wasn't like oh my god because there was nothing really. I've already had 5 Hogans. Like there was no like
Right.
There's no meat on the bone for me as a child to be like this is a big deal, Mom. Please get these. I
If
just didn't
that
do
so
it.
that was in the WWE magazine, what did you have to do? You just have
You had
to
to like pay for
just
like
pay for it,
whatever it
okay.
was, $15 or whatever.
Yeah.
Now my suspicion is why Hogan is the more common of the 3 currently, is because people wanted they wanted to
biggest
get
star.
Hogan.
Yeah, he was the biggest.
And plus, it was
Right.
the biggest difference.
biggest
Right,
difference.
the biggest difference.
Yeah.
The Brett and the Brett in the ad does look different, but when you get it, it's just this.
Yeah.
Or are you
It's
gonna
just a Purple Heart.
Are you gonna disclose what's not okay about your mail-aways?
Okay, so there's here's the take. Whoop.
Whoa.
First of all, whoa. Let me fix that. David C. Anderson recommended these. They're just like, what are they exactly?
Baseball?
Do you know?
They're for cards, yeah, trading cards.
Trading cards. I thought it was for a baseball.
No.
Baseball
You think
wouldn't
of
fit here.
Baseballs are like square.
No. Baseball's
baseball-
round. That's
So
square. or
baseball
rectangle.
cards would fit in this?
Yes.
That's a big baseball card.
Okay. Anyway,
Anyway, so there's numbers on the baggies. So for instance, the Hogan ends with 131. This Brett ends with 133, and then my Taker ends with 133. So either the Taker's in the Brett bag or the Brett's in the Taker bag.
You need to get to the bottom of that, and you need to fix it because you're the Michael Jordan. Just saying that.
And we talked about earlier, the Brett's. Is it the same as the purple card? I'm trying to find a. I mean, I think it's different.
Oh my god.
I think it's different.
in what way?
Why? And why?
I'm just looking at it. I mean, it's definitely different. Like the skin tone. But hey, Mark, if you want to,
Well,
if you want to play that way,
do you
play
feel
that way.
like you have to have that? Hogan is so different, and you'll know if somebody made a custom. Do you have to have the Hogan in bag?
No,
Okay.
I don't have to have the Hogan bag or the Taker, just the
Okay.
Brett.
All right. Enough.
Wait.
So-
Okay, because the Taker's
What's that?
hair is.
The Taker's hair is a little different.
Okay.
Taker's hair for sure is different. Yeah. Like if you look in the Hasbro Maniac book, he's got an awesome way of showing you like what you're looking for.
Okay.
Because for a long time I was like, how do you know? But it's if you know, it's pretty obvious.
Okay.
So, all right. So, I mean, it was pretty good. I mean, great run. Hasbro had a great run.
I think it changed the game. Like I said, LJNs were cool for the 80s and what they were. And it was like a little happy accident that they were made the way they were, but they were not action figures. These were action figures.
And before we end this episode, let's talk about the last thing that almost happened. We'll be right back, folks.
Hey, what's up, Major Marks? This is the artist formerly known as Zach's dad. Oh, wait. I can still use that. I didn't start my life away. I'm Zach's dad. Let me tell you about something about wrestling figures. I used to buy all wrestling figures for all the holidays. Christmas, what else? Christmas, Valentine's Day, Easter, and I'm gonna tell you, I got the bad guy, Valentine's Day, my favorite wrestler, Razor Ramon. Shawn Michaels, we got Christmas 1990, I believe. Matt was about 4 or 5 years old, and he goes, Dad, Shawn Michaels. Like that? No idea. The Hulk Hogan, I got his first Christmas again, probably 1986. No idea. Who is that? And I got the Hitman, I believe it was for Easter at Valley Stream Toys R Us. So, I'd like to say to all the people that are listening, and you know who you are, you could scratch my figure itch.
All right, so in a Lee's Toy review, there was an article saying that Hasbro had lost the license and that there was rumored of a orange card set that was only going to be available to the UK. A lot of people glance over that fact. It was going to be a UK exclusive, and that's where the rumors were started. You hear Jeff Jarrett, Men on a Mission, Diesel, King of Hearts Owen, USA Luger. It turns out years went by. We heard nothing.
It was like collector lore for years and years and years and years. I mean,
years.
Obviously, as a kid, you don't even know that this is happening. But as you become an adult and a collector and the internet, it's like unreal rumors forever with zero proof.
Right. Until the 2-Up heads popped up. So it confirmed Men on a Mission, right? It confirmed Jeff Jarrett. People, myself included, our minds were blown. But were these fake? Were these, just some sort of 3D printing, or what was it? It wasn't until our good friend Mark Draven, who has supplied the photos right here, he found the artwork from Ron Rudat, Diesel, Jeff Jarrett, Mo and Mabel, Men on a Mission, Bastion Booger, USA Luger, and a babyface Doink the Clown, and Diesel. So he found the artwork. We just showed him right there. So it matched the head. So now it was like, okay, did these get past that pre-production stage? Because for years, everybody thought that this Mannix Diesel was the Diesel head, because in this similar set there was an Atom Bomb, a Razor Ramon, a Hulk Hogan, Shawn Michaels.
But guys, a weird coincidence, though.
A weird coincidence.
Yeah.
This Diesel was not the Diesel head.
No, not even close.
So I own the Diesel artwork. This is the official artwork. So what would happen once it got to the color scale is they would take the big drawings that we showed earlier, scale it down, and color it in. So this is for the Diesel. You can tell it's a Papa Shango body. The date here, 7/27/94 from Ron Rudat.
Summer of 94, wow.
So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. That's like debut Diesel.
It's actually nice to have some closure, actually, that fantasy and rumor of all those years was, legit.
What do you think about this? The 2-Up head. So when these heads popped up, they popped up first. So people thought fake. But then when this artwork popped up from Ron Rudat after, okay, if someone made the head after the artwork, I could see that. But the heads popped up like way before the artwork did.
Yeah.
So it's just a crazy, crazy world out there. And we thought, okay, that was it. Like couple pictures, a couple heads out there, cute. until last year on eBay. USA Lex Luger. An orange card babyface Doink pop up on eBay.
Hand painted.
Hand painted. Here he is. Babyface Doink. Similar to that Brutus. Not the best hand painted job. But if you look at the back, there's no copyright logo.
Man, the no
Nothing.
copyright. That's a weird little thing I never really knew about.
Right?
Yeah.
And then also the head, it's like squishy like a Barbie doll.
That's
Wild.
Yeah.
Right? So
It was
very,
a
very interesting
cost-effective
stuff.
thing or something.
So this is the Doink. Obviously, I believe this was a regular Doink test shot that was repainted.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This definitely wasn't a Doink figure that was repainted.
Yep.
And then the Lex Luger, long story short, I didn't win. I lost. There's a whole podcast episode about that.
The Lex that got away.
But when I had that Lex, I was comparing it to this Hasbro figure reference sheet where it shows the colors. Because this is the colors for Diesel. This is Diesel's color chart. And what's very interesting to this is that it says on the top the assortment number 7582. I'm going to show you guys what it says. UK. Can you see that?
Oh, wow.
So it proves these were going to be UK exclusives. And that's something that people really don't talk about. You hear the orange cards over
Yeah,
and over and
true.
over, but you don't hear that they were going to be UK exclusives.
Wow.
Either way, how much tougher would they have been to come by?
Yeah.
Right?
Way harder
I
than the
have
green
to-
cards.
Yeah,
I
green
have
cards
to
are hard
believe
as it is.
I have to believe that there are more out there. I have to believe
Pre-production stuff?
I have to believe Diesel's out there. I have to believe Men on a Mission, Bastion Booger.
Yeah.
Because Bastion Booger and Mabel were just Earthquake.
Yeah.
Mo was just Coco Beware. Jeff Jarrett was some sort of clothesline action. Nothing was like original parts.
Yeah.
It's all repaints.
So if you could have one in your possession, who would it be?
Diesel.
Diesel, 100%.
Diesel, you know what? I have a little bit of closure from Mattel making that retro so cool.
That's true, yes.
But I think Double J would be mine just because he's the man. Mm-hmm.
I love Double J too. Damn, that's a tough one. I think it would have to be Diesel for me, for sure. And it's just sad that the line ended how it did. Just Toys picked it up for a bit. You know, the Bendham's line, which is fun. But Jax really took the collecting level to new heights.
Yeah.
All right,
But-
so if we're going to wrap this up, what did WWF Hasbro mean to you guys?
Well, I just love that the line has sort of lived on through collectors, through this lore of finding new things, through people creating, backdrops and entranceways and new belts and ways to redo the rings and
pins and other kinds of merch and shirts. Yeah.
It's great. It's really like a huge part of any wrestling fan our age. It's a huge part of our childhood, and I look at this. It's my most proud thing. This full detail of the Hasbro's. It's smack dab in the middle of my room. I love it so much, and I'll keep it forever. This is something I'll never sell.
Yeah, I mean, my childhood is just full of memories going to Toys R Us or Christmas mornings, opening these Hasbros, playing with them, bringing them everywhere. And this is before I really got into my serious fig-fed days. I didn't have the internet yet, so this is before I was keeping track of my title histories or really playing the music. But I was a kid. I was singing the songs. I was using, when guys left the company, I'd use Brutus #2 as Sparky Plug, or Rocker Shawn Michaels as Hunter S. Helmsley. I was using my imagination, and it was just a fun time playing. And I wish kids these days could recapture those feelings and those retros, the Mattel retros, they were for adults, right? But I wish they were still going on so kids could enjoy them too, because they're such cool figures. I think kids would get those Mattel retros, then maybe want to play with their dad's old Warlord or something like that.
Yeah, I think I'm having the ultimate realization in doing this whole episode that if these figures don't come out and they don't captivate my imagination like they did, like maybe wrestling doesn't propel me into being obsessed with that throughout my whole life and become who I am. So honestly, maybe if I didn't collect these figures when I was a child, maybe I'm not even who I am today. I'm not a pro wrestler, and I'm not, so literally, potentially these were life-altering toys for me.
Yeah, I mentioned before briefly that I played with these toys more than I watched wrestling because I wasn't really allowed to. I had the commercials in my life, and I had the toys that I was allowed to get. And other than that, that's how I satiated my appetite for professional wrestling for many years until I was sort of allowed to do it. So that's you're right in that for sure.
No, and similar to what Brian's saying is like me playing with the figures because guys, all our friends had Series 1, 2 in the tag teams, but then they kind of died off. So it was only me getting these guys. So I was playing with these figures by myself, creating these figure feds, and really, I was the only one watching wrestling in my group of friends. So if it wasn't for these figures, taking, the fandom from TV and bringing it to my bedroom or wherever I was playing and making wrestling my life, then who knows? I might have fell out of it too. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right, boys.
All righty.
Awesome.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Hell of a live show. I hope you've been using that hashtag Major Hasbro. We've had a hell of a day with you. Hopefully you're not too drunk.
I'm hammered.
That was
but
so
this was a lot of
close to
fun.
the real thing. That was like being in the ring.
See you guys.
Bye.